Chapter 401. Could it be that you're a master at the Zenith Venerable Realm? Chapter 401. Could it be that you're a master at the Zenith Venerable Realm? Upcoming opportunity. 3 days from now, go to the Qinglu to exchange swordsmanship insights with a fellow cultivator. By chance, discover a sealed heaven-grade spiritual weapon in a nearby pawnshop. Lin Dongshan arrives at the pawnshop and senses the presence of the sword. Taking advantage of the shopkeeper's ignorance, he purchases the heaven-grade spiritual weapon at an extremely low price. A heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Shen Mo still didn't possess a single heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Even the sword manual he had was only a top-tier earth-grade item. Unless he obtained the Burning Heaven Sword Manual or the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, he wouldn't be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of heaven-grade spiritual weapons. Shen Mo had long heard of the power of heaven-grade spiritual weapons. If he could obtain such a fortune, his strength would increase by a great margin. Without hesitation, Shen Mo left the military camp and headed straight for the city behind the demon suppression fortress. He already knew that these cities were all established relying on the fortress. Behind the fortress held by the human race were cities inhabited by humans. Behind the demon suppression fortress held by the demon race or flood dragons, naturally, were cities where the demon race and flood dragons lived. These cities spread out like a fan, radiating outward. The closer they were to the demon suppression fortress, the more prosperous the cities became. The farther from the fortress, the smaller and more desolate the cities. Shen Mo didn't travel too far. He went straight to the largest city behind the Qingxuan fortress. This city was called Qingxuan City. It had all sorts of complete facilities. All were built for the convenience of the demon suppression guards. After all, fighting the demon race was an exhausting endeavor for the demon suppression guards. In their daily life, they needed entertainment to ease their tense nerves. The Qinglu was one of the most effective methods. Of course, the Qinglu didn't only serve men, it also welcomed women. After all, there was a considerable number of female demon suppression guards. Shen Mo entered Qingxuan City. The demon suppression guard uniform on his body immediately drew the attention of the city's residents. No matter what they were doing, the residents would greet him with great respect. This was the special status held by the demon suppression guards. Absolutely superior. Everyone living here knew it was thanks to the demon suppression guards shedding blood on the front lines that they could live in peace. Shen Mo walked around the city for a bit, checking out the busiest Qinglu locations. He finally settled on a Qinglu in the eastern part of Qingxuan City. Near this Qinglu, there happened to be a pawn shop. It matched perfectly with the description from his life panel. Shen Mo strode into the pawn shop. There was only one shopkeeper inside. When the shopkeeper saw a demon suppression guard had entered, he greeted him respectfully.
"Sir, are you here to pawn something, or to redeem an item? Don't look down on this small shop. If you have treasures, I can exchange them for military merit points."
Shen Mo chuckled.
"Military merit points? Are you a demon suppression guard too?"
The shopkeeper shook his head.
"Oh no, the requirements to become a demon suppression guard are way too high. I don't even come close." "Then how can you give me military merit?"
Shen Mo asked curiously. The shopkeeper grinned.
"This shop has long-term cooperation with a few demon suppression guards. Besides, my son is one. Once we finish our transaction, I'll go invite them to help transfer the merit. The only downside is that it's a bit troublesome and takes time."
After all, not every demon suppression guard is available or easy to contact. Shen Mo nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. There really are more solutions than problems. Shen Mo smiled.
"I was just recently recruited into the demon suppression guard, and I want to pick out a spiritual weapon that suits me."
The shopkeeper quickly nodded.
"Right this way, sir."
The shopkeeper led Shen Mo to the pawnshop's warehouse. Inside the warehouse, countless spiritual weapons were neatly arranged. Most of the weapons were mysterious grade and earth grade. The shopkeeper smiled.
"Feel free to choose, I'll be right here. Just let me know if you take a liking to something."
Shen Mo asked curiously.
Aren't you afraid? I'll just run off with a spiritual weapon.
The shopkeeper chuckled.
Listen to yourself. No wonder you've only just been recruited into the demon suppression guard. If a demon suppression guard dares to do something like that, there's no need for the fortress to punish them. Their own demon suppression bracelet would automatically deduct their merit points.
That's why cases of demon suppression guards committing crimes are extremely rare in the cities surrounding the fortress. Shen Mo nodded in understanding. That was a clever system. The demon suppression guards held a position and strength far above ordinary people. If there weren't at least some restrictions, they would undoubtedly run wild. Shen Mo's gaze swept across the various spiritual weapons. Eventually, he locked onto his target. It was a pitch-black greatsword covered in dust. Thick, imposing, and brimming with a heavy presence. It looked as if it were forged from a meteorite fallen from the heavens. Shen Mo stepped forward and grasped the hilt, effortlessly lifting it. The shopkeeper was visibly surprised.
This sword is unusually heavy, and you lifted it so casually.
Shen Mo looked puzzled.
Is it really that heavy?
The shopkeeper quickly explained.
This sword is a bit strange. Though it's only a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon, it feels heavier than some top-tier Earth-grade ones.
When a few centurions from the demon suppression fortress came here to shop, they all noticed it, but none could lift it. Shen Mo chuckled.
Who were they?
The shopkeeper replied.
Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and Lin Yuangxin, some of the most renowned centurions.
Their cultivation is at least at the Golden Zenith Venerable Realm.
And yet you can lift this sword with ease.
As he spoke, the shopkeeper gasped, clearly stunned. Shen Mo waved his hand and laughed.
I just have a bit of strength, that's all.
Although he was only at the ordinary Venerable Realm. The cultivation technique he practiced was the Divine Elephant Suppression Force. He had only acquired the first 4 layers of it so far, but even that was heaven-grade in quality. The power of this blood chi-based technique far exceeded Shen Mo's expectations. It was only natural that his physical strength surpassed that of most cultivators.
Shopkeeper, how many merit points for this sword?
Shen Mo asked. The shopkeeper answered seriously.
I originally planned to ask for 10 ding rank merit points. But since you're clearly such a powerful expert, I'll give you a discount. How about 6 just 6 ding rank merit points and it's yours?
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh.
All right.
This shopkeeper was quite something, offering a lower price on purpose, clearly trying to build goodwill. Please wait here, I'll head to the fortress to get someone. The shopkeeper led Shen Mo to a small courtyard behind the pawnshop, prepared some refreshments, then dashed off. Shen Mo waited for about a quarter of an hour before he heard approaching footsteps. It was a 10-man squad leader Shen Mo had never seen before. The man was tall, long-armed, and smiling.
Hello, I'm Shang Xing, one of the squad leaders under Centurion Qingxuan Sect.
Shen Mo stood up and shook his hand.
Shen Mo, Demon Suppression Guard under Centurion Ning Tianying, reporting to squad leader Shi Dingyu.
Shang Xing was slightly surprised.
Shi Dingyu, that's the one with inconsistent strength among the recruited guards. With your ability, you're wasted under him.
Chapter 402, Heaven Grade Spiritual Weapon, Heaven Breaker, Descent of the Heavenly Tao Gold Rankings. Chapter 402, Heaven Grade Spiritual Weapon, Heaven Breaker, Descent of the Heavenly Tao Gold Rankings. After Shen Mo left, Shang Xing lowered his voice.
Dad, I thought you had run into some genius demon suppression guard, but it was him.
The shopkeeper was startled.
You know him?
Shang Xing nodded.
I've heard of him. There's been a lot of talk in the camp these past few days. What happened? Is he no good?
Shang Xing whispered.
Not exactly that. I just know all 16 centurions have been pushing him away. None of them wanted him under their command.
Because of Shi Dingyu's situation, they've all become a bit paranoid, worried that this guy might turn out like him. The shopkeeper nodded.
I see.
Shang Xing consoled him.
It's nothing, just a few D-rank merit points. If it goes to waste, it goes to waste. There was a minor demon siege just yesterday. I'll ask the other demon suppression guards about his performance on the battlefield. We'll know soon enough.
The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly.
Good, go ask.
Sheng Xing returned to the demon suppression fortress and found his comrades.
Why are you asking about him?
A demon suppression guard nearby looked curious. Sheng Xing laughed it off.
Just curious. People say Shen Mo is already at the venerable realm and that his strength has already solidified, but he hasn't said how many layers of blood crown he's condensed.
The nearby demon suppression guard gave a mysterious smile.
I don't know how many layers of blood crown he has, but I know very well what his record was during that demon siege a few days ago.
Sheng Xing quickly asked.
How was it?
That demon suppression guard said solemnly.
He didn't rely on anyone. He single-handedly killed a true demon venerable. Also, Centurion Ning Tianying personally confirmed that the true demon venerable was a descendant of a grand sky demon, with a very powerful bloodline secret technique.
Sheng Xing was shocked.
What? That's impossible.
The other guard shrugged.
Why would I lie to you? It's true.
Quite a few demon suppression guards witnessed the scene. The news spread long ago, you just didn't hear it. Sheng Xing's expression looked like he'd seen a ghost.
What is it?
The demon suppression guard asked curiously. Sheng Xing swallowed hard.
Nothing.
He felt immensely relieved. Fortunately, he never let his emotions show on his face. Otherwise, he might have offended Shen Mo. And that would definitely not end well for him.
Looks like I need to find a way to build a good relationship with him.
Sheng Xing began plotting internally.
No, this kind of connection needs to be made early. I'll go now.
Sheng Xing went straight to Shi Dingyu's tent and found Shen Mo. Shen Mo was a little surprised. Didn't they just finish their transaction? Why had he come again? Sheng Xing chuckled.
Hello. My father made a mistake. Turns out that item's original price wasn't 10 D-rank merit points, but only 7. So, he asked me to return 2 D-rank merit points to you.
Before Shen Mo could even refuse, he brought his demon suppression bracelet over and transferred 2 D-rank merit points on the spot. Not only was Shen Mo surprised, even Li Haitan, Zhao Xin, and the others were completely dumbfounded.
Isn't that Sheng Xing, a squad leader under Centurion Qingxuan Sect? Why did he come over to give Brother Shen merit points? What the heck is going on? Brother Shen, explain.
Li Haitan and the others were stunned. Merit points were such a precious thing, how could someone just give them away? Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He more or less guessed that Sheng Xing was trying to curry favor with him. Looks like he was a clever guy.
When you all reach Shen Mo's level of strength, plenty of people will come knocking to give you merit points. As for now,
Shi Dingyu said with a strange chuckle. The 4 of them instantly looked dejected. Back in his own tent, Shen Mo took out the sealed heaven-grade spiritual weapon. On the hilt of the sword were 2 ancient and majestic characters. Heavenbreaker. The hilt, blade, and tip of the sword each bore a cluster of strange patterns. These very patterns were what sealed away the true might of the heaven-grade spiritual weapon. Yet even with its true power sealed, the sword still possessed astonishing weight. Weight heavy enough to surprise even many demon suppression guards. Shen Mo lifted Heavenbreaker and gave it a light swing. Just like its name implied, this massive sword possessed a terrifying might capable of splitting the heavens. Even in its sealed state, it was already comparable to a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon. Gripping it in his hand, Shen Mo could faintly sense an indomitable weapon spirit within, hungering for battle against heaven and earth.
these seem to be talismanic markings. Too bad I don't recognize them.
Shen Mo frowned slightly in thought. He was well versed in the Tao of alchemy, but his knowledge of formations and talismans was still a weak point. Formation techniques were at least accessible though rare, there were cultivators who knew them. But talismans were like portable miniature formations and far more demanding. They required exceptional perception and, even more critically, a proper lineage of inheritance. Ever since the destruction of the spiritual treasure True Law Sect, talismans across the continent had become increasingly rare. He wondered what the situation was like here at the Demon Suppression Fortress. Shi Dingyu and the others had mentioned that the Heavenly Dao Vault allowed one to exchange for any kind of treasure. There ought to be talismans.
Maybe.
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. If he could obtain the legacy of the spiritual treasure True Law Sect, he might be able to break the 3-layer seal on Heavenbreaker. This heaven-grade spiritual weapon was clearly one of Lin Dongshan's major opportunities. Its importance was almost on par with Lin Dongshan's acquisition of the Martial Ancestor Codex of the 8 Desolations back in the day.
Just have to wait for the Heavenly Dao Vault to descend in a few days.
A smile crept across Shen Mo's face. A few days later, under the eager and expectant eyes of countless demon suppression guards, golden light surged across the sky. What appeared first was not the Heavenly Dao Vault, but 3 massive radiant golden rankings. The Heaven ranking, the Earth ranking, the Human ranking. These 3 colossal lists had been condensed by the will of the Heavenly Dao. Their purpose was clear: to inspire demon suppression guards to slay demons and earn merit points. After all, as long as you earned a place on one of the rankings, you would receive merit points automatically every month. Free, merit safe, and consistent. Who wouldn't want that?
Look, the names on the Heaven ranking are appearing. General Zhang Longxiang from Qingxuan Fortress is on it again. He's moved up a rank, now he's 3rd. Holy crap, seriously, General Zhang is a beast. With someone like General Zhang on our side, we Qingxuan Fortress guards can really walk with our heads high.
Chapter 403. The 3 Golden Rankings. Divine Thunder Destroys Monsters. Chapter 403. The 3 Golden Rankings. Divine Thunder Destroys Monsters. Just as the Demon Suppression Guards were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Those who had advanced from the Demon Suppression Guard to become generals were also divided into 2 classes: Heavenly Demon Suppression General and Earthly Demon Suppression General. However, the number of heavenly generals was extremely limited. On the Heaven ranking, there were only 5. Shen Mo looked over it carefully and noticed there were only 21 names in total on the Heaven ranking. From the names alone, it was clear that there weren't many human demon suppression generals, only 8. The remaining positions were split between the monsters and the flood dragons. Among the top 5, only a single human name stood out: Zhang Longxiang. There was only 1 flood dragon general. But the monsters had 3 generals on the list. This disparity clearly highlighted the power gap.
The monsters really look down on us because they have more generals.
Back during that siege 100 years ago, they even intentionally weakened the defenses and lured the demon army's main force toward us. The Vermilion Bird Fortress was nearly overrun.
Li Haitan and the others whispered in low voices, their words full of resentment. Shen Mo's expression grew thoughtful. He'd heard about that incident before. The demons had deployed 2 grand sky demons, over 1,000 true demon venerables, and tens of millions of lesser demons. The assault had been unimaginably ferocious. It had left many demon suppression guards feeling like the end had come. In the end, though, the attack had been repelled. But because the surrounding 2 monster-controlled fortresses had intentionally steered the demonic tide toward the humans, Vermilion Bird Fortress became the main target. Out of over 20,000 demon suppression guards stationed there, only 200 survived. Even the earthly demon suppression general stationed there died in that battle. That incident remained etched in the memories of many human guards and fueled their grudge toward the monster generals Lang Mang and Yi Yuan. Just then, Sun Kong suddenly shouted,
The Earth ranking just appeared. Look. Holy crap, Commander Zhang is on the list. 19th place, awesome.
Zhao Xin and Li He took a closer look, their faces lighting up.
He really is 19th. Last time, wasn't he ranked 20th?
Shi Dingyu grinned with excitement.
Commander Zhang is amazing. Definitely one of the strongest under General Zhang.
Shen Mo also turned to look. The names on the Earth ranking were much smaller than those on the Heaven ranking, and there were many more of them. First, Blood God Fortress Heaven Rank Demon Suppression Guard Shi Wu. 2nd, Panlong Fortress Heaven Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Ao Hong. 3rd, Blood God Fortress Heaven Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Ying Yi. 4th, Tianjiang Fortress Heaven Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Gui Ting. 5th, Azure Dragon Fortress Heaven Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Tang Mo.
6th. The top 10 on the Earth ranking earn 20 C-rank merit points every month. The top 100 get 5 C-rank merit points monthly. Man, I hope we can make it up there someday.
Li Haitan and the others burst out laughing.
Boss, you're dreaming too big. You're still on the human ranking.
Shi Dingyu chuckled.
You've got to have dreams. What if one day they come true?
At that moment, text began to gradually appear on the 3rd golden ranking. All the demon suppression guards turned their gazes toward it. For the vast majority of them, the human ranking was the one that truly mattered. The heaven ranking was for generals only. The earth ranking required at least earth rank demon suppression status. But the human ranking, that was the battleground for yellow rank and profound rank guards. Once it fully appeared, the demon suppression guards broke into cries of surprise.
First on the human ranking.
His name's fitting too. They say his father gave him that name hoping he'd become as mighty and unstoppable as divine thunder in the demon suppression sea.
Plenty of generals say Tang Shenting has the potential to become a demon suppression general. If it's said by a human general, I believe it. If a monster general says it, probably just trying to set him up.
Translator's note: in this world, demons and monsters share the same origin, but monsters are considered lesser offshoots, hybrids born from the fusion of demons with other bloodlines. Shen Mo listened quietly as Li Haitan and the others chatted, his eyes fixed on the human ranking. First, Azure Dragon Fortress Profound Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Tang Shenting. 2nd, Blood God Fortress Profound Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Shimai. 3rd, Panlong Fortress Profound Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Ao Rai. 4th, Howling Moon Fortress Profound Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Lang Po. 5th, Blood God Fortress Profound Rank Demon Suppression Guard, Hu Sha. Shen Mo continued scanning down the list. He spotted Shi Dingyu, ranked 805th on the human ranking. He also saw Sha Rilling at rank 919. From the discussion around him, Shen Mo learned that Sha Rilling had dropped quite a bit because he'd lost a C-rank merit point to Shen Mo in a prior challenge. The Earth ranking listed only 100 names, while the human ranking capped at 1,000. The 1,000th name on the human ranking belonged to a profound rank guard from White Tiger Fortress, not Shen Mo.
Looks like I'm still new here. My merit's too low to make the list yet.
Shen Mo shook his head. He wasn't bothered about not appearing on the golden rankings. If anything, their appearance gave him more motivation. After all, what could be better than lying on a ranking list and receiving free merit every month? It would be a shame to miss out on something so freely given. The 3 golden rankings hovered in midair, radiant and enduring. Every name that appeared on them became a hot topic, discussed and admired by the guards. Just then, the sky over the demon suppression sea suddenly roiled with black clouds. Thick, pitch-black clouds surged wildly, and deep within, golden light seemed to be gathering and flickering. All the demon suppression guards perked up.
It's here, divine thunder. Every time the heavenly Tao rankings appear, the will of the heavenly Tao unleashes divine thunder to cleanse the world. Hech, hope it wipes out a bunch of demons. Wishful thinking, the demons learned their lesson long ago. During this time, they all hide deep underwater. Only a few lesser demons still linger in the shallows. That's why the real killfist only happens when a demon suppression general uses their merit to summon divine thunder for targeted strikes. Exactly, that's the reason demons never dare let their grand sky demons appear near the sea's surface.
Li Haitan and the others chattered excitedly, their faces lit with enthusiasm. Shen Mo narrowed his eyes and looked far into the distance. Sure enough, massive golden bolts of divine thunder were quickly forming, then crashing violently down upon the dark sea. Any demon that touched the divine thunder was instantly reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace. Even the mighty grand sky demons held deep fear toward divine thunder. The bombardment lasted a full hour before the black clouds finally began to dissipate. The crowd slowly pulled their gaze back from the skies above the demon suppression sea. The heavenly Tao rankings had appeared, and divine thunder had cleansed the battlefield. Now the true event was about to begin. As expected, 100 breaths later, a colossal golden gate materialized in the air. The gate seemed to link heaven and earth, towering 10,000 feet tall. Shi Dingyu spoke in a deep voice.
That is the gate to the heavenly Tao vault. Just focus your attention on it and you'll be able to project your consciousness inside.
Chapter 404, Spiritual Treasure Talismans, Divine Thunder, and the Essence of Water. Chapter 404, Spiritual Treasure Talismans, Divine Thunder, and the Essence of Water. Shen Mo kept his gaze locked on the towering golden gate that rose 10,000 feet into the sky. At first, he didn't feel anything unusual. But slowly, the sensation intensified. It felt as though he was flying toward the colossal gate. Or perhaps the gate itself was rushing toward him. In an instant, dazzling light erupted. Shen Mo had to shut his eyes from the overwhelming brilliance. When he opened them again, he found himself standing amidst clouds. Before him stretched an endless, vast list. Countless names and terms flashed across it, dazzling and nearly unreadable. With a thought, Shen Mo wondered if he could sort the list by grade. Immediately, the list surged and transformed. In the blink of an eye, it split into 5 separate rankings. They corresponded precisely to Saint Grade, Heaven Grade, Earth Grade, Profound Grade, and Yellow Grade. Shen Mo's heart stirred again, and many ideas surfaced. After a few tests, he realized the Heavenly Tao Vault could instantly respond to his thoughts, filtering exactly what he was looking for.
Saint Grade sword techniques.
He silently mouthed the words. The rankings shifted swiftly. A stream of glowing characters flashed past. At last, a small list stabilized in front of him. There were 9 sword techniques listed. Each one was a Saint Grade sword art suited to Shen Mo's cultivation path. He leaned in to take a closer look, and couldn't help but suck in a breath. Void Demon Slaying Sword Immortal Sutra, top-tier Saint Grade technique, 100 A rank merit points. True Self Absolute God Sword Codex, top-tier Saint Grade technique, 98 A rank merit points. Great Crimson Sky Lion Sword High Saint Grade technique, 90 A rank merit points. Heaven Slaying Earth Destroying 9 Dragon Sword Art Low Saint Grade technique, 70 A rank merit points. Each technique demanded an astonishing amount of merit. Just that Void Demon Slaying Sword Immortal Sutra alone cost 100 A rank merit points, which, when converted, equaled 10 million D rank merit points. That number was truly terrifying. Shen Mo noticed that some techniques could be redeemed in parts, while others could not. For example, the True Self Absolute God Sword Codex was divided into 18 sections, each with 10 sword moves. Even so, each move required more than half an A rank merit point. Shen Mo had no plans to redeem any sword techniques at the moment. With a casual wave, the list vanished into nothing. A thought stirred again.
I want divine elephant suppression force.
The massive list shook violently. It was as if the Heavenly Tao Vault was scouring itself for the divine elephant suppression force. A moment later, a single line appeared. Divine Elephant Suppression Force, Incomplete Manuscript, High Heaven Grade Bloodchi Technique, 80 B rank merit points. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. What was going on? The vault didn't even have the full version of Divine Elephant Suppression Force. Could it be?
I've already cultivated the first 4 layers. To redeem the 5th layer.
Shen Mo scratched his head. That was a lot. 13 B rank points, where would he get those? Looks like he'd have to keep working hard and snatching up fortuitous encounters. With that, Shen Mo continued searching through the Heavenly Tao Vault.
If that's the case,
Shen Mo's eyes lit up. The massive list shifted again. A smaller list appeared. Heaven Slaying Sword Manual High, Heaven Grade Spiritual Weapon 89 B rank merit points. Looking closer, the Heaven Slaying Sword Manual could be exchanged in separate volumes. The Character Manual, the Grass Character Manual, and 4 others. The cheapest, the Grass Character Sword Manual, cost only 5 C rank merit points. The most expensive, the Burning Heaven Sword Manual, cost 19 B-rank merit points. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual wasn't cheap either, 1 B-rank merit point. The vault even offered a service to perfectly fuse all 6 sword manuals into one, for just 1 C-rank merit point. After scrolling through so many choices, Shen Mo's vision blurred. It felt just like those times he'd spent over an hour browsing food delivery apps without placing a single order. In the end, he chose 2 items. Spiritual Treasure Talisman Art, first layer, 1 C-rank merit point. Essence of Divine Thunder Water, 61 D-rank merit points. The Spiritual Treasure Talisman Art needed no explanation. It was the orthodox talisman inheritance from the Spiritual Treasure True Law Sect and the key to breaking the seal on Heavenbreaker. 1 C-rank merit point was a bit pricey, but not unreasonable. The essence of Divine Thunder Water was formed when divine thunder struck ocean water, compressing it under extreme conditions in a short time. Refined through divine lightning, these water essences became exceptionally dense and even carried a trace of divine thunder's power. Even ordinary demon suppression guards could use it to resist demon attacks. But to Shen Mo, it had a far greater value. He could use it to rapidly cultivate the divine thunder monster suppression scripture and begin forging his divine palace. Swish. With a thought, Shen Mo redeemed the 2 items. A glimmer of light shot out from his body and merged into the great ranking list. When he looked again at his demon suppression bracelet, only a pitiful few D-rank merit points remained. He clicked his tongue. Time to hustle for more merit. With another thought, Shen Mo exited the Heavenly Dao Vault. His awareness returned to his physical body. Immediately, he sensed that 2 items were now stored in his demon suppression bracelet. They could be retrieved anytime he wished. However, the bracelet was only a temporary storage device. Once something was taken out, it couldn't be placed back inside. It wasn't a true spatial treasure or storage artifact. Shen Mo looked around. Li Haitan, Sun Kong, and the others had also exited the vault, grinning with satisfaction. Clearly, they had gotten what they wanted. Shi Dingyu gave a faint smile.
Since you've all redeemed what you needed, it's time to start leveling up.
During this window, when divine thunder has cleansed the sea, the demons won't dare to strike. Use it well and strengthen yourselves.
Li Haitan and the others nodded repeatedly. Shen Mo returned to his own tent. After every divine thunder cleansing, demons would lie low for at least 10 days. But the next time they attacked, they'd surely bring more lesser demons and even true demons, setting off an even more brutal and devastating war. Shen Mo unfolded the Spiritual Treasure Talisman Art and began reading carefully. Before long, he closed the incomplete scroll and fell into deep thought. Though his eyes were shut, his fingers began moving in the air, as if tracing patterns. As time passed, his finger movements grew faster. Eventually, they stirred the spiritual energy in the surroundings, causing popping bursts in the air. And then, Shen Mo's eyes snapped open, filled with joy.
I've grasped it. This spiritual treasure talisman art is truly profound. I can now break the first seal on Heavenbreaker.
Chapter 405. The Spirit of the Sword, Xiling, refines blood qi into blood essence. Chapter 405. The Spirit of the Sword, Xiling, refines blood qi into blood essence. Shen Mo took out the heavy, pitch-black greatsword. His gaze fell upon the first layer of the seal. As expected, the once obscure and profound patterns had now become clear and simple. Shen Mo's gaze was like an invisible hand, unraveling layer by layer, analyzing the pattern. For a full 2 hours, he remained completely still. His eyes moved along the seal's lines, sometimes upward, sometimes downward, sometimes shifting side to side. At a certain moment, he suddenly withdrew his gaze. Even for him, such intense analysis of the seal's pattern left him mentally exhausted. However, the value was clearly immense.
So that's how it is. This is the 3 seals of the Grand Profound Spirit from the Spiritual Treasure Orthodox Sect, specifically used to seal rare and strange spiritual weapons. These weapons, without exception, possess incredibly destructive power, but also come with severe side effects. To prevent these weapons from falling into the hands of evil cultivators and demonic cultivators, the spiritual treasure Orthodox sect sealed them away.
Shen Mo exhaled a heavy breath and smiled. But now he could already break the first seal. Shen Mo extended his finger, spiritual power surging to its tip. In the blink of an eye, threads of spiritual energy like silk formed. Agile and lively, as if they had a life of their own. Shen Mo's 10 fingers danced rapidly. In a flash, those threads formed an intricate and obscure pattern. That pattern fell straight toward the first seal. Crack! A faint cracking sound seemed to echo in the air. Shen Mo looked closely. The pattern of the first seal on Heavenbreaker's surface had vanished without a trace. Buzz buzz! The pitch-black heavy greatsword trembled violently, as if reborn. Clang clang clang! Bursts of sword cries rang out. Shen Mo immediately reached out and gripped Heavenbreaker's hilt tightly. The immense strength of the venerable realm erupted, his muscles bulging, barely keeping Heavenbreaker from flying out of his grasp. As for the resounding sword cries, they were completely contained within the tent. Long before settling into this tent, Shen Mo had arranged various formations inside. Sound isolation was merely one of the many functions. Such sword cries were utterly incapable of breaking through the restraints of the formations. Heavenbreaker struggled fiercely in Shen Mo's grasp. After a while, as if realizing it couldn't escape his hands, it finally calmed down. Shen Mo extended his divine sense, touching the spirit within Heavenbreaker. Since it had become a heaven-rank spiritual weapon, it was bound to have a spirit. However, having been sealed for so many years under 3 layers, its spirit's intelligence had likely been nearly worn away. It was uncertain whether it could still match its former peak. Shen Mo's divine sense entered Heavenbreaker's interior. It was pitch black within. No trace of light could be seen. Then, a woman's voice filled with killing intent suddenly rang out.
You dare enter my body, courting death.
Immediately after, a sword intent so fierce it seemed to cleave heaven and earth surged forth and struck with a thunderous boom. Shen Mo raised his brows slightly but didn't dodge. He simply stood there, facing the sword intent head-on. Boom! The fierce sword intent struck directly between Shen Mo's brows but did not continue downward. The woman's voice rang out again.
You didn't dodge.
Shen Mo smiled.
You don't dare kill me.
The woman gritted her teeth.
Who says I don't dare?
Shen Mo spoke calmly.
The spiritual treasure Orthodox sect has long since been destroyed, and its legacy is severed. If you kill me, who will remove the remaining 2 seals?
The woman instantly fell silent. After a long pause, she seemed to bite down hard on her silver teeth and said coldly.
I'll spare your life, for now.
Shen Mo gave a faint smile. Perhaps this was the side effect of snatching a fortuitous encounter halfway. If Lin Dongshan had obtained this opportunity instead, the spirit of Heavenbreaker would likely be affectionate and welcoming. How would there be such tests?
Heavenbreaker, tell me, what are you capable of?
Shen Mo asked casually. The woman snorted coldly.
Heavenbreaker is the name of this sword. My name is not Heavenbreaker.
Then what is your name?
Shen Mo asked indifferently. The woman snorted again.
No one but my master is worthy of knowing my name.
Shen Mo nodded.
All right then, I'll call you Qingxuan from now on.
The woman was momentarily stunned, then flew into a rage.
What Qingxuan? That's awful, my name is Xiling.
Shen Mo shrugged.
Well, didn't you just say it anyway? Why bother making such a fuss?
The woman.
Aren't you going to show yourself? How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Shen Mo looked into the surrounding darkness. The woman snorted.
Not showing you.
Shen Mo thought for a moment, then asked.
Who was your master, Wu Zhu?
The woman sneered.
You're pretty clever to have guessed that. My master will definitely come back for me. This little world is far too small to contain my complete self.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Is there a chance Wu Zhu already abandoned you? Maybe he's found a better spiritual weapon by now.
Xiling was momentarily dazed.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I followed my master since he was a child. He would never abandon me.
Shen Mo waved a hand, no longer interested in continuing that topic.
You haven't answered my first question yet. What are you capable of?
Xiling remained haughty and said nothing. Shen Mo let out a cold laugh.
Recognize your status. You're the servant and I'm the master. Right now, I'm the only one who can remove the remaining 2 seals. Your spirit needs to recover, and that requires me to infuse blood qi into you.
Xiling was left speechless. After a moment, she finally spoke with some reluctance.
Absorb blood qi and refine it into blood essence.
This power is far stronger than spiritual power or blood qi. It can counter demonic energy.
Shen Mo raised his eyebrows, visibly intrigued. So that's how it was. Refining blood qi into blood essence to counter demonic energy. It was indeed a solid concept. With this kind of power, Shen Mo wouldn't have to expend massive amounts of blood qi and spiritual power in fighting the demon race.
How many units of blood qi does it take to refine 1 unit of blood essence?
Shen Mo pressed further.
100 to 1. Each refinement takes a full day.
Xiling said in a low voice, seemingly having accepted her fate.
Heavenbreaker can store up to 10 units of blood essence.
Shen Mo was overjoyed. This was tremendous news. It meant he now had a trump card to fight the demon race. With that, his military merits would skyrocket.
Good, start refining blood essence now.
Shen Mo nodded, actively channeling blood qi into her. Xiling nodded and, without playing any tricks, began refining the blood essence for him. Shen Mo exhaled deeply. At once, he took out the divine thunder water essence, refining it while simultaneously cultivating the divine thunder demon-suppressing cannon. With the aid of the divine thunder water essence, his cultivation speed in the divine thunder demon-suppressing cannon increased significantly. Not to mention, the spiritual energy in the demon-suppressing sea was far more condensed than on the mainland. In the month that followed, Shen Mo fully laid the foundation for his divine palace. This meant he had taken the first step toward the divine palace realm.
The divine thunder demon-suppressing cannon was created by the true flame master, specifically to counter the demon race. As long as I enter the divine palace realm, my spiritual power will carry a trace of divine thunder force enough to oppose demonic energy. By then, I'll have both divine thunder force and blood essence as means to counter the demonic aura.
Chapter 406: The Demon Execution Alliance and the Demon Race's Conspiracy to Protect You. Chapter 406: The Demon Execution Alliance and the Demon Race's Conspiracy to Protect You. In the blink of an eye, summer faded and winter came. Another year had passed. In the demon-suppressing sea, there was no spring or autumn, only winter and summer. The 2 seasons alternated. Winter lasted a year and summer lasted a year. At times, winter would even last abnormally longer. During summer, the sea surface would melt and the demon race's offensives would weaken. During winter, the sea would freeze over and the demon attacks would intensify further.
Oh,
Shen Mo turned over and got out of bed, immediately sensing that something was off. As he exhaled, he saw a white mist appear before his eyes. Clearly, the chill in the air had grown immensely strong. Normally, the changing seasons had little to no effect on powerful cultivators. But the winters in the demon-suppressing sea were clearly extraordinarily cold. Even demon-suppressing guards in the venerable realm who trained in blood qi techniques and possessed incredibly powerful bodies could feel the biting chill. As for those who cultivated spiritual power, or those only in the royal realm, they were likely already shivering uncontrollably. Even without stepping out of his tent, Shen Mo could already imagine what the other guards looked like. Sure enough, the moment he stepped outside, Shen Mo saw Li Haitan and the others wrapped tightly in their cloaks, shivering and wailing from the cold. Li Haitan sneezed.
Damn, it got this cold in just one night.
Sun Kong, Li He, and Zhao Xin were all curled into balls, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Shi Dingyu emerged from his tent, also wrapped in a thick robe. He rubbed his hands together and stomped his feet repeatedly, trying to keep his limbs from going numb.
Huh, you don't seem cold at all.
Shi Dingyu said, surprised upon seeing Shen Mo. Li Haitan and the others also exclaimed in surprise.
Yeah, what's going on, Brother Shen? You're not cold at all.
Shen Mo chuckled.
I've got a fire-type physique. I don't feel the cold.
Li Haitan scratched his head. But I've also got a fire-type earth-rank physique and I'm freezing my ass off.
When the sea freezes in winter, the demon race will definitely increase their offensives. Our hard days are coming. Let's hope this winter doesn't last too long.
Shi Dingyu muttered softly. Li Haitan and the others nodded solemnly. Winter was also when the death rate among demon-suppressing guards spiked.
You all stay in the tent. I'll go collect today's pills.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
Thanks, Brother Shen. You're the best, Brother Shen.
Li Haitan and the others were moved to tears. Quite literally. Their snot was already starting to freeze into icicles. Shen Mo nodded, caught the token tossed by Shi Dingyu, and strode off toward the camp's pill depot. Every day, the depot distributed vital blood pills to the demon-suppressing guards. These pills contained massive amounts of life essence, with mild and balanced medicinal properties, making them the ideal choice for those cultivating blood qi techniques. With the help of these pills, many guards had greatly enhanced their physical bodies. Even those cultivating spiritual power had acquired durable, resilient bodies. Over the past year, Shen Mo had received vital blood pills many times and was already very familiar with the process. After collecting pills on behalf of Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others, Shen Mo was just about to return. But his keen senses picked up an unexpected conversation. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow and slipped behind a tent. Immediately, he saw a tall demon-suppressing guard distributing his own vital blood pills to others. The guards receiving the pills looked at him with deep gratitude. When Shen Mo appeared, the tall guard smiled slightly, not hiding anything, and spoke directly.
Brother, are you interested in joining our Demon Execution Alliance too?
Demon Execution Alliance.
No need. I have no interest in the Demon Execution Alliance.
The tall demon-suppressing guard didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said,
It doesn't matter. Sooner or later, you'll come to understand the Demon Execution Alliance is the true balance point between the human race, the monsters, and the flood dragons. Only when the 10 demon-suppressing fortresses unite under the Demon Execution Alliance can we cooperate sincerely and strike down the demon race together.
With that, he continued handing out vital blood pills to the other guards. Shen Mo didn't linger, he turned and left. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with these Demon Execution Alliance members. Vital blood pills weren't extremely rare, but they were essential cultivation resources. No one had ever complained about having too many. The more, the better was the usual belief. Who would willingly give away their own vital blood pills to others? Moreover, if the Alliance members were constantly giving theirs away, how did they cultivate? And where exactly did they get so many vital blood pills? As Shen Mo returned to his tent, he began browsing through his life panel. After reading it, he frowned slightly.
So that's it.
Chapter 407. The Archdemon's Heir and Fan breaks through to the Divine Palace realm. Chapter 407. The Archdemon's Heir and Fan breaks through to the Divine Palace realm. 3 years ago, this demon was granted true demon blood, transforming into a true demon. A year ago, he was even gifted the heart blood of the great archdemon, becoming an heir of the archdemon. The 6th great archdemon held this demon in high regard and granted him the privilege of residing in this demon palace. Moreover, this demon was an executor of a crucial plan. The true demon venerable gently knocked on the courtyard door and spoke softly.
Respected and Fan, I and Genshin have returned to report.
A calm voice came from within the courtyard.
Enter.
And Genshin walked in lightly and quietly and saw a tall, slender demon reclining on a stone chair, quietly reading a book. He was quite different from most of the demon race. His limbs were long and thin, and his skin wasn't the usual deep purple-black. Rather than a demon, he looked more like a human with purple-black skin. However, Genshin didn't dare show even the slightest disrespect. He had already experienced the man's intelligence firsthand. And the authority he held was more than enough to completely suppress a mere true demon venerable like him. And Genshin bowed respectfully.
Respected and Fan, I've followed your arrangements and successfully infiltrated the Demon Execution Alliance into the Qingxuan fortress. The progress has gone very smoothly.
And Fan nodded.
Have you found that human demon-suppressing guard who calls himself Zio Fan?
And Genshin replied in a low voice.
We're still searching, but we should find him soon.
And Fan's expression remained calm. After a brief pause, he said,
You need to speed up. Of the 4 human fortresses, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Qingxuan, the power of Vermilion Bird Fortress has already declined significantly. Next, it will be Qingxuan's turn. There's always been great friction between the humans and the monsters. If Qingxuan Fortress is attacked, the nearby monster fortress definitely won't be the first to send aid. Even if they do send reinforcements, it'll only be after Qingxuan Fortress has suffered heavy damage. We must exploit this thinking of the monster race and break through Qingxuan Fortress in one swift strike. This is a strategy personally decided by the Father Demon. There can be no delay.
And Fan turned his chair to face Genshin directly. Being stared at by that gaze, Genshin felt a chill in his heart and immediately bowed respectfully.
Yes, I will urge the Demon Execution Alliance to accelerate the plan. In at most half a year, the Alliance will grow to 5,000 members. We'll especially focus on taking control of those demon-suppressing guards in formation, alchemy, and weapon refinement.
Each demon-suppressing fortress housed around 20,000 guards. Some of the monster fortresses had larger numbers, but none exceeded 40,000. The Vermilion Bird Fortress of the human race had suffered severe destruction in the past and had never fully recovered, with only 15,000 guards. Qingxuan Fortress had a moderate force, 25,000 guards. If the Demon Execution Alliance could grow to 5,000 members and focus on taking control of those involved in formations, pill-making, and crafting, then they'd essentially bury a ticking time bomb within the fortress. Once it exploded, the impact would shake the heavens. And Fan nodded slightly.
Go!
And Genshin respectfully took his leave.
Yes, sir.
After he left, the courtyard returned to stillness. And Fan slowly stood and exhaled deeply. A faint smile played at his lips.
Interesting.
And Fan quietly contemplated. A figure instinctively appeared in his mind.
It shouldn't be him. Even if Shen Mo's cultivation speed is astonishing, it's impossible for him to reach the Divine Palace realm or the Venerable realm in just over 10 years. Even if he made it to the demon-suppressing sea, it wouldn't be until at least 10 years from now.
By then, who knows if the 10 demon-suppressing fortresses will still exist. And Fan shook his head, pushing that figure from his mind. Since becoming part of the demon race, he had gained immense power. Now, he had already reached the level of an ordinary demon venerable. And after receiving the archdemon's blood, he had become one of the archdemon's heirs. Even though he was once just a mere demonized human, his current status was extremely high. He had even personally orchestrated the Demon Execution Alliance. Shen Mo, the one who had once haunted his heart like a nightmare, had long since disappeared without a trace. If he faced the current Shen Mo, he was confident he could kill him with ease.
It's a pity I won't get to face Shen Mo.
And Fan smiled faintly and returned to his book, no longer paying any mind to Shen Mo. Inside Shen Mo's tent, he sat cross-legged on his bed, cultivating quietly. With the assistance of the Divine Thunder Water Essence, his pace in constructing the Divine Palace increased steadily each day. After a year, he was finally approaching the end. The Divine Palace had reached the point of completion. Shen Mo looked inward at his Danshan. Above the ocean of spiritual power stood a towering, majestic palace. It floated as if suspended over the sea. With a single thought, Shen Mo caused the palace doors to slowly creak open with a booming sound, revealing a vast, empty inner hall. At the center of the hall stood a steady and solid Dao platform. It was the very foundation of the Divine Palace. As long as the Dao platform remained intact, The divine palace would never collapse. Seated upon the Tao platform was his closed-eyed nascent spirit. Vague and ethereal, it was the embodiment of Shen Mo's soul. Surrounding the nascent spirit were 3 flames: 9 nether ice flame, solar essence flame, and red lotus flame. They constantly absorbed spiritual power, and in turn guarded the nascent spirit. Shen Mo then looked toward the walls surrounding the palace interior. All 4 walls were bare, without a single marking. It wasn't that he hadn't intended to engrave anything, it was because these 4 walls were unique. They were the surfaces upon which manifestations would eventually be formed. They too were part of the foundation. The manifestation realm was the next realm after Divine Palace. The entire Divine Palace realm focused on 2 things: expanding the palace and seeking treasures needed to form manifestations. Because of this, cultivators in the Divine Palace realm were generally weaker than those in the Venerable realm. The demon-suppressing fortresses had never placed much importance on Divine Palace realm cultivators. After all, aside from a vastly increased spiritual reserve, a strengthened nascent spirit domain, and a method to protect the soul, there wasn't much that set them apart from those in the core transformation realm. But the moment a Divine Palace realm cultivator stepped into the manifestation realm, their strength would skyrocket. The demon-suppressing general of the Qingxuan fortress, Zhang Longxiang, was a top expert in the manifestation realm. With a single move, he could summon the manifestation of a dragon elephant, shaking the heavens. Every strike could wipe out tens of thousands of demons.
Only one last step remains: finishing the roof.
Chapter 408: The Demon Race Parasite Demon Execution Alliance's Infiltration of the Logistics Division. Chapter 408: The Demon Race Parasite Demon Execution Alliance's Infiltration of the Logistics Division. Shen Mo looked pleased. Now that Divine Thunder Force had manifested, he finally possessed the capital to contend with demonic energy. From this point on, he no longer needed to burn through vast amounts of spiritual power or blood qi. Relying on Divine Thunder Force and blood essence alone would be enough to fight against demonic energy. His efficiency in slaying demons and accumulating military merit would increase even further. However, obtaining merit step by step was still far too slow. If he wanted to exchange for the 5th layer of Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Force, he needed an astronomical amount of merit. Unless he made a massive military contribution all at once, it would be nearly impossible.
Judging by the timing, the Demon Execution Alliance should be preparing to infiltrate the logistics personnel by now.
Shen Mo narrowed his eyes in thought. In any fortress, the frontline combatants were undoubtedly crucial. But just as essential were the logistics personnel in the rear, those operating formations, refining pills, and crafting weapons. Because of the special nature of their roles, their loyalty was even more critical. If something went wrong with the logistics demon-suppressing guards, the consequences would be devastating. Substandard or even poisonous pills, fragile weapons prone to shattering, shoddily made uniforms, and unmanned formations. How much damage would those bring to a battle? As someone who had thoroughly studied 5,000 years of Huaxia history, Shen Mo understood this all too well. The Demon Execution Alliance's infiltration of the logistics division posed the greatest threat. If he could root them out, the military merit he would earn would be far greater as well. 3 days later, the first battle of winter erupted. 5 million lesser demons surged out of the demon-suppressing sea under the command of numerous true demons, launching a massive assault on the fortresses. The demon race selected the human race's Vermilion Bird Fortress as their primary target. They committed a full 2 million lesser demons to the attack. The remaining 3 million were divided among 3 other targets with relatively weaker overall strength: the human race's Qingxuan Fortress and White Tiger Fortress, and the monster race's Jinshan Fortress. Human fortresses were frequently targeted by the demons. That was because the cultivation of blood qi techniques was far more effective in the demon-suppressing sea. And due to innate physical differences, humans were already half a step behind monsters when it came to blood qi cultivation. As such, once they fell behind, they kept falling further. These three fortresses had long suffered repeated attacks from the demons, and their demon-suppressing guard casualty rates remained high. Reinforcements were slow to arrive. So after tasting success, the demon race never stopped attacking these specific strongholds. For centuries, that strategy had never changed. The nearby monster race fortresses often remained on the sidelines during such attacks. After all, the humans and monsters had been mortal enemies for over 1,000 years. Just because they now served together in the demon-suppressing sea didn't mean centuries of blood hatred could be swept aside overnight. Unless a human fortress was on the verge of complete annihilation, monster race fortresses rarely sent reinforcements. The Flood Dragon Fortress would occasionally lend a hand, but only with trivial, non-committal support. Humans had always relied on themselves. This battle was a grueling one. Due to the scale of the demon race's offensive, the demon-suppressing guards did not leave the fortress, but instead relied on the elevated defensive positions to fend off the attackers. In battle, the demons relied on their demon flood dragons and nearly breached the walls multiple times. Many guards on the walls fell in the defense. But under the protection of Shen Mo and Shidingyu, Li Haitan and the others all survived unscathed. They even joined forces to slay a true demon venerable riding a demon flood dragon, earning a major contribution. In this battle, Shen Mo shone brilliantly thanks to his blood essence. He single-handedly slew 5 true demon venerables, not only defending his section of the wall, but also assisting in the defense of the adjacent segments. The battle lasted a full half-month. Only then did the demons finally retreat, leaving behind the corpses of hundreds of thousands of their kin. Qingxuan Fortress, however, was far from unscathed. More than 200 demon-suppressing guards had fallen in battle. The number of damaged weapons and formations was beyond count. After the battle, Shen Mo's military merit skyrocketed to 125 Ding rank merit points. After all, slaying a single true demon venerable awarded 10 Ding rank merits. At this rate, he was accumulating merit far faster than an average yellow rank guard. Even Shidingyu was a bit envious. After all, killing a true demon venerable still required considerable effort on his part. Shen Mo seemed to have cultivated some strange technique or perhaps possessed a rare spiritual weapon that allowed him to refine blood qi and nearly neutralize demonic energy. Under such an atmosphere, the Qingxuan fortress sounded the retreat horn. On the way back to the tent, Shen Mo's gaze swept over the demon-suppressing guards one by one, checking their life panels. Finally, his eyes stopped on a particular person.
Demonic parasitism. Now that's interesting.
Chapter 409, This Guy is the King of Hustle. Chapter 409, This Guy is the King of Hustle. Through this Gao Ming, he seemed to be able to come into contact with more members of the demon-slaying society. From there, he could identify those demon suppressors who had been parasitized by demons. Or even uncover the true demon of the Zenith Demon Lord realm, who had used the Thousand Faces morphing technique to deceive the formation and infiltrate the demon suppression fortress. It must be known that a demon of the Zenith Demon Lord realm was equivalent to a demon suppressor at the peak of the Zenith Lord realm or Divine Palace realm. Demon suppressors of this level usually held positions of command within the fortress. If that true demon were to strike at a critical moment, it would undoubtedly slaughter many demon suppressors and cause devastating damage to the fortress from within. If he could expose that demon, that would be a truly major accomplishment. Shen Mo's expression lit up. Time to rack up military merit. That very night, Shen Mo began to tail Gao Ming. The divine elephant suppression technique he cultivated had, upon reaching the 4th level, granted him a new move. This move was called
Thousand Faces, Myriad Forms Codex.
He had never used this technique before, as it was rarely useful in combat. But now, it allowed him to tail Gao Ming with ease. Shen Mo stretched out his hand, blood energy surged in his palm, and with a light swipe, his face instantly transformed. His body also became shorter and a bit chubbier. Although it was only a minor shift in his facial features and slight bodily changes, in an instant he became a completely different person. Shen Mo followed behind Gao Ming openly and without reservation. After walking for a while, he changed his face again. No matter how vigilant Gao Ming might be, he couldn't possibly detect that someone was tailing him. After all, Shen Mo's face and body were constantly shifting. Who could have imagined someone using such a method to follow others? Before long, Shen Mo saw Gao Ming sitting inside the alchemy camp tent, drinking merrily with a demon suppressor. That demon suppressor was named Li Ming. Shen Mo glanced at this man's life profile. Nothing remarkable stood out. Born in Qingxuan City, of mediocre talent. His only gift was in alchemy. After being conscripted by the Qingxuan fortress, he went straight to the alchemy unit and had never been to the front lines. He considered himself superior because he could refine pills and always looked down on demon suppressors who fought on the front lines. Sometimes he even abused his position to withhold blood essence pills from weaker demon suppressors. This man had always resented such monotonous, repetitive work deep down. Gao Ming had picked up on his feelings during their usual interactions, which led to the idea of recruiting him into the demon-slaying society. After several meetings, Li Ming showed no resistance, and upon learning he could receive extra blood essence pills, he gladly agreed. The two chatted for a long while before Gao Ming finally got up and left. Shen Mo changed his face again and continued the tale. Not long after, Gao Ming arrived at the barracks of Centurion Lin Yuanxin and found a demon suppressor named Song Hua. When Shen Mo saw this man's life profile, his eyes lit up. This man had already been parasitized. It hadn't been long, just within the past few days. Song Hua feared death and disliked combat, always hoping to pull strings to get himself transferred to a rear-line department like the Alchemy Unit, Formation Unit, or Spiritual Tools Unit. But he had no connections, so naturally such a transfer was hard to achieve. As luck would have it, Gao Ming's father was a centurion. All it took was a word from Gao Ming's father to get Song Hua reassigned to the rear lines and away from the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Song Hua was so moved, he nearly dropped to his knees and called Gao Ming.
Father!
Shen Mo blinked. It seemed that those who were parasitized lacked firm willpower to begin with. After meeting with the two men, Gao Ming returned to his own tent, ate, drank, and slept with his comrades as usual. Shen Mo also returned to his own tent. Over the next few days, the fortress remained peaceful. Each day, Shen Mo used the Thousand Faces, Myriad Forms Codex to shadow Gao Ming. He discovered that Gao Ming was practically the king of hustle. On average, he met with 5 people a day, recruiting at least one of them. If he hadn't met his quota, he would double down and interact with even more demon suppressors. That work efficiency, damn, it was off the charts. Still, Gao Ming's high-intensity activity allowed Shen Mo to swiftly establish a vast intelligence network. Hundreds of names flashed through his mind. Through these people, the network could continue to expand outward. As long as Shen Mo wished, he could report their names at any time and gain a large amount of military merit. However, it was still too early. The true demon who had cultivated the Thousand Faces morphing technique had yet to reveal themselves. If he reported these names too soon, it would surely alert the enemy. Shen Mo planned to tail Gao Ming for a few more days. If the true demons still did not show up, then it would mean they were indeed not hiding within the Qingxuan fortress. By that time, submitting the list and earning merit would not be too late. As it turned out, waiting a few more days proved worthwhile. 10 days later, Shen Mo saw a new entry appear on Gao Ming's life profile. Upcoming opportunity. In half a month, the demon race will launch a large-scale offensive against the demon suppression fortress, shifting their main assault to the Qingxuan fortress. Gao Ming meets with Zhengsheng, and together with the demon-slaying society, they coordinate an internal-external attack, delivering a devastating blow to the Qingxuan fortress. The demon suppression general Zhang Longxiang loses an arm to the 6th Grand Demon, and barely escapes using the fortress's heaven rank formation and his own heaven rank talismans. More than half of the 10 commanding officers in the fortress are killed, and over 6,000 demon suppressors are either killed or wounded. Shen Mo's heart tightened. Even just reading the faded description of casualties was enough for him to sense the brutality of that battle. Even Zhang Longxiang, the demon suppression general of Qingxuan Fortress, would lose an arm and survive only by relying on the heaven rank formation and his own heaven rank talismans. It was clear how devastating the blow to the Qingxuan Fortress would be on that day. Even with his strength far surpassing the average true demon lord, Shen Mo would not escape the disaster unscathed. Sure enough, he looked at his own life profile. He too would be severely wounded. However, Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others would fight desperately to cover his retreat to the rear of the fortress. In the end, reinforcements from the nearby demon beast fortress would arrive and drive the demon forces away. That was the only reason he would survive. Shen Mo exhaled a slow, heavy breath. His gaze turned icy. Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others treated him sincerely. Most of the demon suppressors within the fortress were innocent. Since he had the ability to change this predetermined fate, then he should do everything in his power to reverse the tides. In truth, as long as he could uncover the hidden Zenith true demon lord, the damage to the fortress would be negligible. The formations wouldn't be rendered inoperative. The demon suppressors would still be able to fight against the demon race.
It's time just waiting for Gao Ming to meet with that in Zhengsheng.
Chapter 410, Lin Yuangxin is actually in Zhengsheng. Chapter 410, Lin Yuangxin is actually in Zhengsheng. Shen Mo looked at Lin Yuangxin. Sure enough, the man's life profile revealed a completely different identity. Name in Zhengsheng. Realm Peak Demon Venerable. Fate traits: descendant of the 6th Grand Demon, true demon bloodline, exceptionally fortunate, born assassin, deep and firm, killing by proxy, 1,000-form body. Destiny has been lurking within the Qingxuan Fortress for decades, will coordinate with the demon race from within, delivering a devastating blow to the fortress. Later ascends to the Demon Emperor realm. After receiving blood infusions from 5 Grand Demons, his bloodline transforms and he becomes the 11th Grand Demon. Shen Mo carefully examined the fate traits. Descendant of the 6th Grand Demon, red trait. You are the descendant of the 6th Grand Demon holding an exalted status. However, your physique is weak and you've never been favored. You long to earn merit and recognition. True Demon Bloodline, purple trait. You are a true demon, capable of cultivating techniques exclusive to true demons and can easily command countless lesser demons. Exceptionally fortunate, purple trait. Your luck is remarkably good. You've lurked in the Qingxuan Fortress for decades, rarely discovered. Even if discovered, you usually detect your enemies first and eliminate them. Born assassin, purple trait. You excel in the arts of stealth and assassination. You're a natural killer. Deep and firm, red trait. You hide your true nature and possess inner strength. Your thoughts rarely show on your face. Killing by proxy, purple trait. You are adept at leveraging others to kill enemies, whether they be demons or humans. 1,000-form body, purple trait. Top-tier Earth-level physique. Among the descendants of the Grand Demons, your talent is not exceptional, but your body is uniquely suited for cultivating the 1,000 faces morphing technique. After reading through, Shen Mo fell into thought. He didn't read the life profile of every single person doing, so it would be far too tedious and draining. But now he had the answer. Lin Yuangxin was in Zhengsheng. The real Lin Yuangxin was likely long dead. The current Lin Yuangxin was nothing more than a true demon wearing a human skin. Demons disliked human food, nor did they follow the human routine of working by day and resting at night. It was hard to imagine how in Zhengsheng had managed to suppress his true nature and survive among so many humans for so long.
But now that I know his true identity, things are much easier. Moreover, according to the predetermined fate, Zhengsheng will cause massive internal destruction to the Qingxuan Fortress, indirectly resulting in heavy demon suppressor casualties. In the future, he'll even receive the Grand Demon bloodline and become the 11th Grand Demon. If I expose his identity now, it'll cause tremendous shifts in the future. Then how much military merit would I earn? Would it be the merit for killing a peak demon venerable, or the merit for saving half the Qingxuan fortress?
A flicker of delight rose in Shen Mo's heart. He had a hunch he was about to receive an astronomical reward in military merit. Shen Mo didn't hesitate, he didn't waste a single moment. That same night, he left Zhang Beisheng's barracks and headed into the Qingxuan fortress. The demon suppression general Zhang Longxiang didn't reside in a tent outside the fortress like the others. He lived within the fortress itself. He was like a stabilizing pillar. As long as he was present, the Qingxuan fortress stood tall like a mountain, shielding the towns and people behind it. Shen Mo had no intention of reporting the list through the usual chain of command. That would only split the military merit with others. Besides, if any link in the chain were to fail, the people on the list might catch wind of it and escape. That wouldn't matter for the others. But Zhengsheng was extremely cautious. If he fled, the military merit Shen Mo would lose would be immeasurable. And so, Shen Mo decided to report directly to Zhang Longxiang. Of course, for someone like him, a mere yellow-rank demon suppressor wanting to meet the demon suppression general of the Qingxuan fortress directly wasn't just difficult, it was practically a fantasy. If he tried to force his way in, the outcome would be even worse. He'd be lucky not to be chopped into paste by Zhang Longxiang's guards. Shen Mo wasn't foolish to that extent. After walking a short distance, he arrived at a solitary tower. The tower stood over 100 zhang tall and served as Zhang Longxiang's usual residence. At the very top of the tower was the core of a heaven-rank formation, the eightfold Vajra demon-slaying array. The eightfold Vajra demon-slaying array could cover the entire Qingxuan fortress. Whenever the demons launched an overwhelmingly fierce assault, Zhang Longxiang would consume supreme-grade spirit stones to activate this array. Because of this, the tower was designated as the #1 forbidden zone of the Qingxuan fortress. In the entire fortress, only Zhang Longxiang and a few of his most trusted subordinates were allowed to enter. At the tower's entrance, 2 burly demon suppressors stood guard. Beside each guard was a large wooden box. The box on the left was for fortress proposals. Any demon suppressor could drop suggestions into it, offering strategies and ideas for the future development of the fortress or nearby cities. As long as a suggestion was deemed feasible, approved by 10 commanding officers, and received Zhang Longxiang's nod, it would be implemented. The box on the right was for demon informants. Over time, the demons' methods of parasitizing demon suppressors and deceiving formations had become increasingly insidious and hard to detect. While there seemed to be no issues on the surface, it was likely that a number of demon suppressors within the fortress had already been parasitized in secret. Eventually, those parasitized would always slip up. Perhaps they'd let something slip in conversation that revealed their reverence for the demon race. Or maybe they'd start slacking off during missions to kill demons. That's when demon suppressors needed to report each other. Of course, all of these anonymous letters would be thoroughly reviewed and confirmed to rule out malicious submissions. Some demon suppressors, driven by jealousy, might try to harm others through false accusations. Both of these wooden boxes were personally established by Zhang Longxiang. They'd functioned smoothly for centuries. Many constructive ideas for the fortress and cities and many parasitized demon suppressors had been uncovered through anonymous letters placed in these boxes. Shen Mo's target was the demon informant's box. He placed a thick letter through the slot at the top. This letter meticulously listed the crimes committed by the demon-slaying society, the names of the demon suppressors who had been parasitized, and the wicked deeds they'd committed in secret. Most important of all was Zhengsheng, the one disguised as Lin Yuanxin. Shen Mo had taken extra care in writing out every detail of this demon's situation. After completing this, he turned and walked away in large strides.
A pity. If I could personally capture Zhengsheng and the demon-slaying society members, the military merit I'd gain would surely be even greater. But a peak demon venerable who's highly skilled in stealth and assassination, with maxed-out alertness, there's no way I could take him down. Better to leave that to Zhang Longxiang. Though I'll earn a bit less merit this way, at least it's safe.
Chapter 411, Got it, Xiaozhu is fine, Xiaozhu. Chapter 411, Got it, Xiaozhu is fine, Xiaozhu.
General Zhang, I've brought today's letters for you.
Zhang Beisheng said respectfully. The man before him appeared plain and unremarkable, yet he held the highest authority in the Qingxuan fortress. As one of the many commanders under Zhang Longxiang, Zhang Beisheng naturally held deep reverence for him. Zhang Longxiang nodded without even looking up. Zhang Beisheng dared not speak further. He silently stood by and began sorting through the letters. He was one of Zhang Longxiang's longtime subordinates, one of the few qualified to enter the tower. Every night, it was his duty to collect the letters from the boxes and bring them to Zhang Longxiang. Of course, Zhang Longxiang was far too busy to read every single submission. That's why Zhang Beisheng had to sift through them first, filtering out the baseless ramblings. Before long, he had sorted through the pile. Then he noticed a thick envelope, so thick it was equivalent to more than a dozen letters. Zhang Beisheng raised an eyebrow. He had retrieved this from the demon informant's box. But this...
Your expression changed significantly. What did you see?
Zhang Longxiang asked calmly. With his level of perception, it was easy to sense even subtle emotional shifts around him. Even though Zhang Beisheng had tried to keep calm, he couldn't hide it. With no choice, Zhang Beisheng honestly explained everything he had read. In the end, his expression turned stern.
This report is pure fabrication. How dare someone slander a centurion who has rendered such great service? If I find out who wrote this, I'll drag them out and punish them severely.
Zhang Longxiang calmly tapped the table with his fingers.
Let me see that report.
Zhang Beisheng was stunned but didn't dare delay. He quickly handed it over. Zhang Longxiang skimmed through it at a rapid pace. As he read, his brows began to furrow. Zhang Beisheng quickly added,
General, surely you think this is all made-up nonsense as well.
Zhang Longxiang shook his head.
It's well-reasoned and convincing. The true demons Lin Yuanxin has killed all had past grievances within Zhengshengor had once slighted him.
Zhang Beisheng frowned.
But these details are far too specific. How could an ordinary demon suppressor know any of this?
Zhang Longxiang pondered for a moment.
You can return for now. Yes, sir.
Zhang Beisheng dared not question further and simply nodded. Zhang Longxiang took out a jade token and injected it with spiritual energy. After a while, a hurried voice came from within.
Why are you contacting me? I'm deep in hostile territory. It's easy to get exposed.
Zhang Longxiang spoke in a low tone.
I need you to investigate a demon named Zhengsheng. Find out which demons in the past had feuds with him.
That person sounded puzzled.
And Zhengsheng, with the Zhen title, he's just a mere true demon. You want me to pull strings for someone like that?
Zhang Longxiang's tone grew solemn.
This matter is critical. It may involve a demon who has been hiding in the Qingxuan fortress for decades.
Upon hearing this, the other man's tone became serious as well.
Understood. I'll start the investigation immediately. Give me a day, I'll have your answer. Good, thank you, Xiaozhu.
Zhang Longxiang said with a smile. The other man immediately snapped, veins practically bulging from his forehead.
Call me Xiaozhu one more time. I swear I'll beat you into the dirt the moment I get back.
Zhang Longxiang grinned even wider.
Got it, Xiaozhu. No problem, Xiaozhu.
With a growl of frustration, the man cut the communication link. Zhang Longxiang's expression shifted instantly, turning serious. If the intelligence was accurate, then Lin Yuanxin was without a doubt a major threat. A peak demon venerable, once he coordinated with the demon forces outside the fortress, the resulting damage to the Qingxuan fortress would be catastrophic. If the man turned out not to be a demon, all would be well. But if he was, then exposing him early would be an enormous victory. It could mean saving thousands of demon suppressors. Perhaps it could even mean saving his own life. Zhang Longxiang let out a heavy breath and stepped in front of his desk, turning a mirror with a light touch. The mirror rotated and suddenly displayed a scene at the entrance of the tower.
Rewind to midnight. play everything from the beginning.
Zhang Longxiang said softly. The mirror's image reversed instantly. Then it began playing from midnight onward. One figure after another appeared at the tower, delivering letters. Finally, Zhang Longxiang's gaze locked onto a young demon suppressor who placed a thick bundle of letters into the wooden box.
Who are you?
Zhang Longxiang stared at the overly youthful face, thoughtful. 1 day later, Zhang Longxiang received a response from
Xiaozhu.
Xiaozhu added, puzzled.
Why are you even looking into him?
Zhang Longxiang tapped his desk.
He's not dead.
Xiaozhu paused.
Not dead, where is he?
As soon as he asked, a realization struck him like lightning. He blurted out.
He's in the demon suppression fortress, in your Qingxuan fortress.
Zhang Longxiang nodded solemnly.
You guessed right. I used to think that the peak demon venerable hiding in the fortress had already escaped. But now I know he's still here, and he's one of my own centurions.
A centurion with a glorious record, who's slain demons bravely on the battlefield. Xiaozhu frowned.
I get it. Most of the demons he killed were his former enemies.
Using his position to settle old scores.
Zhang Longxiang exhaled slowly.
Enough about that. How's your own mission going?
Xiaozhu replied calmly.
No progress. I can't access deeper areas, so there's no way to confirm whether the undying demon emperor really exists.
No more talk. This kind of contact is risky. Unless I reach out first, don't contact me again.
Zhang Longxiang nodded.
All right, take care.
The connection ended. Zhang Longxiang turned his gaze toward the brightly lit Qingxuan fortress, eyes deep and thoughtful.
Lin Yuangxin is in Zhangsheng. And that list.
Chapter 412. How could the second on the human ranking be a mere yellow rank demon suppressor? Chapter 412. How could the second on the human ranking be a mere yellow rank demon suppressor? The great sun rose in the east. The warm winter light barely pierced through the dark clouds, casting faint rays upon the Qingxuan fortress. Shen Mo woke up as usual. No sooner had he risen than he heard Li Haitan and the others chatting about something. When they saw Shen Mo, Li Haitan and the others looked at him with respect in their eyes. Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
What's going on?
Li Haitan and the other three immediately relayed everything that had happened the night before in detail. Shen Mo nodded knowingly. It was all within his expectations. After all, it involved a centurion. Zhang Longxiang would certainly collect evidence from all sides and carefully verify whether that anonymous tip-off was legitimate. A one-day turnaround already very efficient. Since Zhang Longxiang had already apprehended the people on that list, his own military merits should have been awarded too, right? Shen Mo sensed the demon suppressor bracelet on his wrist. And then a look of joy lit up his face. He had received 20 whole B-rank military merits. As expected, the will of heaven would consider the overall impact of an incident when assigning merit. Although Shen Mo hadn't fought any demons directly, and hadn't personally captured in Zhangsheng or the others, he had played a critical role in the entire operation. Without him, and Zhangsheng and the members of the demon-slaying society would never have been exposed. They would have coordinated with the demon race from within, causing catastrophic damage to the fortress and resulting in the tragic outcome described in the fated future.
Killing an ordinary true demon venerable usually grants 10 D-rank military merits on average. The specific reward depends on the demon's strength, bloodline, and how many underlings they command. The higher the true demon venerable's strength, the more military merit is awarded, sometimes 5 to 6 times more or even higher.
Shen Mo reflected on what he'd heard from the conversations of Shi Dingyu and the others. That intel had come from their centurion, Ning Tianying. Killing a Silver Peak True Demon Venerable 40 D-rank merits on average. Killing a Gold Peak True Demon Venerable 20 C-rank merits on average. Killing a Peak True Demon Venerable 2 B-rank merits on average. Reporting a parasitized Demon Suppressor 1 C-rank merit on average. By that logic, Shen Mo's anonymous report of Zhangsheng and the demon-slaying society had earned him 10 times the usual reward. An absolutely staggering figure. If military rank promotions didn't also require corresponding cultivation realms, Shen Mo could have been promoted to Earth rank demon suppressor on the spot.
Now I can finally redeem the 5th layer of the divine elephant suppression technique. My blood energy has long since reached full capacity. Once I get the technique, I'll be able to step into the Silver Peak Lord realm in no time.
Shen Mo smiled. In just 2 more days, the heavenly Tao treasury would descend again. He had long been looking forward to the 5th layer of the divine elephant suppression technique. 2 days later, the heavenly Tao treasury descended as scheduled. However, the heavenly Tao golden ranking board unexpectedly did not appear. Shen Mo didn't care about that. He quickly redeemed the 5th layer of the divine elephant suppression technique, 2 pieces of Qingxuan blood essence, and a core of divine thunder water essence. The 5th layer of the divine elephant suppression, technique 13 B rank merits. 2 Qingxuan blood essences 100 D rank merits total. Divine thunder water essence core 61 D rank merits. After spending all that, Shen Mo was left with only a few B rank merits. Even so, this amount of military merit already far surpassed most black rank and yellow rank demon suppressors. Perhaps only a few extremely lucky black rank demon suppressors could hope to amass so much. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something important.
With all this military merit,
He'd long known that the demon race constantly monitored the 3 heavenly Tao ranking boards. Those demon suppressors who ranked high were always singled out for special attention by the demons, including but not limited to assassination and poisoning. And once on the battlefield, they'd be marked targets. To demon suppressors, appearing on the 3 heavenly Tao rankings was a mark of glory. But to the demon race, those rankings were practically bounty lists.
I'd better spend a bit more of my merit, no need to rank too high. Who was first again? I think it was Tang Shenting, a black rank demon suppressor from the Qingxuan Fortress. Alright, I'll stay just under him.
With that, Shen Mo straightforwardly spent the rest of his merit on various types of blood essences and divine thunder water essence. Blood essence from rare birds and beasts was best for cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique. As for the divine thunder water essence, it was used to assist in cultivating the divine thunder demon suppressing scripture. These resources were never wasted, the more, the better. After this shopping spree, Shen Mo's military merit had dwindled down to a single B rank point. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Another day passed. The heavenly Tao golden rankings finally descended. For some reason, this time the rankings appeared after the heavenly Tao treasury, rather than before. For thousands of years, the 3 heavenly Tao ranking boards and the treasury had always appeared on time, every 10 days, never early, never late. This unexpected delay left the demon suppressors rather puzzled. Could even the will of heaven show up late like some slacker? But the divine thunder descending over the demon suppressor sea soon reassured everyone. As long as the divine thunder was still there, everything was fine. However, this time, when the 3 rankings descended, the heaven and earth rankings didn't change much. But the human ranking changed drastically.
Look at that, who's second on the human ranking now? Shen Mo from Qingxuan Fortress, a yellow rank demon suppressor. A yellow rank demon suppressor, what the hell? I heard most black rank demon suppressors usually maintain 1 or 2 B rank merits just to hold their position on the human ranking and get their monthly reward. How did that yellow ranker even get B rank merit? That's way too bizarre, absolutely absurd. Who the hell is that Shen Mo? Some demon suppression general's long-lost son? Did they cripple a bunch of peak true demon venerables and let him finish them off for credit? No way. Military merit is awarded by the will of heaven based on contribution. Whoever contributes the most to killing a demon gets the most merit, period.
Across the 10 fortresses, countless demon suppressors were abuzz with speculation. Everyone was asking the same thing: who was Shen Mo, and how had he suddenly risen to second place on the human ranking with such overwhelming merit? Qingxuan Fortress. A lean, shirtless young man was training with martial techniques. Each of his punches roared with wind and thunder, shaking the skies as if tearing open the heavens. This was Tang Shenting, the first on the human ranking. Several demon suppression generals had said that Tang Shenting would one day become a general himself. He had long held a top spot on the demon race's most wanted list. Over the years, countless demons had tried to assassinate, poison, and ambush him, but every time he survived, becoming even stronger.
Squad leader, the heavenly Tao ranking has appeared.
Someone nearby said with a smile. Tang Shenting didn't even blink.
Nothing to look at, the rankings barely ever change.
He was about to resume his training. But the demon suppressor beside him suddenly froze after reading the human ranking.
Boss, the second place just changed. It's not Lion Slayer anymore, it's a yellow rank demon suppressor from Qingxuan Fortress named Shen Mo.
Chapter 413, Tang Shenting's Doubt Shimai's Fury. Chapter 413, Tang Shenting's Doubt Shimai's Fury. Tang Shenting retracted his fist and exhaled, frowning as he looked at the heavenly Tao golden ranking. Just as the nearby demon-suppressing guard had said. The second place on the human ranking had changed from Shimai of the Blood God Fortress to a completely unfamiliar name.
Qingxuan Fortress, yellow rank demon suppressing guard, Shen Mo.
Tang Shenting chewed on this name, extremely surprised. Since when could a yellow rank demon suppressing guard reach second place on the human ranking? Not to mention second place, even making it into the top 200 was rare for yellow rank demon suppressing guards. The entire human ranking listed 1,000 names, and the top 800 were all black rank demon suppressing guards. There were years when the entire human ranking consisted solely of black rank names. After all, the 10 fortresses had at least 300,000 demon-suppressing guards. Unless a yellow-rank demon-suppressing guard had heaven-defying luck, it was nearly impossible to achieve more merit than a black rank. Tang Shenting was very familiar with Shimai. Shimai's military exploits had always been biting at his heels, relentlessly pursuing him. Now this Shen Mo had suddenly surpassed Shimai, which left him puzzled. More importantly, he had never heard of this person before. Could he be some hidden ace from Qingxuan Fortress?
Look into this Shen Mo, find out who he is.
Tang Shenting said casually. Someone unexpected taking second on the human ranking only surprised him, he didn't really care. He had dominated the first place on the human ranking for 10 full years. Pressing Shimai down so hard he couldn't breathe. No one could surpass him. Shen Mo wouldn't be able to either. The first places of the 3 golden rankings not only earned monthly merit rewards, but also granted one important treasure every year. At the end of each year, the top of the human ranking would receive a visualization diagram. The contents of the visualization diagram were unknown, but the top-ranking demon-suppressing guard could submit a general request. And the visualization diagram was a treasure coveted by cultivators in the Divine Palace realm and Venerable realm alike. It was the best choice for condensing a Dharma form for those in the Divine Palace and Venerable realms. Tang Shenting was currently suppressing his cultivation on purpose, just to stay at the top of the human ranking a few more years and collect more visualization diagrams. In order to condense the most powerful Dharma form. Once in the Dharma form realm, there would be a massive leap in strength. Since he had this ability, he was determined to obtain the strongest Dharma form. He would not settle for anything less.
Continue training.
Tang Shenting let out a turbid breath. With a punch carrying wind and thunder, he struck the wooden dummy with overwhelming force. Blood God Fortress. This fortress was entirely blood-red, as if covered in a layer of blood that would never dry. It was also the most powerful among the 4 demon race fortresses. At the highest point of the Blood God Fortress was an enormous martial training ground. This training ground was exclusively for the direct bloodline of the Lion clan. No other demon race dared approach it. Even collateral branches of the Lion clan weren't allowed. At this moment, 2 figures were clashing in the center of the arena. One was a giant lion covered in golden fur. The other was a massive black bear. Though the lion was huge, it was still slightly smaller than the bear. However, the bear, despite its imposing physique, was at a disadvantage the whole time. Soon, wounds covered the bear's body. He cried out in pain and kept backing away.
Young master, stop hitting. I surrender, I surrender.
Only then did the giant lion laugh heartily and leap back. Its teeth and claws were drenched in blood. He was Shi Mai, direct fourth-generation descendant of Shi Tian, the demon-suppressing general of the Blood God Fortress. The giant bear on the ground was named Qingde. He had grown up with Shi Mai, which was why he was allowed to train in the arena. Qingde chuckled.
Young master, you're too strong. Now that the human ranking has descended, you must have taken first place.
At those words, Shi Mai snorted coldly.
What nonsense! What do the humans say again? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Tang Shenting's strength is formidable. His merit points have suppressed mine for 10 years. Too bad.
Qingde quickly said.
Young master, you're a peerless warrior. Sooner or later you'll surpass that Tang Shenting. Besides, I heard that Tang Shenting has been suppressing his cultivation for a long time. I think he won't be able to hold it down much longer.
Shi Mai nodded.
Let's hope so.
Just then, golden light flashed across the sky. Qingde said excitedly.
Young master, the human ranking has appeared. Hee, I wonder if I can make it into the top 100 this time.
Shi Mai couldn't be bothered to look and was about to rinse the blood off his body with water. But at that moment, Qingde suddenly froze in shock.
Why, young master, second place?
Shi Mai said impatiently.
What is it?
Qingde quickly replied.
Second place isn't you anymore. It's a yellow rank demon-suppressing guard from Qingxuan Fortress.
Shi Mai was utterly stunned and immediately turned around. Sure enough, on the enormous golden ranking in the sky, the name ranked second was that of a yellow rank demon-suppressing guard from Qingxuan Fortress. The name was
Shen Mo.
Shi Mai was now in third place.
What's going on?
Shi Mai was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand where did this person suddenly come from. Last time, just 10 days ago when the golden ranking appeared, that name hadn't been there. How could someone suddenly shoot to second place within 10 days? It was simply unbelievable. Qingde scratched his head just as baffled.
Go investigate now. I want to know everything about this Shen Mo.
Shi Mai growled. Qingde jumped up immediately and nodded vigorously. Shi Mai's expression turned dark. Who exactly was this Shen Mo? Too strange. The same scene unfolded across all the fortresses. Every demon-suppressing guard was baffled. Who exactly was this Shen Mo who suddenly appeared in second place? Yoren from Panlong Fortress, Lang Po from Xiaoyu Fortress, Hu Sha from Blood God Fortress.
Holy crap, Brother Shen made it onto the human ranking.
He immediately raised a ruckus. Li He, Sun Kong, and Zhao Xin were all stunned. Shi Dingyu was in the middle of cultivation, but came out of the tent when he heard the commotion.
What? Shen Mo made it onto the human ranking? No way.
Shi Dingyu's tone was casual.
Let me guess.
Li Heighten swallowed hard.
Boss, are you sure second place on the human ranking can be reached just by fighting bravely? That kind of merit probably requires killing a true demon sovereign from the Peak Realm.
Li He, Sun Kong, and Zhao Xin all saw the list too, and were completely shocked. They just couldn't believe it. At that moment, Shen Mo walked out of the tent. Seeing himself ranked second on the human ranking, he clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected that even after spending so many merit points, he would still end up in second place. Miscalculated. Had he known, he would have spent a bit more to land around the 100th spot. That would have been better. Shen Mo felt a little helpless. The human ranking didn't display specific merit points-only placement. He hadn't thought the gap between first and second place would be so small. Li Heighten, Shi Dingyu, and the others quickly gathered around Shen Mo, eyes shining.
Brother Shen, what exactly did you do?
Chapter 414, You're going to logistics stay off the front lines. Chapter 414, You're going to logistics stay off the front lines. Shen Mo gave a helpless smile. He knew that with the existence of the golden ranking, There was no way to hide the fact that he had earned such a vast amount of merit. So he had been prepared from the very beginning. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw a group of people approaching the camp in a great rush. At the head of the group was none other than Ning Tianying, the centurion of Shen Mo's own 100-man unit. Shi Dingyu and the others straightened their backs at once and called out loudly.
Greetings, Centurion Ning.
This woman, whose frame was as burly as a giant bear, gave a slight nod and looked at Shen Mo deeply.
Shen Mo, come with me. General Zhang wants to see you.
Shi Dingyu and the others were shocked.
General Zhang.
But Shen Mo only nodded.
All right.
If Zhang Longxiang couldn't deduce that he was the one who anonymously submitted the intel despite Shen Mo being second on the human ranking, then this demon-suppressing general's reputation was rather undeserved. Shi Dingyu watched Shen Mo leave, a thoughtful look on his face. Li Haitin and the other four still seemed completely lost, staring blankly. At the fortress's high tower, Zhang Beisheng had already been waiting at the entrance. Ning Tianying didn't go up the tower herself, but handed Shen Mo over to Zhang Beisheng and had him escort Shen Mo up. Zhang Beisheng looked at Shen Mo with a gaze full of meaning.
Shen Mo, you really are a pain in the ass, unexpected and eye-opening.
Shen Mo just smiled.
I'm just a bit more observant than most.
Zhang Beisheng nodded and took him to the top of the tower without another word. There Shen Mo saw the man sitting behind the desk. This man was neither as tall and burly as Zhang Beisheng, nor as muscular as Ning Tianying. He looked utterly ordinary. If he were stripped of his general's armor and dressed in coarse clothing like a farmer, no one would suspect that he was the #1 figure in Qingxuan Fortress. The demon-suppressing heavenly general ranked third on the heavenly ranking. Shen Mo held deep respect for this general who guarded the fortress and protected the human race. He said sincerely,
Yellow rank demon-suppressing guard Shen Mo greets General Zhang.
Zhang Longxiang looked up and waved at Zhang Beisheng. Zhang Beisheng nodded and took his leave. Only then did Zhang Longxiang smile. His smile was warm and approachable.
Shen Mo, have a seat,
He said, pointing to the chair. Shen Mo didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly with a nod. Zhang Longxiang smiled.
You suddenly appeared as second on the human ranking. Most of your merit came from anonymously reporting in Zhengsheng and the members of the Demon-Slaying Society. I asked Ning Tianying to bring you here simply to ask a few questions.
Shen Mo nodded.
I understand. Please ask, General.
Zhang Longxiang asked.
How did you determine that Lin Yuangxin was in Zhengsheng?
Shen Mo replied.
The cultivation method I practice is rather unique. It allows me to detect demonkind. When I was within 10 paces of Lin Yuangxin, I noticed unusual fluctuations in my technique. After repeated confirmation, I suspected that Lin Yuangxin may have already been parasitized by a demon. Sometimes, even on the battlefield, I would split my focus to observe him. I noticed that when he killed true demon sovereigns, there wasn't just the righteous hatred of a human toward demons, there was also a strange, personal grudge. Taking all this into account, I deduced that Lin Yuangxin was likely not human, but a peak realm true demon sovereign disguised using a 1,000-face shapeshifting technique.
When he had anonymously submitted the report earlier, he hadn't described it in full detail. In fact, he had deliberately made parts of it vague, and some parts were even pure speculation. He knew very well which parts needed to be simplified and which needed to be precise. If he wrote too much, it would invite unnecessary suspicion, which could in turn affect him. Zhang Longxiang asked with some curiosity.
This cultivation method of yours, would you be willing to tell me more about it?
Shen Mo wasn't worried that Zhang Longxiang would try to seize his cultivation method. If a demon-suppressing guard committed any wrongdoing, the heavenly Dao's will would detect it and deduct their war merit. Zhang Longxiang, as a demon-suppressing general, would face even harsher punishment from the heavenly Dao if he stole a subordinate's technique. Shen Mo's thoughts stirred.
I wonder if General Zhang has heard of Master Yanyu.
Zhang Longxiang raised an eyebrow.
Of course I have.
His full name was Zhao Yu.
At the time, I wasn't yet the general of Qingxuan Fortress. I was only a heaven-rank demon-suppressing guard. He was searching for rare treasures and accidentally crossed the Eastern Sea, somehow ending up in the demon-suppressing sea. All of us were shocked. Someone had crossed the vast ocean without the aid of the heavenly Tao's will and arrived at the demon-suppressing sea, which is so far from the continent.
Later, Master Yanyu joined our fortress and fought alongside us for a while. Zhang Longxiang sighed.
Not long after, he was gravely wounded by An Chen, who was still a true demon sovereign back then, and eventually disappeared. He never returned to the fortress. I imagine he's already passed away.
Shen Mo became thoughtful. He hadn't expected Master Yanyu's past to be so legendary. A cultivator in the nascent soul realm had actually crossed the sea to reach the demon-suppressing sea by himself. Zhang Longxiang continued.
If you know of Master Yanyu, then the technique you're cultivating must be one of his creations.
He was very unique. Although not high in realm, he was exceptionally talented at creating techniques and martial skills. During his time at the fortress, he even crafted a heaven-rank martial technique tailored specifically for the previous general of Qingxuan Fortress.
He once said that he hoped to create a technique capable of injuring demons, but unfortunately, he never succeeded before he left.
Shen Mo's heart stirred.
General Zhang, the technique I cultivate is precisely the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra created by Master Yanyu. I'm willing to offer the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra for others in the Demon-Suppressing Guard to study.
He then described the process of cultivating the sutra and advancing to the nascent soul realm. If he could promote the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra, he would undoubtedly earn a tremendous amount of war merit. Zhang Longxiang was initially pleased, but his expression darkened as he listened to Shen Mo's explanation.
No, the power contained in those 3 items is too overwhelming. If you truly refined and absorbed them, there's at least an 80% chance you would have exploded on the spot. The remaining 20% wouldn't mean success, it would be permanent crippling with no chance of recovery. Unless your body is extremely special, or you had some other treasure inside you that helped neutralize the excess power.
Shen Mo blinked. Now that he thought about it, that might actually be the case. At that time, his body had undergone long-term tempering by the green lotus core flame, making it far stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. It was precisely because of this that after arriving at the demon-suppressing sea, he possessed a far tougher physique than most cultivators who relied solely on spiritual energy techniques. Zhang Longxiang added,
The techniques created by Master Yanyu all require extremely high comprehension. Unless they were specifically made for someone, most people can't cultivate them. This Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra surely isn't something everyone can train in. You being able to cultivate it makes you quite fortunate. It's not something that can be promoted widely. A shame if it could, you would have earned enormous war merit.
Zhang Longxiang looked regretful. Shen Mo clicked his tongue, feeling a bit of regret himself. If only he could distribute the Divine Thunder, Demon-Suppressing Sutra widely. His war merit would probably skyrocket at a terrifying pace. Forget the human ranking, even the earth ranking wouldn't be a problem. Truly a pity. Zhang Longxiang paced back and forth for a long time.
Now that you're ranked second on the human ranking, the demon race will surely target you. Also, you exposed many members of the Demon Execution Society, resulting in their complete purge from Qingxuan Fortress. That will make the society bear deep hatred toward you. There's a demon-suppressing general among the demon race who is aggressively spreading the Demon Execution Society in his own fortress. And your Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra allows you to identify whether someone has been possessed by a demon. That makes you all the more important.
Your current situation is extremely dangerous. After thinking for a while, he finally said,
Here's what we'll do starting today. You'll be transferred to the logistics division. Stay off the front lines. Logistics is much safer for you. The Formation Hall, Pill Hall, Spirit Armament Hall, Armory. Which one do you want to go to?
Chapter 415, General Zhang, I'm willing to go to the armory. Chapter 415, General Zhang, I'm willing to go to the armory. Shen Mo was well versed in the Tao of alchemy and had originally intended to choose the pill hall first. But suddenly, he thought of the armory. That logistics department rarely showed its face among the demon-suppressing guards. Even among those he knew, few had ever served in the armory. Shen Mo asked,
General Zhang, I know about the Formation Hall, Pill Hall, and Spirit Armament Hall, but this armory.
Zhang Longxiang slowly paced.
The armory.
Shen Mo looked thoughtful. Zhang Longxiang continued.
It said that many years ago, when the demon-suppressing sea first formed, the four seas dragon palaces, the emperor of Jing Kingdom, and the emperor of the 10,000 demon nation once allied, and promised the 10 demon-suppressing generals that every 50 years they would deliver battle platforms, cloud ships, and other military machines to help resist the demons.
But time passed, and as the years changed, the humans and monsters who once fought side by side against the demons became bitter enemies.
That 50-year promise to deliver weapons naturally vanished with it.
Shen Mo sighed softly. That made sense. Jing Kingdom and the 10,000 demon nation were now locked in bloody war, and the flood dragons of the four seas each had their own agenda. Who still had the strength to build war machines and ship them across the seas to resist the demon race. Let alone the fact that no demons had appeared on the mainland for a very long time. As the emperors who made those ancient promises died one after another, everything eventually became just fleeting memory. To most ordinary people, demons had become nothing more than stories used to scare children. Naturally, no one would take such things seriously anymore.
The armory has always been neglected by the demon-suppressing guards. Repairing the machinery is time-consuming, laborious, and extremely difficult.
Zhang Longxiang shook his head.
Are you sure you want to go to the armory? Let me be clear, I'm moving you to the logistics division purely for your safety, but I can't guarantee you'll keep earning war merit. Compared to the front lines, logistics obviously makes it much harder to earn merit, and your cultivation growth will slow. Your position is special. You could easily choose the Pill Hall, Formation Hall, or Spirit Armament Hall. Those are the real cushy jobs.
Zhang Longxiang spoke with complete sincerity. He genuinely wanted Shen Mo to survive. In the future, Shen Mo could become a living detector helping Qingxuan Fortress identify demon-suppressing guards parasitized by demons. That would greatly reduce the risk of the fortress being breached from within. Whether Shen Mo could earn merit or cultivate properly in logistics wasn't something Zhang Longxiang could consider. Shen Mo replied earnestly.
General Zhang, I'm willing to go to the armory.
He was absolutely willing. There was a fortuitous opportunity from Lin Dongshan hidden there, an ancient manual on constructing massive machinery. With his level of comprehension, he could master it easily. In the future, he'd be able to build war machines and earn merit while practically lying down. That was far better than risking his life on the front lines. Zhang Longxiang gave a helpless look.
All right, then go. The armory is short-staffed anyway. Wang Xingen has asked me for more men several times already.
Shen Mo nodded. Wang Xingen was one of Zhang Longxiang's 10 commanders, responsible for overseeing logistics. Due to the armory's importance, it was directly managed by Wang Xingen, with no centurion acting as an intermediary. Zhang Longxiang thought for a moment.
All right, ask Shi Dingyu and the rest of your squad if they're willing to go to the armory with you. Anyone willing can go. If they're unwilling, I won't force them. Ning Tianying will escort you there.
Shen Mo nodded.
Thank you, General Zhang.
With that, he turned and left. Zhang Longxiang watched Shen Mo's back thoughtfully. Armory.
If he has any talent in repairing or crafting military equipment, that would be ideal. But even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. His true value is in ensuring that no demons appear within the fortress. That alone is enough.
Zhang Longxiang gave a slight nod, returned to his desk, and continued handling documents. Inside the 10 of Shi Dingyu's squad. After hearing Shen Mo's explanation, Shi Dingyu, Li Haitan, and the others were all quite shocked. Shi Dingyu looked at Shen Mo in surprise.
I didn't expect you to be cultivating such a strange technique. No wonder you discovered that Lin Yungxin was actually a demon in disguise.
Zhao Xin spoke with concern.
But Brother Shen, you're really going to the armory. That place might be safe, but earning war merit there is way too slow.
Sun Kong agreed.
Exactly. I heard those machines are practically all falling apart. Commander Wang Xingyan has been trying to trick people into going there for ages, but barely any demon-suppressing guards have agreed.
Li Haitan shook his head.
Safety comes first, war merit is secondary. Brother Shen, I'll go with you. I've loved tinkering with machines since I was a kid.
Zhao Xin and Sun Kong didn't understand and tried to talk Li Haitan out of it. But Li Haitan was stubborn, and in the end, insisted on following Shen Mo to the armory. Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
All right, Centurion Ning will be coming tomorrow to take us there.
That night, the six of them sat down for a hearty meal, drank till they were fully drunk, and shared laughs about the good times they'd had recently. The next day, Ning Tianying arrived as promised. Only Li Haitan was willing to go to the armory, something that didn't surprise her. After all, the armory was indeed not a good place to earn war merit. War merit was the currency of the demon-suppressing fortress. Unless someone was planning to just coast through their days doing nothing, any demon-suppressing guard with ambition wouldn't willingly go to the armory.
Let's go, I'll take you to the armory.
Ning Tianying waved and signaled the two to follow her. Shen Mo nodded. The two of them waved goodbye to Shi Dingyu and the others, then followed Ning Tianying toward the armory. Qingxuan Fortress was vast. From south to north were 10 military camps, each overseen by one of Qingxuan Fortress's 10 commanders. Zhang Beisheng's camp was located at the southernmost part. The armory, on the other hand, was located at the far north. As for the more important Formation Hall, Pill Hall, and Spirit Armament Hall, they were all situated at the fortress's center. Originally, the armory had also been at the center. But as the machinery within gradually fell into disrepair, and fewer people were capable of maintaining them, the armory had to be relocated to the fortress's edge. After all, the armory was filled with large-scale equipment too bulky and space-consuming to remain in the central zones. The group walked for half an hour and finally arrived at the northern edge of the fortress at the armory. Just as expected, the place was desolate and bleak, completely incomparable to the bustling Pill Hall. Even the gate at the armory's entrance was covered in rust. It took a great deal of effort just to push it open. There were weeds growing all around the entrance as well. Clearly, few people ever came here. By right, the entrance should have been guarded. But now, not a single person stood watch. Ning Tianying raised an eyebrow, then shook her head with a sigh.
Commander Wang, the armory has new recruits.
Within the silent armory, a voice suddenly rang out like muffled thunder. The next moment, a massive figure leaped out from inside, jumped over the gate, and landed heavily in front of the three. The man was fat and burly, heavy as a hill. His belly looked like a giant pillow. His face was unkempt with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair, completely unlike what one would expect from someone ranked just below the generals, one of the 10 commanders of the fortress. This was Wang Xingyan, direct overseer of the armory, secretly nicknamed Commander Fatbelly. Chapter 416, Come on, follow me inside. Chapter 416, Come on, follow me inside. Wang Xingyan was holding a wine gourd in his hand. The moment he landed, he took a big swig, glug, glug, glug. Then he wiped the corners of his mouth with his commander's robe. That once mighty robe was now stained with oil, sweat, and liquor. Ning Tianying immediately frowned, but still forced herself to speak.
Commander Wang, these two demon-suppressing guards, one is named Shen Mo. The other is Li Haitan, have volunteered to serve in the armory.
Wang Xingyan laughed heartily and gave both Shen Mo and Li Haitan heavy pats on the shoulder.
Good, anyone willing to come to the armory is a true man.
Tianying, when you get back, tell old Zhang to send something over to the armory for me.
Ning Tianying blinked.
Send what?
Wang Xingyan scowled.
Wine, of course. In this cold weather, how do you expect the demon-suppressing guards here to warm themselves without wine?
Ning Tianying sighed.
All right, I'll pass on the message, but whether Commander Zhang is willing to send it, that's his call. HMPH, I'd like to see him refuse. I saved his life on the battlefield once, you know.
Wang Xingyan scoffed. Ning Tianying gave Shen Mo and Li Haitan one last look before turning to leave quickly. She was afraid if she stayed any longer, she'd end up turning into another Wang Xingyan herself. Once she was gone, Wang Xingyan waved his hand dramatically.
Come on, follow me inside.
Shen Mo and Li Haitan looked at each other. Inside. Technically accurate, but it still sounded a little.
Brother Shen, should we?
Li Haitan scratched his head. Shen Mo grabbed his shoulder and with a powerful stomp, leapt into the air. With a rush of wind like a tiger's roar, Li Haitan found himself standing on solid ground. He looked back and saw the rusted iron gate now behind them.
Damn, Brother Shen, you've got some serious strength. You carried me over like it was nothing.
From the corner of his eye, Wang Xingyan caught Shen Mo's effortless landing and was a bit surprised. He muttered to himself.
Not bad at all. No wonder he could cultivate such a strange technique. General Zhang, you really tossed a gem into my armory.
Shen Mo looked around. Behind the gate was a spacious, level plaza. There weren't many weeds, but the ground was cracked in many places and clearly hadn't been repaired properly. Directly ahead stood 4 enormous warehouses. Each one was at least 20 zhang tall. It wasn't hard to guess they housed various large-scale military machines. To the west of the armory on the left side after they leapt over the gate was a row of houses. Likely the living quarters for the armory's demon-suppressing guards. Wang Xingyan casually grabbed an iron rod and struck the bronze bell in the plaza's center. Dang dang dang. The sharp bell echoed through the armory. Wang Xingyan bellowed.
Get out here, the armory's got 2 new suckers. No, I mean new demon-suppressing guards.
From the previously silent row of houses came a bit of movement. After a while, a few guards shuffled out lazily. Most of them looked half asleep, one of them shirtless.
Clap your hands.
Wang Xingyan shouted. Clap clap clap.
All right, go back to sleep.
Wang Xingyan nodded with satisfaction. The guards immediately went back inside. Wang Xingyan laughed.
Welcome ceremony complete. From now on, you 2 are officially members of the armory. So excited.
Shen Mo and Li Haitan exchanged glances. Li Haitan hesitantly raised a hand.
Commander Wang.
Wang Xingyan's gaze suddenly sharpened.
Go back. Anyone who dares leave the armory is considered a deserter. You still want to go back.
Li Haitan shrank his neck in fear, shaking his head like a rattled drum. Wang Xingyan's face lit up again, instantly returning to that kindly expression.
There's an empty house over there. You 2 can stay there. If there's one thing the armory's got plenty of, it's empty rooms. No need to worry about finding a place to live. Unlike the other camps, over there they're still living in tents.
Wang Xingyan waved his hand generously as he spoke. Shen Mo cupped his fists.
Commander Wang, may I ask what we're supposed to do on a daily basis?
Wang Xingyan grinned.
Good question.
He raised his plump finger and pointed toward a wall in the distance. On it were rows of large, crooked characters.
Look there, that's the armory handbook written by yours truly. It includes everything about your daily duties. Besides that, it also covers what you can and can't do, where you can and can't go. It's all up there.
At this point, Wang Xingyan waved his hand again.
All right, that's enough guidance for newcomers. Starting tomorrow, you're veterans of the armory. This commander has work to do. Don't bother me if nothing's wrong, and don't bother me even if something is.
With that, he vanished from their sight like a surprisingly nimble ball of flesh. Shen Mo smacked his lips. Commander Wang Xingyan.
Come on, let's go take a look at the armory handbook.
Chapter 417, The Inheritance of Divine Craftsman O Yi, the Colossal Machinery Classic. Chapter 417, The Inheritance of Divine Craftsman O Yi, the Colossal Machinery Classic. After Shen Mo and Li Haitan put down their luggage, The two of them arrived in front of a warehouse. Li Haitan mustered all his strength, using every ounce of effort as if trying to lift a mountain, but no matter how hard he pushed, the heavy door didn't budge an inch. His face flushed red with exertion, and in the end, he had no choice but to step back in frustration. Shen Mo stepped forward, placed both hands lightly on the surface of the door, and gave it a gentle push. The door creaked open. Li Haitan looked at Shen Mo with admiration, then quickly darted into the warehouse and lit the torches inside ahead of him. Only then did the vast warehouse fully reveal itself before Shen Mo. The warehouse was labeled D. It was referred to as the D-grade warehouse. Most of the equipment stored inside were relatively small-scale military weapons, such as catapults, cloudship cannons, iron battering rams, and so on. Of course, even relatively small meant massive machines compared to the demon suppression guards, whose average height was under 1 zhang. As for the other 3 warehouses, C grade, B grade, and A grade, the equipment stored in them was even larger and more important. The A-grade warehouse could only be accessed by Wang Xing'an himself.
Wow, these are the weapons in the armory. They look so fierce.
Li Haitan was like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, immediately excited as he rushed to examine the devices. Breathing warmly on them, stroking them with care. Anyone who didn't know better might think he was looking at a naked beauty. Shen Mo smiled. Li Haitan's reaction showed he truly loved tinkering with military equipment. When Shen Mo had first arrived at the Demon Suppression Fortress and met Li Haitan, he had noticed the man possessed a purple fate pattern called Mechanism Expert. He was naturally inclined toward crafting and mechanical devices. Unfortunately, he came from a poor family and had never had the chance to study such things. Fortunately, he had achieved success in cultivation and was able to pass the Demon Suppression Guard selection, gaining entry to the fortress and bringing honor to his ancestors.
Haitan, you go ahead and tinker here for now. I'm going to check out the other warehouses.
Shen Mo smiled and left the D-grade warehouse, heading to the C-grade warehouse. That opportunity related to Lin Dongshan Lei within the C-grade warehouse. Upcoming opportunity. When the demon race invades, Lin Dongshan is ordered to the armory to dispatch armored cloudships and other equipment. While wandering around, he accidentally discovers a jade slip hidden inside the mast of a snow sculpture cloudship in the C-grade warehouse. Lin Dongshan obtains the jade slip and realizes it contains the inheritance, the colossal machinery classic left behind by the divine craftsman Yi. After over 10 days of study, he is unable to grasp its essence and eventually gives up, leaving it forgotten in a corner of his storage ring. Lin Dongshan had obtained the jade slip, but due to lack of talent, was unable to comprehend the colossal machinery classic and gave up in the end. A treasure like this, if left to gather dust in the corner of Lin Dongshan's storage ring, would be a terrible waste.
To carry forward the colossal machinery classic, that is our unshirkable duty.
The corners of Shen Mo's mouth lifted as he began searching within the C-grade warehouse. The C-grade warehouse mainly stored standard cloudchips. There were speed-focused ones like the
Thunder Falcon cloudship.
There were offense-focused but poorly armored ones like the
Blackhawk cloudship.
And there were large-capacity transport ones like the Snow Sculpture cloudship, used for carrying goods between fortresses. However, most of these cloudships were grounded and inactive. Only the Thunder Falcon cloudships could still be barely used. Nowadays, even the Thunder Falcons had to take on the roles of both Blackhawks and Snow Sculptures, used for both attack and transport. They were expected to be fully scrapped within 20 years at most. The demon suppression guards in the armory clearly knew how to slack off. Once the door opened, all the cloudships within sight were wiped clean. But if you went deeper past those cloudships, every ship inside was coated with dust. So much so that stepping on them would leave clear footprints. Still, Shen Mo found what he was looking for among the dust-covered cloudships. A jade slip hidden atop the mast of a snow sculpture cloudship. Inside was the inheritance of the divine craftsman, Yi the colossal machinery classic. Shen Mo gently caressed the jade slip as the image of Yi surfaced in his mind. Divine craftsman Yi was a master of refining tools who shook the Jing nation 2,000 years ago. The Nine Revolutions Pil Dao sect had invited Yi multiple times to serve as its honorary sect master, but Yi rejected each invitation. After achieving fame and success, he no longer focused on refining various spiritual artifacts. Instead, he turned his attention to crafting large, super large, and even colossal spiritual devices. He believed that only by doing so could one stand against the ever-growing numbers of the demon race. He had repeatedly hoped to be summoned by the will of heaven, but the will of heaven never responded. In the end, Yi left behind many colossal machines, and wrote the Colossal Machinery Classic before peacefully passing away. Many of these machines were handed over by the Jing nation to the Demon Suppression Fortress for resisting the demon race. Others were studied by cultivators of the Jing nation. Cloudships, in fact, evolved from one such type of machine. Many sought to seize the Colossal Machinery Classic. Yi's descendants were unable to hold onto the classic and ended up selling it to the Nine Revolutions Pil Dao sect. Later, after the fall of the Nine Revolutions Pil Dao sect, it passed through many hands. Eventually, it vanished without a trace. No one would have imagined that it had long since left the continent and ended up at the Demon Suppression Fortress, silently awaiting a destined one in the dusty C-grade warehouse of the Qingxuan Fortress Armory. Shen Mo took the jade slip and turned to leave the warehouse. The Colossal Machinery Classic was vast and profound. It required peace of mind and deep contemplation. Shen Mo's entry into the warehouse had naturally not escaped Wang Xing'an's notice. However, he didn't pay it much mind. The D-grade and C-grade warehouses held no particularly important equipment. Even if Shen Mo was curious and broke something, it didn't matter.
This kid showing interest in military equipment isn't a bad thing. He might just be a promising seedling.
Wang Xing'an sat atop the roof of the armory's highest building, gulping down wine, lost in thought. That night, Li Haitan was snoring loudly in the room next door. His thunderous snores echoed clearly throughout the armory. However, Shen Mo's room had already been layered with various formations, including sound-isolating arrays. Let others enjoy Li Haitan's ear-splitting snore concert. Shen Mo calmed himself and sent his spiritual sense into the jade slip. He immediately felt as if he had entered a pitch-black world. A light flickered in the distance. He couldn't tell whether he was walking toward the light or the light was surging toward him. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the radiance. When he could see clearly again, he found himself standing inside a massive house. An unkempt old man was busy working inside, practically floating across the floor with constant movement. Beside the old man stood one colossal machine after another. By a cultivator's standards, they could still be considered spiritual artifacts, though their sheer size demanded top-grade spirit stones to operate. There was no need to think. It was clear to Shen Mo that this old man was none other than the divine craftsman Yi, the one who wrote the Colossal Machinery Classic. Standing here, it felt as though he had stepped into Yi's shoes, personally witnessing the creation of colossal machines. Catapults, giant cannons, cloud ships, tower ships, sky shuttles.
Comprehending thousands at a glance.
His comprehension had already surpassed ordinary people by countless times. As the blueprints of each machine swept past his eyes, his pupils moved rapidly, effortlessly memorizing every detail. After a long time, the glow of the jade slip dimmed. Shen Mo's consciousness withdrew from it.
The first chapter of the Colossal Machinery Classic fully understood.
Chapter 418. First time repairing military equipment. Encounter with the blood energy cannon. Chapter 418. First time repairing military equipment. Encounter with the blood energy cannon. The next day, Shen Mo got up early. Li Haitan brought him a vital blood pill. At the same time, he grumbled.
Brother Shen, those demon suppression guards are so lazy. It's already this late and they're still not up. Is the armory always like this?
Shen Mo smiled without replying. Most of the demon suppression guards stationed here were just killing time. Anyone with even a bit of ambition had long been transferred elsewhere. Laziness was the norm here.
At least the vital blood pills are being distributed properly. No one's skimming off the top.
Shen Mo casually tossed the vital blood pill into his mouth and swallowed it whole. With the terrifying digestion power of the furnace of heaven and earth, the pill would soon be refined into vital essence, which would then be converted into blood energy and infused into the 840 million microparticles within the human body. Once enough blood energy had been accumulated, more giant elephant particles could be awakened.
Let's go, time to repair the equipment.
Shen Mo waved his hand, signaling Li Haitan to follow. Li Haitan crunched down on his pill, only just swallowing it. Hearing Shen Mo's words, he couldn't help but be stunned.
Brother Shen, weren't we just cleaning off the dust? How are we repairing anything?
Shen Mo smiled.
How would we know if we don't try?
Li Haitan scratched his head.
True enough.
The two headed straight for the D-grade warehouse. But the door to the D-grade warehouse was already open. Inside, a burly figure was diligently repairing a catapult. Catapults were simple in principle. Even when their top-grade spirit stones ran dry, they could still be fired, manually making them one of the few types of equipment that could actually be repaired. Shen Mo raised his brows slightly. He had assumed Wang Xing'an would also be slacking off. Unexpectedly, Wang Xing'an was up even earlier than they were.
Not bad, you're up early.
Wang Xing'an grunted without looking up.
Most of the demon suppression guards have no talent for equipment repair, but catapults are simple enough. You can handle those.
He pointed to dozens of catapults nearby.
Go on, those are all yours.
Shen Mo gave them a glance and found that these catapults had all sustained significant damage. They were in desperate need of repair. Li Haitan quickly walked over and got to work. But Shen Mo didn't head toward the catapults. Instead, he looked at the cannons not far away. These cannons were known as blood energy cannons and operated using top-grade spirit stones. Inscriptions of small-scale formations were carved within them, designed to enhance the blood energy infused into them. A demon suppression guard at the Emperor realm only needed to inject blood energy to activate the formation, which would then amplify the energy and unleash a beam of blood energy equivalent to a full power strike from a venerable realm cultivator. It was precisely with such methods, fortresses, formations, military equipment, that the 10 demon suppression fortresses, manned by just over 300,000 demon suppression guards, could hold off demon hordes numbering hundreds or thousands of times more. However, an Emperor Realm guard could only infuse the cannon with blood energy 5 or 6 times in a row. Note: Emperor Realm is equivalent to Divine Transformation Realm. With a slight realm advancement, that might stretch to just one more shot. Once their blood energy was depleted, they had to withdraw and be replaced by another guard. Blood energy cannons were available in the Heavenly Dao Treasury, but the merit cost was immense. A single blood energy cannon required 5 C-grade merit points. The Heavenly Dao Treasury also offered repair services, but each repair cost at least 10 D-grade merit points. By comparison, slaying one true demon venerable only earned 10 D-grade merit points. Yet a true demon venerable typically had protective techniques. It took an average of 4 cannon blasts just to bring one down. Calculating it this way, it became clear. Rather than buying or repairing blood energy cannons, it was better to build and repair them oneself. However, blood energy cannons were fairly complex pieces of equipment. Once one was broken, it was basically one less in use. Shen Mo gazed over and saw many blood energy cannons stacked haphazardly in a dusty corner of the D-grade warehouse. His thoughts stirred. The first chapter of the Colossal Machinery Classic contained the blueprints and principles of the blood energy cannon. In that chapter, the blood energy cannon was not considered a particularly complex piece of military equipment. Especially the small-scale formation inscribed within it, which served to enhance blood energy. Ye treated it as a frequently used formation. Among the many blueprints in the Colossal Machinery Classic, nearly all featured the presence of this enhancement formation. When Wang Xing'an glimpsed Shen Mo's silhouette, he immediately knew what the youth was thinking.
If you're interested, give it a try. Who knows, you might really be able to repair the blood energy cannon.
Shen Mo casually picked up one of the still intact cannons. With a light squeeze, he removed the damaged section. Then, he rummaged through the other cannons nearby, salvaging parts from those that were severely damaged and beyond repair. After a short session of tinkering, he nodded slightly and set aside the now repaired blood energy cannon. Fixing one blood energy cannon hadn't cost Shen Mo much time. He immediately moved on to repair the next. Due to the limitation of materials, he only selected cannons that were still worth repairing. After all, repair materials also needed to be exchanged for with merit points. If the cost of repairs surpassed the merit cost of purchasing a new blood energy cannon, then it wasn't worth repairing. Soon, a growing pile of blood energy cannons began stacking up beside Shen Mo. Though they didn't look particularly refined and had not yet been tested, Shen Mo was confident they would function properly in actual combat. On the other side, Li Haitin was clumsily learning to repair catapults under Wang Xing'an's watchful eye. But within just half an hour, he was already beginning to fumble through basic repairs. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before he became proficient. Wang Xing'an was visibly pleased. Demon suppression guards with talent in this area were exceedingly rare. At that moment, he caught Shen Mo in the corner of his eye. To his surprise, a number of blood energy cannons were already piled up beside Shen Mo.
You repaired these blood energy cannons. Let me take a look.
Wang Xing'an was taken aback. He stepped forward, picked up one of the newly repaired cannons, and was just about to inject blood energy. Shen Mo quickly stopped him.
Commander, wait. The enhancement formation on this one has an issue. I still need to make some adjustments.
Wang Xing'an was stunned.
You can tell the enhancement formation has a problem.
Shen Mo nodded.
Yes, why do you ask, Commander?
Wang Xing'an pointed to the enhancement formation inscribed inside the cannon's barrel and said seriously.
Then tell me, what's wrong with it?
Shen Mo pointed at a specific spot.
This pattern has been damaged, rendering the formation ineffective.
It just needs to be re-engraved.
Wang Xing'an's eyes widened. He had studied formation arts for over 300 years, and only after that did he barely manage to understand most sub-heaven grade formations. As for the miniaturized formations carved into military devices, he'd spent over 100 years more before he could claim to have truly mastered them. How could Shen Mo understand all this so clearly?
You understand miniaturized formations.
Wang Xing'an pressed down his rising excitement and asked. Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Miniaturized formations are quite similar to talisman inscriptions. I've studied the mystic art of spiritual talisman crafting, so understanding this enhancement formation isn't a problem.
Wang Xing'an was overjoyed. He had also exchanged merit points for the mystic art of spiritual talisman crafting and tried studying it himself. Precisely because he had studied it, he knew how incredibly obscure and difficult it was to grasp. Many fools had once attempted to learn it, hoping to craft their own talismans to earn merit points. But after spending merit on the manual and slogging through the cryptic material, most gave up in the end. Eventually, hardly anyone bothered with it anymore. Most people simply chose to save up more merit and buy talismans directly from the heavenly Tao treasury.
Good, excellent.
Chapter 419, Repairing Cloudships in the C-Grade Warehouse. Chapter 419, Repairing Cloudships in the C-Grade Warehouse. Wang Xing'an's openly fervent gaze made Shen Mo feel a chill down his spine. It was the first time he'd ever experienced such a sensation. Anyone unaware might think Wang Xing'an had a fondness for men. Wang Xing'an said solemnly,
Since you know how to engrave enhancement formations, staying here to repair blood energy cannons would be a waste of your talent. Come with me to the C-Grade warehouse.
With that, he grabbed Shen Mo and dragged him away. Li Haitin watched the whole scene in a daze. Brother Shen was that gifted at repairing military equipment. Wang Xing'an gave the door of the C-Grade warehouse a strong push and flung it open. Shen Mo had already visited this place the day before. It was mostly filled with cloud chips.
If even one of these machines can be repaired, the strength of the Qingxuan fortress will increase significantly. And the merit earned for repairing them is far greater than what you'd get from fixing blood energy cannons.
Wang Xingyan spoke earnestly. Shen Mo nodded slightly. The colossal machinery classic consisted of 3 chapters. The first covered both blood energy cannons and cloud ships. To him, repairing these machines was not difficult.
Cloud ships are much harder to repair than blood energy cannons. After all, they each have 8 to 10 miniaturized formations inscribed within. But don't rush. Start by repairing the simplest Thunder Falcon cloud ships.
Wang Xingyan spoke with heartfelt concern.
Thunder Falcons don't carry weapons and don't need defense. They're the easiest to handle. With your talent, give yourself 2 or 3 years to fully master the Thunder Falcon structure. Once you've got it down, then you can move on to dismantling and repairing the snow sculpture cloud ships.
Snow sculptures are much more difficult. I have average talent. It took me over 10 years to barely grasp their structure.
You don't need to worry about time, just take it step by step. As for the Black Hawk cloud ships, those are the most difficult of all. Without 30 to 50 years of experience, it's nearly impossible to handle them proficiently. Don't try repairing the Black Hawk cloud ships until you've fully mastered both the Thunder Falcons and the snow sculptures.
Wang Xingyan spoke with such conviction, it was clear he was passing down his own personal experience without holding anything back. It was obvious he regarded Shen Mo as a rare talent. Li Haitan's abilities were enough to make him feel pleased. But someone like Shen Mo, who understood formations and the inner structure of military equipment, was exactly the kind of genius the armory needed most. Looking at the nagging, motherly Wang Xingyan, Shen Mo chuckled and nodded repeatedly.
Commander, rest assured. I'll take things step by step, first the Thunder Falcon, then the snow sculpture, and only later the Black Hawk.
Wang Xingyan nodded in satisfaction.
Good, good. Focus on repairing here in the C-grade warehouse. I won't let anyone disturb you.
Shen Mo nodded, then turned and began examining the structure of a Thunder Falcon cloud ship. Wang Xingyan smiled broadly as he watched for a few moments, then left. He shut the warehouse door. Then, with a wine gourd in hand, he stood guard at the entrance of the C-grade warehouse, staking on the roll of its sentry. It was only then that the demon suppression guards from the armory began to slowly wake up, still groggy as they wandered toward the D-grade and C-grade warehouses.
Commander, why's the C-grade warehouse door closed?
The guards asked in surprise. Wang Xingyan waved them off.
Go to the D-grade warehouse. The C-grade one's occupied.
The demon suppression guards exchanged looks.
Is it that newcomer from yesterday?
Wang Xingyan nodded with a smile. One of the guards, a Qingxuan rank cultivator, stepped forward with a frown.
Commander Wang, but...
Even among the mostly idle demon suppression guards, there were still 1 or 2 who truly wanted to work. This one was named Wu Zhanian. He'd loved tinkering with machines since he was a child and had shown talent for it early on. After passing the demon suppression guard selection, he didn't choose to serve under any commander. Instead, he came straight to the armory. His dream was to recreate the long-lost machines. Wang Xingyan was quite fond of this driven guard. In the past, Wang Xingyan often personally guided Wu Zhanian, teaching him hand in hand. Wu Zhanian was a quick learner. Within just over 7 years, he had already mastered the repair of blood energy cannons. Now, he was diligently studying the structure and principles of the Thunder Falcon cloud ship. From Wang Xingyan's perspective, his progress was also quite fast. Although Wu Zhanian had yet to repair a Thunder Falcon with full proficiency, he was already capable of fixing those with minor damage. So when Wang Xingyan closed the C-grade warehouse and blocked his access, Wu Zhanian naturally felt displeased. Seeing Wu Zhanian's expression, Wang Xingyan scratched his head. Wu Zhanian had decent talent, better than Li Haitan's, but likely still fell short of Shen Mo. Even so, after working with Wu Zhanian for years, he had grown fond of the young man. His hardworking nature and dedication made him well-liked. After a moment of thought, Wang Xingyan finally nodded.
All right, go in, but make sure you don't clash with the newcomer.
Wu Zhanian nodded.
Understood, I'm only going in to study the Thunder Falcon cloud ship. As long as he doesn't bother me, I won't bother him.
Wang Xingyan opened the door and let Wu Zhanian in. As for the other demon suppression guards, he sent them to the D-grade warehouse. Wu Zhanian has good potential, but compared to Shen Mo, there's still a gap.
He's always been proud of his talent. Meeting Shen Mo might be a humbling experience. Realizing there's always someone better isn't a bad thing. If they can study cloud ships together, maybe they'll spark some inspiration and speed up their progress.
Wang Xingyan chuckled to himself. Inside the C-grade warehouse, Shen Mo was currently focused on dismantling a heavily damaged Thunder Falcon cloud ship. Of course, he had heard the door open and footsteps entering the warehouse. Then a voice called out from a distance.
Newcomer, I'm Wu Zhanian. What's your name? Shen Mo.
Wu Zhanian nodded.
All right, Commander Wang told us not to get into any conflicts. As long as you don't interfere with me, I won't interfere with you.
Chapter 420, 10 cloud ships pass inspection ready for the battlefield. Chapter 420, 10 cloud ships pass inspection ready for the battlefield. With Shen Mo's perception, he naturally sensed Wu Zhanian's gaze with ease. But he didn't mind. The methods for repairing military equipment weren't something one could pick up just by watching. No matter how much Wu Zhanian stared, it would be of no use. Shen Mo flexed his fingers and began repairing the second Thunder Falcon cloud ship. After completing one, he already felt quite proficient. Fixing one more would likely allow him to fully master the Thunder Falcon and move on to the Snow Sculpture cloud ship. In just under half an hour, another fully repaired Thunder Falcon cloud ship stood beside him. He gave a slight nod. His speed had noticeably improved. Without bothering with the remaining Thunder Falcons, he stepped forward and began dismantling a Snow Sculpture cloud ship. Wu Zhanian, who had been occasionally watching from the side, froze on the spot. Another one. And it looked like it had taken even less time than before. Staring at the freshly repaired Thunder Falcon, a thought arose in Wu Zhanian's mind. Was it truly fixed? Could it actually function? Was Shen Mo bluffing? He mulled it over. Perhaps the newcomer really was faking it. But then again, it was possible the guy was genuinely a master of military engineering. Only when Wang Xingyan came to inspect would they know the truth.
But how is he already dismantling the Snow Sculpture cloud ship? Does he think he's already mastered the Thunder Falcon structure?
Wu Zhanian looked on, suspicious. He had been studying under Wang Xingyan for years, and even now, he wasn't fully confident in the Thunder Falcon's intricacies. Yet this newcomer, only here for 2 days, already moved on to the next model. Wu Zhanian continued to watch while slowly dismantling his own ship. His hands moved slower and slower. Eventually, he just stopped altogether and observed Shen Mo from a distance. He didn't understand the Snow Sculpture cloud ship. But watching Shen Mo's deft fingers at work, it was clear he wasn't fumbling through it. The more he watched, the more puzzled he became. Who exactly was this newcomer? Had he grown up around military equipment? Or was he the child of some commander, sent here to the armory to avoid frontline combat? After all, demon suppression guards in the armory earned merit so slowly that they rarely paid attention to the heavenly Dao Golden rankings. Shen Mo's name might already be thunderous elsewhere, a favorite topic of many. But here in the armory, almost no one knew who he was. Even if someone had glanced at the people rankings and seen the name Shen Mo in second place, they would never link that top-ranked genius to the new recruit toiling in the warehouse. The reason was simple. Anyone ranked in the top 10 was undoubtedly an elite. Why would such a person come to this quiet, forgotten place like the armory? They would only assume it was someone with the same name. After all, it wasn't that rare a name.
Who?
Elsewhere, Shen Mo let out a breath. He had just finished repairing a Snow Sculpture cloud ship. And faster than before. After all, the structures of cloud ships were interconnected. The differences between the Thunder Falcon and the Snow Sculpture were not vast. Once you understood one, you understood them all. From here on, his repair speed would only accelerate. Once he had studied all the cloud ships, he could begin crafting his own. That would be the true turning point. Soon night fell. Shen Mo had repaired one of each cloudship: Thunder Falcon, Snow Sculpture, and Black Hawk. Though only a few of each type. With his unparalleled comprehension, their construction principles were already etched into his mind. Now, he could even design superior cloudships based on those three. Like the Flame Jiao cloudship from the colossal machinery classic, whose ramming prow spewed violent flames and had more than 10 times the offensive power of a Black Hawk cloudship. Or the giant QE cloudship over 100 zhang long, 20 zhang wide, with a transport capacity more than 20 times that of a snow sculpture. And then the soaring dragon cloudship, the most powerful of them all, equipped with upgraded large blood energy cannons and spirit energy cannons at both the front and rear ramming prows, with 10 standard cannons of each type mounted along the sides. Its mast was made from flood dragon bone, inscribed with acceleration formations. The deck was fused with powdered black tortoise shell near indestructible. The soaring dragon cloudship was the culmination of Yi's entire cloudship design legacy. Unfortunately, he had never managed to construct it in his lifetime. Only the blueprint remained.
It's time to rest.
Shen Mo stood up and stretched, preparing to leave the warehouse. Wu Zhanian had been watching him the whole day. Seeing this, he stepped over and couldn't help but ask.
You?
Shen Mo nodded.
Yeah, what about it?
Wu Zhanian swallowed hard, then pointed at the cloudships Shen Mo had repaired.
So these cloudships can actually be operated.
Shen Mo nodded again. Wu Zhanian paused for a moment, then asked.
Can I test them? I know it sounds a bit unpleasant, but...
Shen Mo smiled.
You don't know how to pilot a cloudship. How would you test them? If anyone's going to test them, it should be Commander Wang. I was just about to call him to inspect everything.
Wu Zhanian nodded. He really did want to know whether those cloudships had truly been repaired. Deep down, he still didn't believe anyone could fix 10 cloudships in just a single day. He preferred to think Shen Mo was putting on a show. Boom! The door to the C-grade warehouse suddenly swung open. Wang Xingen, who had been dozing off by the entrance, jolted awake and quickly got to his feet.
Heading off to rest? Well, makes sense, it's been a whole day.
He yawned loudly. Though he'd spent most of the day dozing off in intervals, he still felt tired. Being a napper was exhausting too. Nothing like sleeping lying down. Shen Mo shook his head.
No, I've finished repairing 10 cloudships. Please inspect them, Commander. Once they pass, we can have them dusted off and kept ready for deployment.
Wang Xingen froze.
I repaired 10 of them.
Even the fat on his body seemed to tremble slightly in that moment. Did he hear that right? 10 cloudships fully repaired.
All right, I'll inspect them now.
With a burst of energy, Wang Xingen darted into the warehouse like an arrow. Wu Zhanian followed close behind. Shen Mo walked at a steady pace and pointed to one area.
They're the 10 I repaired.
Wang Xingen glanced over and inhaled sharply. Good heavens! 3 Thunder Falcon cloudships, 3 Snow Sculpture cloudships, and 4 Black Hawk cloudships.
I told you to proceed step by step, to start with Thunder Falcons, and only move on to Snow Sculptures and Black Hawks after you'd thoroughly mastered the first.
Wang Xingen couldn't help but say. Shen Mo shrugged.
Once I'd understood the Thunder Falcons, everything else just fell into place. Since there was time, I moved on to the Snow Sculptures and Black Hawks. I did follow your order.
Wang Xingen was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Shen Mo spoke with confidence. He didn't seem to be lying. But his instincts told him the entire scene before him was unreal. Only proper inspection could put his mind at ease.
You two wait here, I'll go test them.
Chapter 421, The Demon Race Temporarily Delays Assembly, Battle Achievement Record Acquired. Chapter 421, The Demon Race Temporarily Delays Assembly, Battle Achievement Record Acquired. Wang Xingen was greatly shocked. He quickly boarded the nearby cloud vessel. After a thorough inspection, it could be operated normally. Next came the Snow Sculpture cloud vessel and the Black Hawk cloud vessel. They were also fully functional and operable. At this moment, Wu Zhanian was filled with worry. Because Wang Xingyan remained silent the whole time. If there was an issue with the cloud vessels, Wang Xingyan would have spoken up immediately. But he said nothing, simply jumping from one cloud vessel to another. It was too strange. After a long while, Wang Xingyan finally jumped down from the deck. His gaze toward Shen Mo was full of astonishment. Like looking at a treasure trove.
All 10 cloud vessels pass the inspection. With just a bit of dusting, they can be taken straight to the battlefield. Shen Mo, how did you do it?
Wang Xingyan couldn't help but ask. Before Shen Mo could respond, Wu Zhanian beside him had already widened his eyes. Past inspection, all of them. What the hell? This was the most unlikely outcome. Shen Mo smiled.
Commander Wang, I once studied a book specialized in war machinery. You've probably heard of it. The Colossal Machinery Classic.
Wang Xingyan exclaimed in surprise.
Colossal Machinery Classic, how did you get your hands on that? It was inside the heavenly Dao treasury. Exchanging it required 50 B-rank battle merits. I borrowed quite a lot from other commanders and barely managed to acquire the first volume. Unfortunately, my comprehension was lacking. I couldn't grasp it fully and eventually gave up. I heard that among the 10 demon suppression fortresses, only General Ao Guang has genuine insight into the first volume of the Colossal Machinery Classic.
Shen Mo had already prepared his excuse and continued.
Before arriving at the demon suppression fortress, I had obtained the first volume and read through it briefly, though not in depth. Now that I've entered the armory and witnessed these constructs firsthand, I realized how powerful they are. Perhaps I really do have a talent for this.
Wang Xingyan was dumbfounded.
This isn't just talent or a prodigy.
He said with joy.
With you here, all the disabled machinery in Qingxuan Fortress can be brought back to life. This way, many demon suppression guards who shouldn't have died can be saved. Starting tomorrow, you'll be transferred to the B-rank warehouse.
Wang Xingyan was visibly excited, his gaze toward Shen Mo full of admiration. Wu Zhanian stood aside, already numb. Once, Wang Xingyan had looked at him the same way, believing him to be a rare talent. He had personally guided him in repairing and understanding the structure of war machines. It wouldn't be too much to say they were like master and disciple. But now, Wang Xingyan had changed too quickly. It was as if everything he once had suddenly vanished. He was no longer the most talented demon suppression guard in the armory. Shen Mo was. Wu Zhanian walked out of the C-rank warehouse, somewhat dazed. Outside, several demon suppression guards were whispering among themselves. Seeing Wu Zhanian come out, they all looked over curiously.
Brother Wu, what happened in there? Yeah, Brother Wu, that new guy can actually repair cloud vessels. You're joking, right?
Wu Zhanian looked dejected and said nothing. He was extremely jealous of Shen Mo. But he knew he couldn't speak out. This was critical information for Qingxuan Fortress. If the demon race didn't learn of this, they would definitely misjudge the fortress's strength. In that case, the demon suppression guards would surely secure a decisive victory. He walked away quietly, returning to his own room. Inside the C-rank warehouse, Wang Xingyan watched Wu Zhanian's departing figure and sighed softly. He had originally thought Wu Zhanian and Shen Mo could work together to study machinery and complement each other's strengths. But now it was clear there was no comparison between the two. Shen Mo smiled.
I still need 2 assistants.
Wang Xingyan nodded.
Who do you want? Just name them. Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian. They both have some talent and are loyal to the fortress.
Wang Xingyan was surprised, then nodded.
All right, we'll go with your choice.
He knew Shen Mo had definitely seen Wu Zhanian's jealousy. Yet Shen Mo was still willing to bring Wu Zhanian along. That showed Shen Mo was generous. So young and yet with such a noble temperament. Truly rare. The more Wang Xingyan looked at Shen Mo, the more he liked him. He had thought Zhang Longxiang was dumping a problem on the armory. Who would have thought he had delivered a treasure?
By the way, the demon race hasn't begun assembling lately.
Shen Mo suddenly asked. According to the predetermined fate shown on his life panel, the demon race should have attacked around these days. But the fortress remained calm, The demons hadn't moved. Wang Xingyan shook his head.
It's strange. Demon suppression guards from the second and third layers of the demon suppression sea had sent word earlier, saying the demons under the sixth archdemon were showing signs of mobilization and warned us to be cautious. But just a few days ago, new reports came saying they only gathered on the fourth layer and never moved toward the sea surface.
Shen Mo nodded.
I see.
He had a rough idea. It was likely due to Zhengsheng being exposed, and the mass arrest of Demon Execution Society members infiltrating Qingxuan Fortress, that the demon leadership became wary. They must have delayed their plans for attack. This kind of thing had happened before. When Shen Mo altered predetermined fate through his own efforts, the trajectory of destiny inevitably changed. It wasn't unexpected.
You should check your demon suppression bracelet. Your battle merits should be updated by now.
Wang Xingyan laughed.
It's already late, go get some rest. Repairing war machines is mentally and physically taxing. Don't skip rest and meals. Remember to balance work and rest.
Wang Xingyan spoke with concern. Shen Mo nodded.
Thank you, Commander Wang.
Inside his room, Shen Mo focused his mind into the demon suppression bracelet. Immediately, detailed records of acquired battle merits appeared. Repaired 2 blood energy cannons perfect repair, earned 2 D-rank battle merits. Repaired 3 Thunder Falcon Cloud vessels perfect repair, earned 60 D-rank battle merits. Repaired 3 Snow Sculpture Cloud vessels perfect repair, earned 150 D-rank battle merits. Repaired 3 Black Hawk Cloud vessels perfect repair, earned 3 C-rank battle merits. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Not bad at all. To other demon suppression guards, the armory wasn't a place to earn battle merits. But that was only because they didn't know how to repair anything. If you had the skill, the armory was a goldmine. For example, repairing 1 Thunder Falcon Cloud vessel earned 20 D-rank battle merits. That was the same as killing 2 regular true demon lords on the battlefield. The value of the Thunder Falcon Cloud vessel was high. It could attack and transport troops. As for the Snow Sculpture and Black Hawk Cloud vessels, their roles were even more significant. Each Snow Sculpture Cloud vessel repaired would improve trade between Qingxuan Fortress and other fortresses. This allowed them to trade surplus resources for urgently needed ones. Even with tension between the Yao race and humanity, everyone was still willing to do business.
And this is just for repairs. If I could build these machines myself once they enter battle and start killing demons, I could earn a large share of the credit each time.
Shen Mo smiled. That would be the real source of battle merit.
The demon race has temporarily halted their mobilization. This gives me an opportunity. I need to use this time to construct the Flame Flood Cloud vessel, the Giant Horned Serpent Cloud vessel, or the Soaring Dragon Cloud vessel. Such massive constructs could very well change the course of battle and exert immense power.
Chapter 422, and Fans Rage Yi Yan's Movements. Chapter 422, and Fans Rage Yi Yan's Movements. Demon Suppression Sea, 6th Layer. This depth had never been reached by any demon suppression guard. In fact, even with the combined might of the 10 demon suppression fortresses, they had only managed to establish a few outposts on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd layers of the demon suppression sea. Those outposts relied entirely on the power of the heavenly Tao's will to remain stable. And Zhen Shan once again arrived at the demon palace. At the entrance, the 2 demonized flood dragons stood guard as before. They recognized in Zhen Shan, so instead of baring their fangs, they allowed him to pass directly. He strode quickly through several courtyards, his sharp ears catching the sounds of decadent pleasure. He knew the children of the 6th archdemon were engaging with beautiful succubi. Not daring to linger or eavesdrop, he hastened his steps. Finally, he arrived before the deepest courtyard. It was eerily quiet. And Zhen Shan knocked and said respectfully,
Lord and Fan, this is Zhen Shan, reporting as ordered.
A calm voice replied from within.
Come in.
Only then did Zhen Shan dare to push open the door. At the center of the courtyard, and Fan sat reclining in a chair, as always, reading a book with focused intensity. No one understood how a demon like Fan could be so engrossed in books written by humans. Fan spoke flatly.
What did you find out? How were Qingxuan and the Demon Execution Society members exposed?
And Zhen Shan replied awkwardly.
We couldn't find anything.
And Fan frowned and sent out a wave of demonic energy. And Zhen Shan was flung far back, crashing into the courtyard wall before stopping. He gritted his teeth, returned to his position, and knelt without complaint. And Fan said coldly,
Useless, you couldn't even find that out. Then why are you here?
And Zhen Shan presented a sheet of paper.
There's been a change on the human rankings. You said that if anything changed, I was to copy it immediately and bring it to you. I heard about it from what remains of the Demon Execution Society and brought it as soon as I could.
And Fan raised an eyebrow.
The human rankings haven't changed in 10 years. What happened? Did Lion Slayer surpass Tang Shenting, or did someone from below suddenly rise?
And Zhen Shan shook his head.
Neither. Something very strange happened. A yellow-rank demon suppression guard from Qingxuan Fortress suddenly rose to second place, pushing Lion Slayer down.
And Fan's interest was piqued.
Interesting. What's his name? Shen Mo.
And Fan froze.
What? Say that again.
And Zhen Shan answered.
Yes, my lord. His name is Shen Mo.
And Fan took a deep breath.
Shen Mo.
He abruptly stood and began pacing back and forth. Memories long buried surged in his mind.
I want a portrait of this Shen Mo within 3 days.
And Fan ordered sternly. And Zhen Shan hesitated.
My lord, that will be difficult. All of our Demon Execution Society operatives in Qingxuan Fortress have already been purged. Also, that name is quite common.
He raised his head and met Fan's gaze. And Fan's eyes were icily cold. The words died in Zhen Shan's throat. He didn't dare continue.
My lord, I'll handle it. I swear I'll bring back his portrait within 3 days.
With that, he turned and left without looking back. After Zhen Shan departed, Fan slowly sat back down.
Shen Mo, it can't be him.
No matter how talented Shen Mo was, there's no way he reached the level that would earn the recognition of the heavenly Tao's will. It must be someone else with the same name. I'm overthinking.
Still, a sense of unease lingered. Those old memories.
I'll wait for the portrait from Zhen Shan.
And Fan steadied his mind. 3 days later. And Zhen Shan did indeed return with a portrait.
My lord, I did not fail you. I've brought you a portrait of Shen Mo.
He said respectfully.
Qingxuan Fortress happened to purchase a batch of blood energy cannons from Qingxuan Fortress at a high price. Our people from the Demon Execution Society hid within the shipment and infiltrated Qingxuan Fortress. That's how they managed to acquire this image.
However, the person who obtained it didn't meet Shen Mo directly. It was sketched based on others' descriptions. And Fan praised him a few times, then took the portrait and slowly unfolded it. His pupils contracted at once. The image was merely a sketch, resembling the Shen Mo he remembered only in part. But that aura, no one could imitate that. It was him. It was the Shen Mo he once knew. Shen Mo had returned. He was in Qingxuan Fortress. In that instant, Fan's body swayed violently. He nearly passed out. And Zhen Shan quickly stepped forward, trying to support him. But Fan shoved him away. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed himself. He could feel it. From the depths of his heart, the shadow that had vanished was once again rising. And it refused to fade. Like maggots clinging to bone. Unless he personally killed Shen Mo, this nightmare would never leave him.
What does Father Demon say? When will the assault on Qingxuan Fortress begin?
Fan asked solemnly. And Zhen Shan was stunned, then shook his head.
Since the Archdemon gave the order to postpone mobilization, there have been no further commands. They may even be planning to cancel the assault altogether. However, I've heard the confidant of the 5th Archdemon has arrived in our territory. Perhaps the 2 Archdemons might join forces.
Fan paced back and forth. He knew Shen Mo was only a yellow-rank demon suppression guard for now. He would definitely be sent to the battlefield. Now was the perfect chance to kill him. The sooner the battle, the better. The more it was delayed, the stronger Shen Mo would become. That much he had already experienced firsthand.
I cannot influence Father Demon's decision. For now, we can only wait.
And Fan let out a long sigh. When the sixth archdemon made a decision, no one could change it. He had long accepted that. And Fan added,
Go back, keep close watch on Shen Mo's every move. Find out exactly where he is.
and Zhen Shan nodded seriously.
Yes, I take my leave.
He turned and departed, disappearing quickly.
Shen Mo.
And Fan's gaze seemed to pierce through the sea itself, seeing all the way to Xuanwu Fortress. Seeing that familiar figure from his memories, the one who left him breathless. In the eastern sea, the sky and water merged in a vast blue expanse. A lone figure dashed across the waves at great speed. His body was mostly human, though several parts still retained bestial traits. He looked quite strange. Smiling, he pulled out a palm-sized jade bowl and grinned.
This azure sea bowl is really something. It can illuminate the condition of the sea within 10,000 li. Makes it so easy to avoid danger and chase fortune.
This was Yi Yan. After leaving the 10,000 demon nation, he had fled to the eastern sea, traveling ever eastward. He had acquired the azure sea bowl while escaping from a sea beast. He found it by accident in a sunken ship. This treasure could reveal the structure of the ocean across a vast range. Trenches, undersea valleys, shipwrecks, sea beasts, treasures, all were visible. The sea was filled with powerful aquatic demon beasts. But with the azure sea bowl, he could easily avoid dangerous areas. Sometimes he'd even lure two powerful sea beasts to fight one another, then swoop in to reap the rewards. Thanks to the azure sea bowl, he repeatedly stumbled upon great opportunities. His cultivation advanced rapidly, and now he had reached the peak of the nascent soul realm, just a step away from the divine palace realm.
I've heard that the far eastern region is the demon suppression sea. The cultivation resources there must be even richer. Maybe with this azure sea bowl, I can reach the demon suppression sea just by heading east.
Chapter 423. Chapter 423. Zhang Longxiang, what are you doing? You're not even working. Chapter 423. Zhang Longxiang, what are you doing? You're not even working.
It's done.
Shen Mo looked at the massive cloud ship in front of him, his face brimming with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship. Its streamlined hull, reinforced keel and deck, and the awe-inspiring Flood Dragon ramming horn immediately emanated an overwhelming pressure. Standing beneath the Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship and looking up, Shen Mo felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. If it were demons instead, the sense of oppression would undoubtedly be even greater. Besides Shen Mo, Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian were both dumbfounded. As Shen Mo's assistants, they naturally followed him closely. Wu Zhanian had initially been surprised that Shen Mo would choose him as an assistant. But he soon came to terms with it. He even felt a bit excited. Shen Mo's understanding of military weaponry was undoubtedly superior to his own. He could learn a lot from Shen Mo. Following Shen Mo might not be a bad thing after all. These past few days, they had watched the entire process of Shen Mo building the cloud ship. Wu Zhanian didn't even dare blink. At first he had been shocked. Shen Mo had exchanged a large number of precious materials from the Heavenly Dao treasury, such as the extremely heavy black ironwood, the perfect choice for constructing decks, or the scalding lava sand, an ideal material for crafting fire attribute ramming horns, and wind god silkworm thread, which could autonomously gather wind spiritual energy from heaven and earth, an optimal choice for making sails. Nearly all of these materials were top-tier earth-rank treasures. When Shen Mo handed them over to Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan, both of them were stunned. Even Li Haitan, as dull as he was, could tell these materials were extraordinary. Wu Zhanian, who was even more well-versed than Li Haitan, recognized their divine properties at a glance. So they couldn't understand why Shen Mo would waste precious military merits to exchange for such heavenly materials. Only later did they realize Shen Mo was going to build the cloud ship himself. At first, Wu Zhanian almost went mad. He questioned Shen Mo multiple times about why he would waste military merit on something like this. Even General Ao Guang at the Flood Dragon Fortress, who had devoted his life to military weaponry, could only repair most equipment proficiently. He couldn't construct a cloud ship from scratch. Shen Mo, a mere yellow-rank demon suppression guard, how could he possibly pull this off? But it only took 2 days for Wu Zhanian to fall completely silent. Li Haitan, even more so, acted like a mute the entire time. His jaw never even closed. The two of them had watched with their own eyes as this massive cloud ship took form: keel, deck, mast, sails, and ramming hornall assembled piece by piece. Now this cloud ship stood gallant and imposing, like a sword unsheathed. It seemed eager to rush into battle and slaughter demons. The flame flood dragon cloud ship could even pressure Shen Mo himself. Naturally, it had completely stunned Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan.
Can
Wu Zhanian asked seriously. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh.
Why would I build it if it couldn't?
Wu Zhanian said, utterly serious. Moments later, Wang Xing'an, who had been eating and drinking, was dragged over by Wu Zhanian. Wang Xing'an didn't finish complaining. Because he saw the massive cloud ship in the warehouse, over 60 zhang in length.
This.
Wang Xing'an was dumbfounded. He had been running back and forth these past few days to Zhang Longxiang's place asking for supplies, sometimes making several trips a day. Naturally, he didn't have time to check in on Shen Mo and the others. So he had no idea what they were working on in the Class B warehouse. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He knew every screw and every rat in the 4 military depots like the back of his hand. How had just a few days passed, and now there was suddenly such a massive, imposing cloud ship in the Class B warehouse? He thought for a moment and came up with 2 possibilities. First, that it was exchanged for using military merit by some demon suppression guard. But he immediately dismissed that idea. Cloud ships could be exchanged in the Heavenly Dao Treasury, but only 3 types were available: Thunder Falcon, Snow Eagle, and Black Hawk. This one he had never seen before. The second possibility was that it had been built by Shen Mo and the other 2. That thought had just arisen when he dismissed it completely. Compared to the first possibility, this one was even more unlikely. Even the demon suppression Heavenly General Ao Guang couldn't forge military weapons. How could Shen Mo possibly pull it off? With Shen Mo's talent, he might be able to create weaponry one day in the future. But right now, absolutely impossible.
Where?
Wang Xing'an asked. Shen Mo smiled.
The 3 of us built it.
As soon as he spoke, Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan quickly shook their heads.
We just helped out a bit. To be precise, Shen Mo built it alone.
How would they dare take credit for this? Wang Xing'an's eyes widened. With a leap, he landed directly on the deck of the Flame Flood Dragon cloud ship and began inspecting it. Moments later, he jumped back down from the deck, visibly excited, his face flushed red with emotion.
It works perfectly. This cloud ship's offensive power is far superior to the Black Hawk cloud ship. Shen Mo, is this something you comprehended from the Colossal Machinery Classic?
Wang Xing'an couldn't help grabbing Shen Mo's shoulders, slightly losing control of himself. Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
That's right, this is a blueprint left behind by divine craftsman Yi.
Wang Xing'an stroked the cloud ship, looking utterly enamored.
What's it called? Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship.
Wang Xing'an murmured.
Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship.
He laughed as he rushed out. Like a breeze of joy. The demon suppression guards in the armory were all baffled. Was Commander Wang drunk again from conning wine off some other officer? Why was he grinning like that? Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian immediately moved to the warehouse gate and sealed it tightly. They too had realized it. The appearance of this new model cloud ship could be considered top-level classified information in the Qingxuan fortress. It must not be discovered by ordinary demon suppression guards. At this point, Wu Zhanian no longer had a trace of envy or jealousy in his heart. Toward Shen Mo, he felt only pure admiration. Fortress Watchtower. Wang Xing'an was banging furiously on the door. The two demon suppression guards standing guard exchanged confused looks.
Zhang Longxiang, let me in. I have something important to report.
Wang Xing'an shouted.
Zhang Longxiang, what are you doing? You're not even working.
After a while, Zhang Longxiang poked his head halfway out of the tower window, looking annoyed.
Wang Xing'an, what madness are you up to now?
Wang Xing'an immediately changed his tone and wore a flattering smile.
Heh, my dear General Zhang, I have something urgent to discuss with you.
Zhang Longxiang sneered.
Is your urgent matter that the armory is in dire need of good wine, or that it needs to restock weaponry?
Wang Xing'an chuckled again.
Neither. Would old Wang ever be the kind of man who only seeks food and drink?
Zhang Longxiang let out another cold snort, and after thinking for a moment said,
Come up.
The tower door creaked open slowly. Wang Xing'an dashed upstairs in a hurry. His movements were so swift and fluid, he didn't look like a chubby man with a bulging belly at all. Rather, he was agile and nimble. So much so that the two guards at the entrance stared in disbelief. At the top of the tower, after hearing Wang Xing'an's report, Zhang Longxiang showed a look of shock.
What, a new model cloud ship? He built a new cloud ship?
Chapter 424. Chapter 424, Disclosure of the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship is forbidden. Chapter 424, Disclosure of the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship is forbidden. Violators will be treated as traitors to the fortress. Wang Xing'an was grinning more joyfully than a 300 jin baby.
My dear General Zhang, you have no idea what's going on in the armory. That Shen Mo, he's a 1 in a million.
Wang Xing'an was beside himself with excitement, spraying spittle as he spoke. A few drops nearly hit Zhang Longxiang in the face. Zhang Longxiang calmly wiped his face and asked seriously.
Old Wang, are you being serious? You're not dreaming again. You once ran to me saying you were ready to start building Thunder Falcon cloudships and asked me for 10 jars of fiery brew. 20 years passed and not a single thing came of it.
Wang Xing'an gave an embarrassed chuckle and scratched his head.
Well, something did come of it. What came of it? I drank all 10 jars of fiery brew in one day.
Zhang Longxiang. Wang Xing'an spoke seriously.
General Zhang, I hope you can spare some time and take a look.
This time, I swear I'm not lying. If I'm lying, I'll resign from my position as commander on the spot.
Zhang Longxiang waved him off.
Don't do that. If you quit, no one will manage the armory. None of the other commanders want to be assigned there.
Wang Xing'an chuckled.
It'll be different from now on. With Shen Mo in the armory, it won't be the coldest and most forgotten post in logistics anymore.
Listening to Wang Xing'an, Zhang Longxiang got the sense that he wasn't lying. Coincidentally, he wasn't busy at the moment either. After a moment of thought, he nodded, still half skeptical.
All right, I'll go with you to the armory. If you're lying to me, you know what the consequences will be.
Wang Xing'an nodded like a pecking bird.
Don't worry, I'm well aware. But before we go, it's best you change your appearance. Don't let anyone know it's you.
Zhang Longxiang frowned.
Is that really necessary?
Wang Xing'an replied sternly.
Very. Who knows if the Qingxuan fortress has been infiltrated by demons?
Zhang Longxiang sighed.
Fine.
He waved a hand, spiritual energy surging. In the blink of an eye, his body became taller. His facial features only shifted slightly, but his whole appearance looked different. Now he looked like a tall and burly man who cultivated physical strength techniques.
Let's go.
The two of them left the tower and headed straight for the armory. Clasby Warehouse. Someone knocked at the door from outside. Li Haitan, without a word, pressed against the door.
No one is allowed to enter. Commander Wang said so, no exceptions.
From outside came Wang Xing'an's voice.
Haitan, it's me, Wang Xing'an.
Li Haitan sneered.
That trick's already been used. Don't think you can fake Commander Wang's voice and fool me.
The demon suppression guards in the armory were extremely curious about what Shen Mo and the others were doing inside the Class B warehouse. Normally, Wang Xingyan only allowed regular guards access to the Class D and Class C warehouses. But he never let anyone in or out of the Class B warehouse. And sure enough, when curiosity gets strong enough, people will try anything. Earlier, a guard had impersonated Wang Xingyan's voice, trying to trick Li Haitan into opening the door. But Wu Zhanian, who had spent years with Wang Xingyan, saw through the deception immediately. Outside the door, Wang Xingyan looked at Zhang Longxiang and scratched his head. Zhang Longxiang was both exasperated and amused.
So how are we getting in?
Wang Xingyan smacked his lips.
Haitan, there's something you once told me that you've never told anyone else. Do you remember it?
From the other side of the door, Li Haitan replied with a stern face.
I remember. If you can say it, then you're really Commander Wang.
Wang Xingyan let out a dramatic sigh.
You told me.
Before he could finish, creak, the warehouse door swung open. Li Haitan saw it was indeed Wang Xingyan and instantly lit up with surprise.
It's really you, Commander Wang.
Wu Zhanian looked at Li Haitan with a strange expression. Women with split tongues. Damn, that's some wild taste. The warehouse door closed again. Both Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian turned their eyes to the tall man beside Wang Xingyan.
And this is?
Wu Zhanian asked curiously. Wang Xingyan had said the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship would be one of Qingxuan Fortress's top secrets. Why would he bring in some unknown outsider? Even Shen Mo was slightly surprised. But he quickly guessed the man's identity. Zhang Longxiang. Sure enough, the tall man raised his hand, spiritual energy flowing. His form and face shifted entirely. He was none other than the demon suppression general of Qingxuan Fortress Zhang Longxiang. Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian were both startled and quickly bowed in salute. Shen Mo cupped his fists and greeted.
Greetings, General Zhang.
Zhang Longxiang nodded, his gaze already fixed involuntarily on the massive cloudship before him. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a colossal cloudship, not only had he never seen it before, it didn't even exist in the heavenly Tao treasury. Anything that had ever appeared in this world could be exchanged in the heavenly Tao treasury. If something wasn't there, it meant it had never existed before. This cloudship.
General Zhang, you see it now. Doesn't this count as a top-secret asset of Qingxuan Fortress?
Zhang Longxiang nodded solemnly.
It does. From today onward, the existence of this cloudship must not be known by anyone other than those present. Anyone who leaks it will be treated as a traitor to the fortress.
Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan were both shocked and nodded gravely. They already understood how important the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship was. But hearing it declared from Zhang Longxiang's mouth made its significance all the more real. Even the mighty demon suppression general, Zhang Longxiang, said so. The importance of the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship was beyond question. Zhang Longxiang looked at Shen Mo, his eyes sharp.
Shen Mo, I truly didn't expect that you would have such astounding talent in this field.
Shen Mo smiled.
Thanks to the Colossal Machinery Classic, I never imagined I'd have an affinity for it either.
Zhang Longxiang gave a slight nod.
I've heard of the Colossal Machinery Classic. Ao Guang of Panlong Fortress studied it, but even after 1,000 years, he never claimed to have fully mastered the first volume. That proves your talent is truly exceptional.
Zhang Longxiang thought for a moment.
Roughly how many days would it take you to build one of these?
Shen Mo considered.
If the materials are sufficient, one ship every 5 days.
Zhang Longxiang nodded.
Good, give the list of required materials to Wang Xingyan. If the fortress has them, take them directly from the warehouse. If not, exchange for them from the heavenly Tao treasury. If you don't have enough merit, come to me for it.
He sighed emotionally.
With just 5 of these cloud ships, we can create overwhelming firepower on the battlefield. That will keep many demon suppression guards from dying needlessly.
Shen Mo responded seriously.
I understand.
Zhang Longxiang patted his shoulder.
Qingxuan Fortress desperately needs these cloud ships. They will become critical assets in resisting the demon race.
Chapter 425, 8 Flame Flood Dragon Cloudships Board the Fleet. Chapter 425, 8 Flame Flood Dragon Cloudships Board the Fleet. 1 month later. Shen Mo exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. He looked at the 8 cloudships in the warehouse and revealed a satisfied smile. The 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloudships stood majestic and domineering, emanating an overwhelming presence. Even their creator could feel the pressure they exerted. Not to mention how oppressive they would appear to the demon race once deployed on the battlefield. Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian had watched Shen Mo build them from start to finish. In their hearts they could only describe it as
shocking.
Shen Mo's speed in constructing the Flame Flood Dragon cloudships increased day by day. Only by working ever faster could he complete 8 of them. Li Haitan asked,
Brother Shen, if these cloudships enter the battlefield, how powerful will they be?
Shen Mo smiled and paced slowly.
The prow's Flame Flood Dragon ram horn can amplify the spirit power of a divine transformation realm demon suppression guard by over 100 times. Roughly comparable to the full force strike of a peak divine palace realm cultivator.
Li Haitan drew a cold breath.
A peak divine palace realm cultivator. That's equivalent to a true demon lord, right?
Shen Mo continued.
On both sides of the hull, there are 5 blood energy cannons and 5 spirit energy cannons.
A divine transformation realm or emperor realm demon suppression guard must operate them. When fired together, they can blast a golden true demon lord to scraps within 5 breaths.
He pointed to the mast. The mast employs the Grand Levitation Array and the Grand Acceleration Array, allowing a massive displacement in a short time to evade danger. Then he indicated the deck.
The hull absorbs heaven and earth's spiritual energies to form an anti-demon shield that reduces demon energy attacks by over 50%. It is also engraved with an anti-demon array, further weakening demon energy assaults by 30%. In addition, there is an invisibility array on the hull. The more top-grade spirit stones consumed, the better its concealment against powerful enemies.
Shen Mo smiled slightly.
With such a Flame Flood Dragon cloudship, how many demon tribes could stand against it?
Li Haitan was speechless. He now understood exactly how fearsome they were. They were instruments of mass slaughter when deployed at the right moment. At that moment, Wang Xing'an strode in. He had also observed the construction over the past days, so he no longer felt astonished. Wang Xing'an said seriously,
The demon race has launched its attack. Reports from our watchtower indicate the 6th Great Sky Demon persuaded the 5th Great Sky Demon to join the assault. Over 10 million demon troops are advancing on the southern fortresses.
The Demon Suppression Sea formed a circle guarded by 10 fortresses. The southern forts Qingxuan, Zhuke, and Jinshan were the weakest. They were the main targets of the demon assault. Attacks elsewhere were merely probes. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. The demon race was cautious and avoided blind offensives.
General Zhang ordered that, at the crucial moment, these 8 cloudships will board the fleet.
Wang Xing'an sighed.
They will sway the tide of battle. We may slaughter a large number of the direct descendants of the great sky demons.
Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan lit up with excitement. Among the true demons, the descendants of the great sky demons were the strongest. They served as commanders, officers, and leaders, like the brains of the army. Once they fell, the lesser demons would descend into chaos.
If we could kill a great sky demon.
Li Haitan mused. Demon energy exceeded spirit power and blood energy. Confronting a great sky demon usually required 2 demon-suppressing generals. Even after many years, such generals remained few. The beast race's fortresses suffered fewer assaults, so more demon suppression guards survived. At Blood God Fortress and Howling Moon Fortress, 1 primary and 1 secondary jointly commanded the fortress. Only Qinglong Fortress and Beihu Fortress among the human fortresses have 2 demon-suppressing generals. Qingxuan Fortress has only Zhang Longxiang. Zhuke Fortress is worse off. Since its demon-suppressing general died, no new one has appeared. For the past century, Zhuge Fortress has been jointly overseen by the two demon-suppressing generals from Behu Fortress and Howling Moon Fortress.
It's too difficult to kill a great sky demon. Don't dream about it.
Wu Zhanian shook his head. Wang Xing'an said solemnly,
I'll bring a squad of elite demon suppression guards shortly to board the cloud ships in advance. We'll be waiting for just General Zhang's order.
The three of them nodded earnestly. Wang Xing'an pushed open the door and left. Moments later, he returned with a batch of demon suppression guards and the two centurions, Ning Tianying and Qingxuan Sect. Each of these guards had reached the Qingxuan level powerful and experienced. Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and everyone else were puzzled. Why, with the demon race already attacking, did they head to the fortress's northern armory instead of joining the battle? But since this order came directly from Zhang Longxiang, they did not question it and came at once. Outside the Class B warehouse, Wang Xing'an gave a slight smile.
Tianying, long time no see.
Then he extended his hand. Ning Tianying nodded, and their hands clasped. Qingxuan Sect also shook Wang Xing'an's hand.
Commander Wang, what exactly does General Zhang want us to do here? The front line needs us.
Wang Xing'an laughed.
Come in, you'll see once you're inside.
Ning Tianying and Qingxuan Sect exchanged puzzled glances. Class B warehouse. Isn't this just discarded heavy weaponry? What's so special? Still puzzled, they stepped inside, the elite guards following behind. Moments later, they gazed at the 8 majestic flame flood dragon cloud ships, their eyes widening.
So powerful, so huge, so fierce.
My heavens, what kind of new cloud ship is this? I've never seen it before.
No wonder we were brought here. We've all piloted cloud ships before.
The elite guards gasped in astonishment, thrilled beyond measure. Ning Tianying and Qingxuan Sect were even more stunned. Since when did the armory have 8 cloud ships like these? Could they have been purchased from another fortress at great cost? That would be a huge loss. And we've never heard a whisper of this. Ning Tianying couldn't help but ask.
Commander Wang, these 8 cloud ships.
Wang Xing'an nudged Shen Mo and the other two.
They were built by Shen Mo. He used to serve under you.
Only then did Ning Tianying notice the 3 beneath the cloud ships. He saw that young demon suppression guard.
It's you. You built these 8 cloud ships.
Chapter 426, Staying Hidden to Catch a Bigger Fish. Chapter 426, Staying Hidden to Catch a Bigger Fish. Ning Tianying and Qingxuan Sect approached Shen Mo, their eyes puzzlingly sizing him up. It was as if they were meeting this young man for the first time. Although they had seen Shen Mo slay a true demon lord on the battlefield, that had been a solo feat. But now the 8 flame flood dragon cloud ships in this Class B warehouse were entirely different. Each demon suppression guard who saw them immediately understood. These cloud ships would be the key to turning the tide. If deployed at the right moment, they would inflict devastating losses on the demon race. They might even seize the chance to counterattack deep into the demon suppression sea. They could set up watchtowers on the 4th and 5th layers. If they truly reached that point, these 8 cloud ships would earn legendary status, and their creator would be worshipped. Their pilots would be immortalized in history. At the thought, Ning Tianying and Qingxuan Sect exchanged a glance and leapt onto 1 cloud ship each. The other demon suppression guards followed suit and boarded the cloud ships.
Shen Mo, what is this called?
Ning Tianying shouted. Shen Mo smiled and replied.
Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship.
Ning Tianying nodded decisively. Wang Xing'an laughed and said,
Come on, you all board too. Once on the battlefield, I will protect you.
After all, only Shen Mo knows how to maintain these flame flood dragon cloud ships.
If they suffer heavy damage in battle, they must be repaired immediately. Such important weaponry cannot be treated as disposable.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Of course.
He also wanted to see how his creation would perform in battle. Besides, with Divine Thunder Fist and Blood Origin on his side, he was powerful enough. As long as no true demon lord intervened, he had nothing to fear.
Everyone, familiarize yourselves with the controls and await orders.
Wang Xing'an yelled. On the decks of the 8 flame flood dragon cloudships, the demon suppression guards nodded excitedly.
Yes.
Shen Mo, Wang Xing'an, Ning Tianying, and the others stood on the foremost cloudship. Shen Mo pricked up his ears and heard the guards whisper excitedly.
Holy hell, that firepower is insane. 5 blood energy cannons and 5 spirit energy cannons on each side. These blood energy cannons have been modified to consume less blood energy, so I can fire more rounds. Look at this deck, it's ridiculously tough. I slashed it hard and barely left a mark. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Hearing this, Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian exchanged triumphant smiles. Although they were not the builders, they had contributed during the construction. They were witnesses to these 8 flame flood dragon cloudships. Hearing the excited voices of experienced cloudship pilots, they felt as if they themselves were being praised. Shen Mo looked around and nodded to himself. These guards were excited but focused. In a short time, they had mastered most of the cloudship's functions. They were truly the veterans Zhang Longxiang had secretly selected. 2 days later, the sounds of fierce fighting drifted into the armory. The demon suppression guards paced anxiously. Still no deployment. Would General Zhang continue to hold back his trump card? The centurions Ning Tianying and Qingxuan remained relatively calm, though hints of impatience flickered in their eyes. Only Wang Xing'an sat eating and drinking with no sign of impatience. Li Haitan could not help but ask,
Commander Wang, why aren't you anxious at all? As long as we delay joining the battlefield one day.
Wang Xing'an replied,
The frontline guards must fight the demon race to the death for one more day. Heaven only knows how many will die. Why don't you ask General Zhang? Let us board the battlefield at once.
Not only he, but the other elite demon suppression guards on deck cast determined glances. Wang Xing'an shook his head and looked into Li Haitan's eyes.
Haitan, we are lying low now to catch a bigger fish. General Zhang wants us to play a greater role, not just kill lesser demons and true demons and be done with it. We pay a high price now, so we pay less later, or even no price at all. Do you understand?
Li Haitan's expression froze, then he nodded earnestly. Shen Mo said nothing, but inwardly, his respect for Zhang Longxiang grew. He had guessed Zhang Longxiang's intention. Zhang Longxiang's goal was not lesser demons, true demons, or descendants of the great sky demons. It was. Shen Mo, Wang Xing'an, Ning Tianying, and the others stood on the foremost cloudship. Shen Mo pricked up his ears and heard the guards whisper excitedly. Holy hell, that firepower is insane. 5 blood energy cannons and 5 spirit energy cannons on each side. These blood energy cannons have been modified to consume less blood energy, so I can fire more rounds. Look at this deck, it's ridiculously tough. I slashed it hard and barely left a mark. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Hearing this, Li Haitan and Wu Zhanian exchanged triumphant smiles. Although they were not the builders, they had contributed during the construction. They were witnesses to these 8 flame flood dragon cloudships. Hearing the excited voices of experienced cloudship pilots, they felt as if they themselves were being praised. Shen Mo looked around and nodded to himself. These guards were excited but focused. In a short time, they had mastered most of the cloudship's functions. They were truly the veterans Zhang Longxiang had secretly selected. 2 days later, the sounds of fierce fighting drifted into the armory. The demon suppression guards paced anxiously. Still no deployment. Would General Zhang continue to hold back his trump card? The centurions Ning Tianying and Qingxuan remained relatively calm, though hints of impatience flickered in their eyes. Only Wang Xing'an sat eating and drinking with no sign of impatience. Li Haitan could not help but ask, Commander Wang, why aren't you anxious at all? As long as we delay joining the battlefield one day, Wang Xing'an replied, the frontline guards must fight the demon race to the death for one more day. Heaven only knows how many will die. Why don't you ask General Zhang? Let us board the battlefield at once. Not only he, but the other elite demon suppression guards on deck cast determined glances. Wang Xing'an shook his head and looked into Li Haitan's eyes. Haitan, we are lying low now to catch a bigger fish. General Zhang wants us to play a greater role, not just kill lesser demons and true demons and be done with it. We pay a high price now, so we pay less later, or even no price at all. Do you understand? Li Haitan's expression froze, then he nodded earnestly. Shen Mo said nothing, but inwardly, his respect for Zhang Longxiang grew. He had guessed Zhang Longxiang's intention. Zhang Longxiang's goal was not lesser demons, true demons, or descendants of the great sky demons. It was,
Fire the cannons!
a centurion split a lesser demon, charging the battlements with one sword and roared. The 6 blood energy cannons beside him thundered like elephants. The blood energy shells suddenly fired, crashing into the distant horde of lesser demons and splattering demonic blood everywhere.
Continue firing!
The centurion bellowed. But this time, only 3 blood energy cannons thundered. The other 3 fell completely silent.
Fire, will you be deserters?
The centurion glared over and shouted. No one answered him. The 3 demon suppression guards lay on the ground, their faces pale.
Centurion Liu, they've expended their last drop of blood energy, they're dead.
A guard beside coughed a few times and whispered.
I can still fire 1 shot.
The other 2 forced themselves to speak.
I can still fire 2 shots.
Centurion Liu felt his heart bleeding. An Emperor Realm demon suppression guard could fire at most 5 shots in a short time. Any more and they'd damage their foundations. But these guards beside him had each fired over 20 shots. They had already overdrawn their bodies. And now they lay dead on the battlements.
You die on the battlefield, you are not cowards.
Chapter 427, Zhang Longxiang battles the 5th Great Sky Demon and Feng. Chapter 427, Zhang Longxiang battles the 5th Great Sky Demon and Feng. Above the suppression sea. Within the boundless demonic aura. 2 violet-black figures stood side by side, gazing toward the fortress in the distance. Both of them stood over 3 zhang tall, their bodies entirely violet-black. They were none other than the 5th and 6th Great Sky Demons. The 5th Great Sky Demon Enfeng was tall and thin, almost skeletal. His bones were clearly exposed, creating a ghastly appearance. His body bore traits of humans, demons, and flood dragons. He had 2 heads, 1 human, 1 dragon. He also had 4 arms, 1 human, 1 flood dragon, 1 tiger demon, and 1 bear demon. Demonic energy surged around him, radiating overwhelming pressure. The 6th Great Sky Demon, Anshin, had a massive, imposing figure like a moving mountain. Anshin resembled a giant black humanoid, with features roughly aligned with that of the human race. And Feng said casually,
The demons we sent to the demon race fortress have already been repelled.
Anshin replied calmly.
As expected.
The main assaults on the Qingxuan Fortress and Vermilion Bird Fortress are what matter most.
And Feng smiled.
Qingxuan Fortress is already showing signs of collapse. I expect Zhang Longxiang to make a move soon.
Anshin grinned.
That's exactly what we're waiting for. If we can kill Zhang Longxiang, morale at Qingxuan Fortress will crumble completely. After that, we'll have 2 breach points, Qingxuan Fortress and Vermilion Bird Fortress.
After speaking, he took a deep breath, sounding intoxicated.
I can't wait to break free of this prison.
And Feng pointed at Qingxuan Fortress.
Look, Zhang Longxiang is making his move.
Anshin followed his gaze. He immediately saw Zhang Longxiang leading his personal guard up the city walls. With a sweep of his longsword, a group of true demon lords that had rushed onto the wall were sliced clean in half.
It's time to make our move.
And Feng cackled.
No rush. Let the cannon fodder wear him down a bit more.
Anshin said calmly. There was no trace of equality in his tone toward the lower bloodline demons. To them, those demons were nothing more than slaves, cannon fodder expendables.
General, why have you come here? You mustn't go up on the wall.
Zhang Beisheng shouted in a low voice. Everyone knew that the demon suppression general was a key pillar of any fortress. He stood as a deterrent, locked in standoff against the enemy's great sky demons. If the demon suppression general entered the battlefield, it would undoubtedly provoke a response from the enemy's great sky demons. That would plunge the situation into unpredictable chaos, possibly leading to a conclusion that no one could foresee. Zhang Longxiang was just about to speak when a large number of true demon lords suddenly surged onto the city walls. Among them were many powerful apex true demon lords. The demon suppression guards, already drained of spiritual power and blood essence, were rapidly being pushed back by the enemy's assault. Even commanders like Zhang Beisheng, who had been locked in battle for days, were unable to withstand the apex true demon lords. Worse still, as the demons swarmed the wall, their demonic energy began to erode the fortress, though it hadn't yet formed true demon soil. Within the areas covered by the demonic aura, the demon suppression guards could no longer access the natural spiritual energy. Their spiritual power couldn't recover at all. They could only rely on blood essence. This forced the guards, most of whom cultivated spiritual power techniques, to face the enemy with their remaining, rapidly dwindling strength. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Zhang Longxiang took action again. Spiritual power surged from within him, shooting straight into the skies. In an instant, it condensed into a massive dragon elephant manifestation over 50 zhang tall. The dragon elephant's form resembled that of an elephant, but it was covered in scales, and dragon horns protruded from its head. It radiated the mighty aura of the dragon race. According to legend, in ancient times, the dragon elephant stood even higher in status than the flood dragon. However, dragon elephant bloodlines were incredibly rare. Because of their natural suppressive power over the demon race, the dragon elephants were relentlessly hunted. Before even the start of the ancient era, they had been nearly wiped out, completely extinct. What remained today were only giant elephants with a few faint traces of dragon elephant blood. It is extremely difficult for the dragon elephant bloodline to resurface. Back when Zhang Longxiang dominated the human ranking for a long time, he obtained a crucial visualization diagram. It was precisely the dragon elephant visualization diagram. Relying on this, Zhang Longxiang's strength ranked among the top of all demon suppression generals. None of the other generals dared to claim they could definitely defeat Zhang Longxiang. All because of that dragon elephant manifestation. At this moment the dragon elephant manifestation appeared, it unleashed astonishing power. The demonic aura pressing down on the fortress evaporated like frost meeting blazing sun. The true demon lords fighting on the city wall were shaken to the ground by the manifestation, howling in pain. As for the lower-tier lesser demons, they were directly reduced to minced flesh and shattered bones, unable to even scream. This was the dragon elephant's suppressive power against the demon race. Very soon, the city wall was clear once more, and the demonic aura had been completely swept away by the dragon elephant manifestation. Zhang Beisheng shouted at the top of his lungs, veins bulging on his forehead.
General Zhang has taken action himself. General Zhang is right here with us. The fortress will not fall.
More demon suppression guards joined in the shouting.
Kill!
Two figures of apex true demon lords suddenly appeared in the air. Their arms transformed into blades and lunged at Zhang Longxiang's vital points. They had actually approached this close to Zhang Longxiang by relying on their cultivation techniques. The speed of the two apex true demon lords was astonishing. Zhang Longxiang's personal guard only realized their presence when they were nearly upon him. Shocked and enraged, they moved to defend, but it was already too late. The blades of the two apex true demon lords were already about to strike Zhang Longxiang.
Dragon elephant manifestation resound.
Zhang Longxiang let out a low roar. The 100 Zhang dragon elephant lifted its trunk and let out a thunderous trumpet. The sound echoed throughout the entire Qingxuan fortress and even farther beyond. Within 1,000 Zhang radius of the fortress, every demon's skull exploded under the roar. Within 10,000 Zhang, countless demons bled from all 7 orifices, writhing in unbearable pain. The sound had no effect on the demon suppression guards. But to the two apex true demon lords, it was a fatal blow. Their bodies froze mid-charge, as if time had stopped. Moments later, dark violet demon blood oozed from their bodies. With a thud, they collapsed to the ground. When the demon suppression guards investigated, they found that their brains and organs had turned to mush. After slaying the two apex true demon lords, Zhang Longxiang remained unchanged. Having stepped into the manifestation realm for many years, killing enemies a realm below him was a trivial matter. But he was well aware of the enemy's plan: to exhaust his spiritual power by throwing demon after demon at him. Even if only a little could be worn down, it was still worth it. Zhang Longxiang understood this perfectly. The 10 great sky demons were all cunning and treacherous. They would never reveal themselves easily. Unless he exposed a fatal weakness, they would never recklessly act to take his life. This entire performance had to look absolutely real. Otherwise, he would never achieve his objective.
General Zhang, to think a mighty manifestation realm cultivator would lower himself to bully such weak demons. Don't you find it shameful?
A deep voice echoed from the sky. It was the 5th great sky demon Anfeng. Zhang Longxiang replied calmly.
This is war between races, life and death. What shame is there in that?
Anfeng laughed heartily.
Very well, then I shall also attack your demon suppression guards.
Chapter 428, Willing to bait them even at the cost of his life. Chapter 428, Willing to bait them even at the cost of his life. In the heavens above, two vastly different forces clashed and intertwined like layers of clouds, constantly shifting and collapsing. It was as if living creatures were locked in a fierce struggle. Even the sky and sea emitted strange sounds, as if echoing the battle between the two mighty beings. The sight sent shock and dread through both the demon suppression guards and the demons. This was the power of a demon suppression general and a great sky demon. One move could shift the winds and clouds. Another could make heaven and earth roar. The battle between Zhang Longxiang and Anfeng grew increasingly intense. At a certain moment, Zhang Longxiang rose into the sky. Their duel gradually shifted toward the upper air. Zhang Beisheng raised his long saber, blocking an attack from a golden apex true demon lord. With a swift counterstrike, he forced it back. He looked up at the sky, his face filled with worry. Most demon suppression guards didn't understand, but he knew all too well. This time, it was the 5th and 6th great sky demons acting together. The 6th great sky demon, Anshan, was definitely still hiding somewhere in the demonic mist, waiting for the right moment to enter the battle. Zhang Longxiang was already at a disadvantage against Anfeng. If Anshan joined as well.
Watching General Zhang battle Anfeng has made my hands itch as well. General Zhang, this next strike of mine is powerful, prepare yourself.
A blinding purple beam of light abruptly shot forth. It was over 100 zhang wide, cutting through the sky like a massive pillar. Another voice of a great sky demon. The moment it sounded, the demons under the 6th great sky demon instantly became energized and wildly excited. Their king had arrived. Demonic morale soared. The demon suppression guards were overwhelmed and forced to retreat further. Boom! 2 beams of light blasted directly onto the dragon elephant manifestation. That magnificent, majestic manifestation, as mighty and solemn as a mountain, shattered like fragile glass. A loud crack resounded. Spiritual power burst apart into countless glowing fragments. With the protection of the dragon elephant manifestation gone, the demonic aura surged in like a tidal wave. Within moments, it flooded the city walls. In such an environment, the demon suppression guards were even weaker, their casualties increasing rapidly. Not far away, Lin Dongshan threw punch after punch, phantom shadows flashing along both his arms. Although he was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm, he managed to block the charge of a standard true demon lord and even suppress it.
My martial spirit is incredible. Fully awakened, I can fight enemies an entire major realm above me, if only I could always keep it awakened.
Lin Dongshan let out a low roar and unleashed his strongest punch. The ordinary true demon lord was pierced through the chest and fell backward dead. The nearby demon suppression guards looked at Lin Dongshan with awe and admiration in their eyes. Lin Dongshan smiled slightly, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to the sky. No matter how strong he was, his impact was limited. In the end, everything hinged on Zhang Longxiang. Could he repel the fifth and sixth great sky demons? But he felt that it was unlikely. So even as he continued fighting, he never went all out. He had long prepared to escape. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood. With his destiny, he only needed to hide away somewhere, and he would eventually rise as the strongest. Then he could return to slay demons and avenge the demon suppression guards who died today.
Wait a minute.
Lin Dongshan looked toward the sky again, and suddenly his pupils contracted. He saw a figure fall from the sky, smashing hard into the city wall. The stone bricks exploded, debris scattered everywhere. From above, Anfeng's laughter echoed.
General Zhang, your strength hasn't improved lately. You need more training.
Anshin roared with laughter.
Though I don't think he'll get the chance, because today he dies.
The two great sky demons exchanged glances, laughing even more joyfully. As long as Zhang Longxiang was killed and Qingxuan Fortress was bathed in blood, the true objective behind this massive offensive would be achieved. Just like 100 years ago, when the demon suppression general of Vermilion Bird Fortress was slain and the fortress itself was massacred. These 10 fortresses would eventually be weakened one by one until they were completely razed. The moment Zhang Longxiang crashed onto the city wall, even the air seemed to freeze for several breaths.
Kill Zhang Longxiang.
No one knew which demon shouted first. But all around, the demons immediately abandoned whatever they were doing and surged toward the fallen figure. Their eyes bulged with madness, demonic aura erupting wildly. They looked completely deranged. That was Zhang Longxiang, the master of Qingxuan Fortress, the third-ranked general of the heaven ranking. His bounty was so enormous it could instantly elevate a newborn lesser demon to an apex true demon lord. If they killed Zhang Longxiang, they could transcend their bloodline and might even receive a blood gift from a great sky demon. The surrounding demon suppression guards instantly saw red. They erupted with tremendous courage and roared to the skies. No matter how severe their injuries were, they charged forward without hesitation. They swung weapons, unleashed martial techniques, even flung their bodies into the fray, doing anything to slow the demon's advance. Lin Dongshan was stunned and confused. Zhang Longxiang had fallen too quickly. Was it time for him to run? As soon as the thought formed, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. Elsewhere, Zhang Longxiang let out a sharp cough, spewing a mouthful of blood. A normal person's blood should be bright red and vigorous. But his was tinged with a deep violet black. Clearly, demonic aura had invaded his body. Yet he revealed a genuine smile, looking down at the jade token in his hand.
Wang Xingyan, it's time.
Chapter 429. The Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship's arrive. Reinforcements are here. Chapter 429. The Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship's arrive. Reinforcements are here. The moment the jade token vibrated, Wang Xingyan abruptly stood up. He took a deep breath and shouted,
Advance, it's our turn to strike.
On the 8 Flame Flood Dragon Cloudships, all the demon suppression guards straightened at once, clenching their fists tightly. At that instant, the speed of the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudships surged to their maximum. They resembled 8 flame-wreathed dragons charging into the battlefield. As they advanced, the Flame Flood Dragon rams at the prow of each ship, along with the blood energy cannons and spiritual energy cannons mounted on either side, all began charging up simultaneously. The ram on the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship carrying Shen Mo was even being charged by Wang Xingyan himself. Wang Xingyan was a demon suppression guard at the peak Venerable Realm. The blood energy he poured into the Flame Flood Dragon ram, enhanced by the power-amplifying formations and the inherent might of the ram itself, was enough to unleash an all-out strike comparable to the Manifestation Realm. On the ramparts of the Black Tortoise Fortress, the desperate battle continued. The demon suppression guards fought to the death to protect Zhang Longxiang. The demon race charged madly. Even a peak-true demon venerable had been jointly taken down by several demon suppression guards in a life-for-life exchange. Such tenacity and ferocity, drawn from their very bones, from their flesh and blood, from the depths of their hearts, caused the surrounding demon soldiers to freeze instinctively in fear. Feng and Chen exchanged a glance.
Let's do it ourselves.
Feng said calmly. Chen nodded.
Very well. Without Zhang Longxiang, the eightfold Vajra demon-slaying formation is just a target. It won't hold us off for long.
2 grand demon lords appeared at once. Giant demonic energy palms materialized out of thin air, as though otherworldly fiends were delivering divine punishment, and slammed down toward the fortress walls. The eightfold Vajra demon-slaying formation automatically activated. 8 wrathful Vajras formed in the 8 cardinal directions, each towering over 80 zhang tall. They roared in unison. The deep Sanskrit chants thundered forth, blasting through the demonic energy like a raging storm. Under the barrage of the Vajras, the demonic palms quickly dissipated into nothingness. But Feng and Chen didn't stop. They kept unleashing demonic palms. One after another, wave after wave. Without Zhang Longxiang coordinating on a macro level, the eightfold Vajra demon-slaying formation was like a giant without a brain. It relied solely on brute force, devoid of strategic finesse. This heaven-rank formation consumed a massive amount of spiritual energy every second. Top-grade spirit stones, once inserted, were drained of energy almost instantly, turning into useless white husks. At this rate, the pre-prepared supply of top-grade spirit stones was quickly running out. The demon suppression guards in charge of replenishing the spirit stones were nearly in despair. The 2 grand demon lords had launched over 50 demonic energy palms in succession. The glow of the eightfold Vajra demon-slaying formation had dimmed to its lowest. It was like a sheet of golden paper, fragile and on the verge of collapse.
The final strike, the strongest one.
Feng and Chen exchanged a look and simultaneously summoned all the remaining demonic energy in their bodies. Their earlier clash with Zhang Longxiang had already cost them 2 or 3/10 of their strength. Now, in using brute force to batter down the eightfold Vajra demon-slaying formation, another 5/10 had been expended. Only about 2/10 of their demonic energy remained. But Zhang Longxiang was severely injured. Reinforcements from the adjacent fortresses to Black Tortoise Fortress had yet to arrive. As far as they knew, there was nothing at Black Tortoise Fortress that could pose a threat to them. So they had no reason to worry about exhausting their power or encountering danger. Buzz! 2 massive demonic energy palms suddenly appeared. This strike carried no embellishment, just raw, condensed power. The area covered by the demonic palms was vast. Not only Zhang Longxiang, but the demon suppression guards near him, and even the frenzied demon soldiers charging to kill him, were all within its range. 2 peak true demon venerables witnessing the scene cursed, and fled at speeds far exceeding before. When grand demon lords attacked, they didn't care about collateral damage among their own. If those demons died, they simply died. No one in the demon race would mourn them. As that palm descended, Chen suddenly sensed something and instinctively looked straight ahead. A subtle sense of threat brushed past him, but he couldn't tell where it came from. Was it just an illusion? He felt a sense of doubt. In the next instant, not only did the threat not disappear, it intensified wildly at a terrifying speed. It took only 3 breaths. The threat expanded to the point that he could feel the presence of death. Chen's heart pounded violently. Without even thinking, he instinctively activated a demonic martial technique and leapt backward. Seeking advantage, avoiding harm. That had always been his survival instinct. After all, long ago, he had been just a lowly true demon, without even the blood blessing of a grand demon lord in his veins. Completely incomparable to those born of grand demon lineage. He had grown to where he was step by step, relying on his ability to sense danger in advance.
Oh, Chen!
Not seeing Chen's figure, Feng looked back in confusion. Chen murmured.
I hope it's just my imagination.
The next moment, he saw 8 blindingly bright, massive fireballs suddenly appear in the sky straight ahead. The leading fireball was as dazzling as a celestial star. The fireballs streaked across the sky, Like 8 miniature suns, they crushed everything in their path, crashing down toward the spot where he had just been standing. Caught completely off guard, and Feng was engulfed by the 8 colossal fireballs. A scream rang out from within the flames. At that moment, En Chen's pupils shrank abruptly. He stared fixedly in the direction from which the fireballs had come. And there they were, 8 enormous cloud ships, majestic as dragons. Towering, vast, magnificent, like true dragons descending upon the mortal world. All the demons were instantly overshadowed. A tremendous pressure welled up in their hearts. It was as though 8 towering mountains were suspended above them, ready to crash down at any moment and crush them into dust. Zhang Longxiang revealed a knowing smile, his expression relaxed.
They've arrived.
The demon suppression guards beside him wore faces of shock and joy. Reinforcements, they were reinforcements. Not far away, Lin Dongshan, who had been preparing to flee, suddenly froze mid-movement. His expression was filled with awe. Qingxuan Fortress actually had such a hidden trump card. Incredible. He couldn't help but glance around. After realizing that nearly all the nearby demon suppression guards were dead, he was relieved. As long as no one knew he had tried to run, it was fine.
Damn demons die. How dare you invade Qingxuan Fortress?
Lin Dongshan waved his fists, his martial spirit possessed him, and he launched into a furious assault against the surrounding true demon emperors without pause. To those unaware, it looked like he had been fighting valiantly this whole time. Boom, boom, boom. On the 8 flame flood dragon cloud ships, the blood energy cannons and spiritual energy cannons roared furiously. Every shot launched would blast dozens of demons into the air.
Reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here.
Covered in blood, Sun Kong looked up at the sky and shouted. Beside him, Li He and Zhao Xin were so exhausted they had nearly collapsed to the ground. They barely managed to open their eyes, and upon seeing the 8 mighty, awe-inspiring flame flood dragon cloud ships, they were instantly re-energized as if injected with raw adrenaline.
Boss Shi, those are our reinforcements.
They shouted. Shi Dingyu cleaved the true demon king in front of him in half with one slash, wiped the blood from his face, and grinned with elation.
Kill, reinforcements have arrived. We can win this.
Chapter 430, Instant Kill Silver-Crowned True Demon Venerable, Confronting Peak True Demon Venerables. Chapter 430, Instant Kill Silver-Crowned True Demon Venerable, Confronting Peak True Demon Venerables. As for some peak true demon venerables who couldn't fly, they simply grabbed other ordinary true demon venerables, or even silver-crowned or gold-crowned true demon venerables, and hurled them directly at the cloud ships. Their strength was immense. And with the flame flood dragon cloud ships flying not far above the ground, out of every 3 or 4 demons thrown, at least one would land on the deck. As for the remaining 2 or 3, they either hit the ground with broken limbs or crashed into the middle of a demon suppression guard encirclement. Some, with particularly bad luck, plummeted straight from the fortress walls into the sea of demon suppression guards below. At that point, broken limbs were the least of their worries. They were about to become nothing but demon meat paste. These sudden demon intruders immediately startled the demon suppression guards on the cloud ships. Those peak true demon venerables really were demonic geniuses. To think they'd come up with the idea of literally throwing demons onto the deck. Then again, it made sense when you thought about it. Among the demons, those of higher bloodlines had always regarded the lower-blooded like livestock. The life or death of low-blooded demons meant nothing to them. So long as the objective was achieved, they didn't care if all the others died. On board the cloud ships, nearly all demon suppression guards were occupied with their respective duties. Those operating the spiritual energy cannons and blood energy cannons were exhausting their own energy and blood power, completely unable to fight back. Wang Xing'an was busy controlling the flame flood dragon's ram and couldn't spare any attention either. With demons suddenly appearing on the deck, few had the capacity to deal with them. Upon seeing this, Shen Mo immediately said,
Everyone, don't worry, I'll handle these demons.
With a flip of his palm, a heavy sword appeared in his hand. It was none other than the heaven-rank spiritual weapon, Heavenbreaker. Shen Mo reached out and grabbed it. In the next moment, dark armor began forming over various parts of his body. A demon helmet, chestplate, and right arm armor.
Blackie, stay by Commander Wang. Don't move around.
He ordered, then decisively joined the fray to help Shen Mo eliminate the incoming demons. Roar! A silver-crowned true demon venerable let out a low growl and charged straight toward a demon suppression guard operating a blood energy cannon. At the true demon venerable level, a demon's intelligence was nearly on par with a human's. They knew exactly what to prioritize. Those blood and spiritual energy cannons posed immense threats. They had to be destroyed immediately. As the silver-crowned true demon venerable charged, its hands transformed into a saber and a sword raised high and brought down with full force. The demon suppression guard felt the pressing demon energy, but he remained motionless, continuing to channel blood power into the cannon and firing relentlessly. If he died, only he would die. But if he stopped, far more demon suppression guards on the wall would perish. Those comrades battered and bruised needed their support. So he could not retreat, he would not retreat. However, the searing pain of being cut by demonic weapons he expected never came. Instead, there was a sudden explosion of spiritual energy. Splatter, splatter. Demon flesh rained down from above, drenching the demon suppression guard. When he turned his head, he saw Shen Mo had punched through the silver-crowned true demon venerable's chest with one hand. With a single blow, he had shattered the demon into a spray of bloody fragments.
Thank you.
The demon suppression guard said with deep gratitude, wiping the purple-black demon blood from his face and continuing to fire the cannon downward. Demon blood had already begun seeping into his nose and mouth. At this rate, even if he didn't die, he would soon be corrupted by demonic energy. His cultivation might degrade, or worse, his mind might twist, making him revere the demons. Shen Mo pondered briefly, then slapped the man's back with one hand. A burst of divine thunder force rippled outward. Buzz! The demonic energy on the man's body was immediately dispelled. The demon suppression guard was both startled and overjoyed, bowing deeply to Shen Mo. Shen Mo gave a small nod, then rushed off toward the other demons.
I didn't expect my strength to have reached this level. Just one punch using divine thunder force without even activating a spiritual martial technique was enough to blast a silver-crowned true demon venerable into bloody fragments.
He was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected that his strength would transform so drastically after spending some time in the armory.
This divine thunder force is truly powerful.
Shen Mo moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind another demon. This one was a gold-crowned true demon venerable. Its strength was equivalent to the gold-crowned venerable realm. Even Ning Tianying, as a centurion, was at that same level gold-crowned venerable.
Blood origin. Soul-slaying, life-reaping blood spear.
Shen Mo gave a low roar. Within the Heavenbreaker sword strapped to his back, the weapon's spirit Xiling didn't dare hesitate. She immediately channeled a portion of blood origin into Shen Mo's body. Shen Mo reached out and condensed it. A long spear with an ancient and oppressive aura suddenly appeared. Compared to the soul-slaying, life-reaping blood spear formed purely from blood energy, this new spear was far more jagged and savage, its edges sharp and menacing. It looked as if it had slaughtered netherworld fiends and outer realm devils.
Perish!
He hurled the spear with sudden force. The soul-slaying, life-reaping blood spear shot out like lightning and pierced through the gold-crowned true demon venerable's chest in an instant. It tore straight through the heart. The demon heart shattered. With it, the core strength of the demon also dispersed. That gold-crowned true demon venerable didn't even have a chance to use a demonic martial technique in defense before being slain on the spot. Not far away, Ning Tianying, who had just set aside the blood energy cannon and was about to assist, was stunned. That was a gold-crowned true demon venerable. By his own judgment, he was already among the stronger centurions, barely capable of handling one such demon on his own. But even he couldn't kill one that quickly. How had Shen Mo, a mere yellow-rank demon suppression guard, managed that? Ning Tianying felt a bit dazed. His former subordinate,
That's Cloudship 6, I'll go help.
Shen Mo, stopped him.
Captain Ning, hold this position. I'll go.
Without waiting for a reply, Shen Mo stomped the deck and leapt into the air. His legs erupted with explosive force. In a flash, he vaulted over 100 zhang and landed on another cloud ship. Then, with a few more leaps, he reached the next one. Very soon, he arrived at Flame Flood Dragon Cloudship 6. The deck was strewn with corpses, both demons and demon suppression guards. Shen Mo spotted Qingxuan lying in a pool of blood, his life or death uncertain. The battlefield was in utter chaos. A wounded Peak True Demon Venerable was preparing to completely destroy the ship. At that moment, it seemed to sense danger and turned sharply around.
You bastard, over here.
Chapter 431, You Know I'm Hungry and Still Ask. Chapter 431, You Know I'm Hungry and Still Ask. The Great Dragon Transformation Art was a true dragon martial technique. It was a powerful technique, gifted to Shen Mo by the King of the South Sea. Though categorized as a top-tier Earth-rank technique, its power could utterly crush most techniques of the same level. After all, it was a legacy of the true dragons. The Great Dragon Transformation Art was divided into 4 layers. The first layer, Azure Dragon Claw. The second layer, Azure Dragon Head. The third layer, Azure Dragon Phantom. The fourth layer, Azure Dragon Projection. Shen Mo had long since cultivated it to the third layer. He was already on the verge of reaching the fourth layer. However, Shen Mo discovered that the fourth layer had a strict requirement. Azure Dragon Essence Blood. This was something he had no way of obtaining at the moment. Not even the Heavenly Dao Treasury contained it. This indicated that Azure Dragon Essence Blood had never appeared in this world. Nevertheless, Shen Mo believed that even if it did appear in the Heavenly Dao Treasury, its price would be astronomical. Probably no different from saint-level techniques and martial skills. At this moment, the blood essence within Shen Mo surged, condensing into a massive Azure Dragon Phantom. A majestic dragon head, razor-sharp dragon claws, a thick and powerful tail. Its body was covered in dense, solid scales. If not for its slightly illusory form, many would have mistaken it for a real Azure dragon. The Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord's pupils abruptly contracted upon seeing the Azure Dragon Phantom. He too felt a tremendous pressure, as if being suppressed from the very origin of his bloodline. How could the opponent unleash such a terrifying martial technique? The Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord let out a low roar, exerting his full strength and activating all his demonic energy. At the same time, he unleashed his bloodline's secret art. Buzz! A towering mountain suddenly appeared, enveloping the Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord within. The mountain was dark purple and black, barren of all vegetation, covered only with jagged rocks and desolate sands. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon Phantom collided with the demonic mountain. Boom! A violent explosion resounded. The deck shook, spreading with numerous web-like cracks. Each deck of the Flame Flood Dragon Cloudships was inscribed with powerful top-tier Earth-rank defensive arrays. They could withstand several full-force strikes from the Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord. Yet now, even the deck had cracked. This proved how terrifying that last strike was. Bang! The Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord was blasted far away. Demonic blood spewed mid-air. His eyes revealed fear. He could clearly sense that the opponent's spiritual power was only at the entry level of the Divine Palace realm, and his blood energy merely at the level of an ordinary venerable. A vast difference from his own power. So why could the opponent unleash such a terrifying attack? One strike and he was severely wounded. Escape! He must escape. Only this thought remained in the Heavenly Apex True Demon Lord's mind. He flapped his flesh wings, channeling his remaining demonic energy into them. His speed surged to the limit. Shen Mo frowned. Running after losing. Not a virtue to be emulated. Although Shen Mo's offensive power now rivaled the true demon lord's. His defense and speed still lagged behind. This demon was truly about to escape, and Shen Mo couldn't catch up. At this moment, he felt something stirring within his dantian. Shen Mo's heart moved.
9 nether ice flame, are you hungry?
Shen Mo chuckled and immediately released the 9 nether ice flame. Whoosh! The pale white flames shot out swiftly. In a short time, they crossed a distance of hundreds of zhang, directly striking the back of the Peak True Demon Venerable.
Ugh!
The Peak True Demon Venerable immediately cried out in agony. The demonic energy throughout his body burned fiercely, as if oil had met fire. In the blink of an eye, the 9 nether ice flame had burned away the Peak True Demon Venerable's chest. His pulsating demon heart was completely enveloped by the 9 nether ice flame. By the time it returned to Shen Mo's side, the Peak True Demon Venerable's hollow corpse had already fallen from the sky, plummeting towards the fortress wall. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. Back when he fought the demon Emperor Gu Ming in that earth-shattering battle, the 9 nether ice flame could only move within a range of 10 or 20 zhang around him. Now it could actually extend over 100 zhang. It seemed that the 9 nether ice flame was indeed a natural nemesis of the demon race. The more demon hearts it refined, the faster it improved. Now, the 9 nether ice flame could probably completely suppress the solar true fire and the red lotus flame. Shen Mo took a moment to look inside his divine palace. Sure enough, the 2 little fire juices had been squeezed into a corner. The 9 nether ice flame, on the other hand, had arrogantly occupied most of the space in the divine palace. Shen Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, he could already feel wave after wave of pure energy surging towards him. It was the 9 nether ice flame refining the Peak True Demon Venerable's demon heart and sharing a good portion of the refined energy with him.
It still has some conscience.
Shen Mo smiled and quickly began to rescue the injured on the Flame Flood Dragon Cloud ship. Qingxuan lay in a pool of blood, his condition unknown. But after examining him, Shen Mo discovered that he had only lost too much blood and fallen unconscious due to the erosion of demonic blood. Shen Mo used his divine thunder force to resist the demonic energy in his body, and also fed him a few medicinal pills. He wouldn't need any more help, Qingxuan would recover on his own. Rescuing the injured was also a contribution to resisting the demon race, and naturally, it was also a way to earn battle merits. Shen Mo naturally wouldn't miss out on this kind of thing. After rescuing the injured on this Flame Flood Dragon Cloud ship, Shen Mo leaped and arrived on other cloud ships. He now deeply understood how strong his own power was. His divine thunder force could completely contend with demonic energy on a one-to-one basis. As for his blood essence, 1 strand of blood essence could even withstand 5 or 6 strands of demonic energy. It was precisely because of these 2 trump cards that Shen Mo could unleash martial skills with power surpassing those of the same realm. After all, his martial skills were at least of the highest grade of the Earth rank. The main reason why other demon suppression guards needed 2 or 3 people to contend with a demon of the same realm was that their spiritual power and blood energy were inherently weaker than demonic energy. Before long, Shen Mo had cleared all the demons from 8 Flame Flood Dragon Cloud ships. Inside his demon suppression bracelet, records of battle merit acquisition kept refreshing nonstop. Because the Flame Flood Dragon Cloud ships were crafted by his own hand, a large portion of the battle merits earned from their kills would also go to him. Later on, Shen Mo simply muted the battle merit acquisition record notifications. That thing was too annoying. It was just as annoying as the ads pushed to his phone before he transmigrated. Soon, Shen Mo returned to Flame Flood Dragon Cloud Ship Number 1, the one where Wang Xingen was operating the Flame Flood Dragon ram. As soon as he returned, he saw Ning Tianying bandaging Qingxuan's wounds. When the 2 of them saw Shen Mo, they both revealed shocked and strange expressions. Ning Tianying couldn't help but say,
I still can't believe it. Old Xing just said that you killed that Peak True Demon Venerable, saved him, and saved that Flame Flood Dragon Cloud ship.
Shen Mo chuckled.
My cultivation techniques and martial skills are a bit stronger, I guess.
Chapter 432. The fifth great sky demon falls, the demon race collapses. Chapter 432. The fifth great sky demon falls, the demon race collapses. At this moment, Wang Xingen finally burst into laughter and stood up from in front of the flame flood dragon ram. As soon as he stood up, he swayed and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Wu Zhanian and Li Haiten were nearby and quickly supported him. Shen Mo looked over and discovered that Wang Xingen had shrunk in size. The fat on his belly had disappeared by more than half. Much of the fat all over his body had evaporated. Clearly, he had just unleashed a massive amount of blood energy, and even his body had been somewhat depleted. However, judging from Wang Xingen's appearance, he had obviously accomplished a great deal.
Ha 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 ha, that great sky demon got hit by me. He's still screaming miserably. Although I've stopped here, the other flame flood dragon rams are still spraying like crazy. Shen Mo, the flame flood dragon rams you built are truly awesome. That strange crystalline fire falling on the great sky demon hasn't extinguished at all.
Wang Xingen laughed strangely. His face was as red as if he had drunk hundreds of jars of strong liquor. Shen Mo looked up and saw that fierce flames were still burning in midair. This was the powerful aspect of the flame flood dragon rams. The flames would persist. When Shen Mo built them, he had also added a little something extra to the flame flood dragon rams. 9 nether ice crystals. This substance was a treasure that accompanied the 9 nether ice flame. From the moment it was born, it contained a trace of the 9 nether ice flame's power and could also kill demons. However, its price in the heavenly Tao treasury was particularly high. Each palm-sized 9 nether ice crystal required 1 rank B battle merit. But fortunately, the battle merits required to build the Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships could be reported and paid by Zhang Longxiang. Only in this way could Shen Mo recklessly expend battle merits to build 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships with the highest configuration. After adding the 9 nether ice crystals, the crystalline fire spewed out by the Flame Flood Dragon rams would burn like a maggot attached to a bone. Unless a great deal of power was used to extinguish it, it would keep burning. Just like white phosphorus bombs before he transmigrated. Shen Mo looked towards the fortress wall below. He noticed that the demons charging onto the wall were also retreating under the onslaught of the 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships. The demon suppression guards, who were covered in wounds, pressed their attack and quickly drove the demons off the wall. This battle was nearing its end. In the sky shrouded in demonic energy, the crystalline fire was still burning. The 5th great sky demon and Feng desperately tried to escape, squeezing out the last bit of demonic energy in his body, trying to extinguish the crystalline fire. But the crystalline fire continued to burn. Moreover, the crystalline fire illuminated his body. No matter where he fled, the Flame Flood Dragon rams of the 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships would relentlessly pursue him, spraying crystalline fire. His injuries became increasingly severe. His strength was constantly draining away.
And Chen, where are you? Save me.
And Feng let out a miserable roar. And Chen concealed himself, remaining unmoved. At first, he had intended to help. But later, he discovered that the crystalline fire on Feng's body was like a maggot attached to the bone, impossible to get rid of. Moreover, it contained a power that made his heart tremble. He had only heard of that power from the most ancient first great sky demon. It was the power contained within the demon race's nemesis, the 9 nether ice flame. The emergence of these 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships, and the terrifying firepower they carried, completely exceeded his expectations. The balance of the battle had been reversed by these 8 Flame Flood Dragon cloud ships. Qingxuan Fortress was not far from victory. And he had failed to achieve his goal of killing Zhang Longxiang, nor had he succeeded in slaughtering Qingxuan Fortress. Apart from leaving behind the corpses of millions of his demon race subordinates, he had accomplished nothing. He was well aware of what this meant to him. This meant that his prestige among all the demons would decline, and his overall strength among the 10 great sky demons would decrease. The demon race revered the strong, and the law of the jungle prevailed. In the past, he had risen step by step from a true demon to a great sky demon. His cunning and ruthless tactics had attracted many demons to his side. But now, those demons would abandon him after his defeat. Lesser demons were indeed cannon fodder. But if a great sky demon didn't even have cannon fodder, what face would he have left? And Chen was no longer thinking about victory, but about replenishing his strength. He planned to replenish a large amount of his strength by killing Feng and plundering his forces. That was why he stood here, standing motionless, waiting for Feng to be continuously burned and weakened by the crystalline fire. Until a certain moment. Only then did he drift over to Feng's side. Feng was not stupid. In fact, from the moment Chen didn't appear, he had realized Chen's intentions. The 10 great sky demons had never been harmonious. Every great sky demon wanted to become the strongest, to rule all the demons. Their only common goal was to attack the demon suppression fortress and break free from this cage.
And Chen, you have the least seniority and the fewest subordinates among the 10 great sky demons. As long as you safely send me back and don't reveal the fact that I'm seriously injured, I can.
Feng endured the pain of the burning flames and growled. A great sky demon had more than one demon heart. The more powerful and ancient they were, the more demon hearts they had. It was said that the first great sky demon had cultivated demon hearts all over his body, almost becoming immortal. A great sky demon's demon heart was an extremely important and rare treasure for any demon. Of course, if a demon was too weak and tried to refine a great sky demon's demon heart for their own use, they would explode and die. But Chen was different. As a fellow great sky demon, he didn't need to worry about exploding and dying at all. He only needed to dissolve Feng's power, and he could quickly transform it into his own demon heart, thereby raising his strength to a new level. This was an irresistible bargaining chip for any great sky demon. Chen was surprised.
Of course, Feng, you once supported me. The first drop of great sky demon's blood essence I obtained was also thanks to you. Naturally, I will safely send you back to the depths of the demon suppression sea, and I certainly won't reveal the news of your injuries. Did you think I was an insidious demon like the third great sky demon?
Feng felt somewhat relieved. But in that moment of relief, Chen had already appeared beside him like a ghost. Demonic energy condensed into a giant claw, directly piercing his chest and digging out his 2 demon hearts.
I know you have 3 demon hearts. Just now you already used one to resist this strange fire. I'll take these remaining 2. What you said earlier was very strange. Since I can get both demon hearts by killing you, why would I send you back to the depths of the demon suppression sea and only take 1?
Chen looked calmly at Feng, whose eyes were wide with shock, and smiled. Feng's figure rapidly faded. He used all his strength to growl.
You!
Chapter 433. From today onward, seeing Shen Mo is like seeing me. Chapter 433. From today onward, seeing Shen Mo is like seeing me. Zhang Longxiang, supported by Zhang Beisheng and the others, had already stood up shakily. His complexion had been incomparably pale, having lost a great deal of blood. But now, after a period of recovery coupled with taking precious elixirs, he had healed considerably. Seeing this scene from afar, joy appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice,
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th great sky demon.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th great sky demon. Only when the 5th great sky demon dies will they be so sorrowful.
Pass down the order, counterattack.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th great sky demon. Only when the 5th great sky demon dies will they be so sorrowful. Pass down the order, counterattack. Kill as many as we can. Zhang Beisheng, standing beside him, looked delighted. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his might.
The 5th great sky demon is dead.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th great sky demon. Only when the 5th great sky demon dies will they be so sorrowful. Pass down the order, counterattack. Kill as many as we can. Zhang Beisheng, standing beside him, looked delighted. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his might, "The fifth great sky demon is dead." Counterattack. This sound surged out and spread throughout the fortress walls. All the demon suppression guards were invigorated. The fifth great sky demon was actually dead. This was an unprecedented event. Ever since the three races, with the help of the heavenly Tao's will, established 10 demon suppression fortresses to suppress the demon clans, this was the first great sky demon to fall. This great sky demon was killed by their Qingxuan fortress.
Kill! All of you die. Drive out the demon clans, leaving not a single one behind.
The demon suppression guards roared with excitement. Even though they were covered in wounds at this moment, they charged forward as if injected with stimulants. The subordinates of the fifth great sky demon fled in disarray. Especially those direct descendants of Enfeng, that is, the demon clans born from the union of Enfeng and female demon clans. They were called Great Sky Demon Progeny, which meant great sky demons who had not yet grown up. Their status was second only to the 10 great sky demons, even higher than the great sky demon descendants. For these demon clans, their direct source of power was Enfeng. Once Enfeng died, the demonic energy within their bodies immediately weakened to the extreme. The dignified great sky demon progeny had now become like pigs and dogs, slaughtered by the demon suppression guards.
It's time to retreat. Although I didn't kill Zhang Longxiang or bloodbath Qingxuan Fortress, I obtained 2 demon hearts and most of Enfeng's subordinates. For me, it's not a loss.
And Chen did not carefully savor the comfort brought by the 2 demon hearts, but immediately ordered all the demon clans to retreat. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. What was most needed now was to stabilize morale and preserve strength. Soon, the demon clans under the command of the 6th Great Sky Demon, under the command of various true demon venerables, began an orderly retreat. Shen Mo, clad in demonic armor, carrying Heavenbreaker on his back, and holding a blood spear, joined the battle. The battle merits gained from killing a great sky demon progeny were more than those from killing a zenith true demon venerable. How could he miss such a good opportunity to strike a drowning dog? The slaughter lasted for a full 2 hours. Until the setting sun. The ice surface of the demon suppression sea had been completely dyed purple-black by demonic blood. Everywhere were the bloody remains of demon clans. If these remains accumulated too much, they might be used by demon clans who cultivated the profound yin corpse-gathering art to transform them into powerful demonic corpses. To prevent the fortress from being attacked again, these demonic corpses had to be cleared away. The best way to clear them was naturally to set them on fire. Of course, because the demon clan's physical bodies were powerful, ordinary flames naturally could not incinerate demonic corpses. The demon suppression guards had to gather all the corpses and throw them into the demon incineration furnace. The demon incineration furnace had many strengthening formations inscribed within it and could convert blood energy and spiritual power into powerful flames. Even if it couldn't compare to different fire, it could at least reach the strongest level below different fire. Only this method could completely burn the demonic corpses without them being used by the demon clans to create demonic corpses and continue attacking the fortress. Within the enormous demon incineration furnace, towering flames rose. Rolling black smoke surged into the sky. The surviving demon suppression guards began to clean up the city walls, wash away bloodstains, and move the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some were sad, some were happy. And some were full of questions. Like Zhang Beisheng. He really wanted to know where those 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats that changed the course of the battle came from. He also asked Zhang Longxiang. But Zhang Longxiang just kept smiling and didn't answer directly. Zhang Longxiang said with a smile,
They weren't bought at a high price from other fortresses.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th Great Sky Demon. Only when the 5th Great Sky Demon dies will they be so sorrowful. Pass down the order, counterattack. Kill as many as we can. Zhang Beisheng, standing beside him, looked delighted. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his might, the fifth great sky demon is dead. Counterattack. This sound surged out and spread throughout the fortress walls. All the demon suppression guards were invigorated. The fifth great sky demon was actually dead. This was an unprecedented event. Ever since the three races, with the help of the heavenly Tao's will, established 10 demon suppression fortresses to suppress the demon clans, this was the first great sky demon to fall. This great sky demon was killed by their Qingxuan fortress. Kill. All of you die. Drive out the demon clans, leaving not a single one behind. The demon suppression guards roared with excitement. Even though they were covered in wounds at this moment, they charged forward as if injected with stimulants. The subordinates of the fifth great sky demon fled in disarray. Especially those direct descendants of Enfeng, that is, the demon clans born from the union of Enfeng and female demon clans. They were called Great Sky Demon Progeny, which meant great sky demons who had not yet grown up. Their status was second only to the 10 great sky demons, even higher than the great sky demon descendants. For these demon clans, their direct source of power was Enfeng. Once Enfeng died, the demonic energy within their bodies immediately weakened to the extreme. The dignified great sky demon progeny had now become like pigs and dogs, slaughtered by the demon suppression guards. It's time to retreat. Although I didn't kill Zhang Longxiang or bloodbath Qingxuan Fortress, I obtained 2 demon hearts and most of Enfeng's subordinates. For me, it's not a loss. And Chen did not carefully savor the comfort brought by the 2 demon hearts, but immediately ordered all the demon clans to retreat. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. What was most needed now was to stabilize morale and preserve strength. Soon, the demon clans under the command of the 6th Great Sky Demon, under the command of various true demon venerables, began an orderly retreat. Shen Mo, clad in demonic armor, carrying Heavenbreaker on his back, and holding a blood spear, joined the battle. The battle merits gained from killing a great sky demon progeny were more than those from killing a zenith true demon venerable. How could he miss such a good opportunity to strike a drowning dog? The slaughter lasted for a full 2 hours. Until the setting sun. The ice surface of the demon suppression sea had been completely dyed purple-black by demonic blood. Everywhere were the bloody remains of demon clans. If these remains accumulated too much, they might be used by demon clans who cultivated the profound yin corpse-gathering art to transform them into powerful demonic corpses. To prevent the fortress from being attacked again, these demonic corpses had to be cleared away. The best way to clear them was naturally to set them on fire. Of course, because the demon clan's physical bodies were powerful, ordinary flames naturally could not incinerate demonic corpses. The demon suppression guards had to gather all the corpses and throw them into the demon incineration furnace. The demon incineration furnace had many strengthening formations inscribed within it and could convert blood energy and spiritual power into powerful flames. Even if it couldn't compare to different fire, it could at least reach the strongest level below different fire. Only this method could completely burn the demonic corpses without them being used by the demon clans to create demonic corpses and continue attacking the fortress. Within the enormous demon incineration furnace, towering flames rose. Rolling black smoke surged into the sky. The surviving demon suppression guards began to clean up the city walls, wash away bloodstains, and move the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some were sad, some were happy. And some were full of questions. Like Zhang Beisheng. He really wanted to know where those 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats that changed the course of the battle came from. He also asked Zhang Longxiang. But Zhang Longxiang just kept smiling and didn't answer directly. Zhang Longxiang said with a smile, they weren't bought at a high price from other fortresses. You'll find out later. Before long, the 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats began their return flight. Wang Xing'an led Shen Mo, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan and the others to Zhang Longxiang. Zhang Longxiang's gaze fell on Shen Mo, unblinking. Zhang Beisheng looked at Shen Mo and noticed the attitude of Wang Xing'an, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan and the others towards Shen Mo. He immediately guessed something. But the thought that arose in the depths of his heart, even he himself felt was absurd.
Impossible!
Zhang Beisheng stared at Shen Mo suspiciously. It wasn't just him. There were also several other battalion commanders behind him, all with astonished and curious expressions. They really wanted to know what role this excessively young demon suppression guard had played in this battle. Wang Xingyan solemnly knelt on one knee.
General Zhang, we were fortunate enough to complete our mission.
Zhang Longxiang quickly helped Wang Xingyan up and laughed loudly.
More than completing the mission, you've achieved the objective perfectly.
He came to Shen Mo, patted Shen Mo's shoulder, and looked at Zhang Beisheng and the others. Let me introduce you all.
This is Yellow Rank Demon Suppression Guard Shen Mo, the former number 2 on the human list. These 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats were all crafted by him alone.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th Great Sky Demon. Only when the 5th Great Sky Demon dies will they be so sorrowful. Pass down the order counterattack. Kill as many as we can. Zhang Beisheng, standing beside him, looked delighted. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his might, "The 5th Great Sky Demon is dead." Counterattack. This sound surged out and spread throughout the fortress walls. All the demon suppression guards were invigorated. The 5th Great Sky Demon was actually dead. This was an unprecedented event. Ever since the 3 races, with the help of the Heavenly Tao's will, established 10 demon suppression fortresses to suppress the demon clans, this was the first Great Sky Demon to fall. This Great Sky Demon was killed by their Qingxuan fortress. Kill. All of you die. Drive out the demon clans, leaving not a single one behind. The demon suppression guards roared with excitement. Even though they were covered in wounds at this moment, they charged forward as if injected with stimulants. The subordinates of the 5th Great Sky Demon fled in disarray. Especially those direct descendants of Enfeng, that is, the demon clans born from the union of Enfeng and female demon clans. They were called Great Sky Demon Progeny, which meant Great Sky Demons who had not yet grown up. Their status was second only to the 10 Great Sky Demons, even higher than the Great Sky Demon descendants. For these demon clans, their direct source of power was Enfeng. Once Enfeng died, the demonic energy within their bodies immediately weakened to the extreme. The dignified Great Sky Demon Progeny had now become like pigs and dogs, slaughtered by the demon suppression guards. It's time to retreat. Although I didn't kill Zhang Longxiang or bloodbath Qingxuan Fortress, I obtained 2 demon hearts and most of Enfeng's subordinates. For me, it's not a loss. And Chen did not carefully savor the comfort brought by the 2 demon hearts, but immediately ordered all the demon clans to retreat. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. What was most needed now was to stabilize morale and preserve strength. Soon, the demon clans under the command of the 6th Great Sky Demon, under the command of various true demon venerables, began an orderly retreat. Shen Mo, clad in demonic armor, carrying Heavenbreaker on his back, and holding a blood spear, joined the battle. The battle merits gained from killing a Great Sky Demon Progeny were more than those from killing a Zenith True Demon Venerable. How could he miss such a good opportunity to strike a drowning dog? The slaughter lasted for a full 2 hours. Until the setting sun. The ice surface of the demon suppression sea had been completely dyed purple-black by demonic blood. Everywhere were the bloody remains of demon clans. If these remains accumulated too much, they might be used by demon clans who cultivated the profound yin corpse-gathering art to transform them into powerful demonic corpses. To prevent the fortress from being attacked again, these demonic corpses had to be cleared away. The best way to clear them was naturally to set them on fire. Of course, because the demon clan's physical bodies were powerful, ordinary flames naturally could not incinerate demonic corpses. The demon suppression guards had to gather all the corpses and throw them into the demon incineration furnace. The demon incineration furnace had many strengthening formations inscribed within it and could convert blood energy and spiritual power into powerful flames. Even if it couldn't compare to different fire, it could at least reach the strongest level below different fire. Only this method could completely burn the demonic corpses without them being used by the demon clans to create demonic corpses and continue attacking the fortress. Within the enormous demon incineration furnace, towering flames rose. Rolling black smoke surged into the sky. The surviving demon suppression guards began to clean up the city walls, wash away bloodstains, and move the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some were sad, some were happy. And some were full of questions. Like Zhang Beisheng. He really wanted to know where those 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats that changed the course of the battle came from. He also asked Zhang Longxiang. But Zhang Longxiang just kept smiling and didn't answer directly. Zhang Longxiang said with a smile, they weren't bought at a high price from other fortresses. You'll find out later. Before long, the 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats began their return flight. Wang Xing'an led Shen Mo, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and the others to Zhang Longxiang. Zhang Longxiang's gaze fell on Shen Mo, unblinking. Zhang Beisheng looked at Shen Mo and noticed the attitude of Wang Xing'an, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and the others towards Shen Mo. He immediately guessed something. But the thought that arose in the depths of his heart, even he himself felt was absurd. Impossible.
From today onward, Shen Mo must have a battalion commander as a personal bodyguard at all times. Shen Mo does not need to go to the front line, nor does he need to fulfill any of the obligations of heaven rank, earth rank, profound rank, or yellow rank demon suppression guards. All the materials required for all the armaments crafted by Shen Mo will be paid for by Qingxuan Fortress. That is, taken from me. No one is allowed to hinder him from crafting armaments by any means.
Those demon clans are all under the command of the 5th Great Sky Demon. Only when the 5th Great Sky Demon dies will they be so sorrowful. Pass down the order, counterattack. Kill as many as we can. Zhang Beisheng, standing beside him, looked delighted. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his might, the 5th Great Sky Demon is dead. Counterattack. This sound surged out and spread throughout the fortress walls. All the demon suppression guards were invigorated. The 5th Great Sky Demon was actually dead. This was an unprecedented event. Ever since the 3 races, with the help of the Heavenly Tao's will, established 10 demon suppression fortresses to suppress the demon clans, this was the first Great Sky Demon to fall. This Great Sky Demon was killed by their Qingxuan fortress. Kill. All of you die. Drive out the demon clans, leaving not a single one behind. The demon suppression guards roared with excitement. Even though they were covered in wounds at this moment, they charged forward as if injected with stimulants. The subordinates of the 5th Great Sky Demon fled in disarray. Especially those direct descendants of Enfeng, that is, the demon clans born from the union of Enfeng and female demon clans. They were called Great Sky Demon Progeny, which meant great sky demons who had not yet grown up. Their status was second only to the 10 great sky demons, even higher than the great sky demon descendants. For these demon clans, their direct source of power was Enfeng. Once Enfeng died, the demonic energy within their bodies immediately weakened to the extreme. The dignified great sky demon progeny had now become like pigs and dogs, slaughtered by the demon suppression guards. It's time to retreat. Although I didn't kill Zhang Longxiang or bloodbath Qingxuan Fortress, I obtained 2 demon hearts and most of Enfeng's subordinates. For me, it's not a loss. And Chen did not carefully savor the comfort brought by the 2 demon hearts, but immediately ordered all the demon clans to retreat. Defeat was already a foregone conclusion. What was most needed now was to stabilize morale and preserve strength. Soon, the demon clans under the command of the 6th Great Sky Demon, under the command of various true demon venerables, began an orderly retreat. Shen Mo, clad in demonic armor, carrying Heavenbreaker on his back, and holding a blood spear, joined the battle. The battle merits gained from killing a Great Sky Demon progeny were more than those from killing a Zenith True Demon Venerable. How could he miss such a good opportunity to strike a drowning dog? The slaughter lasted for a full 2 hours. Until the setting sun. The ice surface of the demon suppression sea had been completely dyed purple-black by demonic blood. Everywhere were the bloody remains of demon clans. If these remains accumulated too much, they might be used by demon clans who cultivated the profound yin corpse gathering art to transform them into powerful demonic corpses. To prevent the fortress from being attacked again, these demonic corpses had to be cleared away. The best way to clear them was naturally to set them on fire. Of course, because the demon clan's physical bodies were powerful, ordinary flames naturally could not incinerate demonic corpses. The demon suppression guards had to gather all the corpses and throw them into the demon incineration furnace. The demon incineration furnace had many strengthening formations inscribed within it and could convert blood energy and spiritual power into powerful flames. Even if it couldn't compare to different fire, it could at least reach the strongest level below different fire. Only this method could completely burn the demonic corpses without them being used by the demon clans to create demonic corpses and continue attacking the fortress. Within the enormous demon incineration furnace, towering flames rose. Rolling black smoke surged into the sky. The surviving demon suppression guards began to clean up the city walls, wash away bloodstains, and move the bodies of their fallen comrades. Some were sad, some were happy. And some were full of questions. Like Zhang Beisheng. He really wanted to know where those 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats that changed the course of the battle came from. He also asked Zhang Longxiang. But Zhang Longxiang just kept smiling and didn't answer directly. Zhang Longxiang said with a smile, they weren't bought at a high price from other fortresses. You'll find out later. Before long, the 8 flame flood dragon cloud boats began their return flight. Wang Xing'an led Shen Mo, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and the others to Zhang Longxiang. Zhang Longxiang's gaze fell on Shen Mo, unblinking. Zhang Beisheng looked at Shen Mo and noticed the attitude of Wang Xing'an, Ning Tianying, Qingxuan Sect, and the others towards Shen Mo. He immediately guessed something. But the thought that arose in the depths of his heart, even he himself felt was absurd. Impossible.
From today onward, seeing Shen Mo is like seeing me.
Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they said respectfully,
Yes.
Chapter 434, Late Reinforcements, Demonic Armor Opportunity. Chapter 434, Late Reinforcements, Demonic Armor Opportunity. Several more hours passed. Only then did reinforcements from the left and right fortresses of the Qingxuan fortress arrive late. To the left of Qingxuan fortress were the monster clan's Heavenly River fortress and the Flood Dragon's Coiling Dragon fortress. The 2 fortresses of the Flood Dragon, namely Coiling Dragon fortress and Cold Dragon fortress, had completely opposite stances. Coiling Dragon fortress leaned more towards the monster clan. Cold Dragon Fortress leaned more towards the human clan. Therefore, the demon suppression guards of Heavenly River Fortress and Cold Dragon Fortress arrived very late. It was obvious that they wanted to weaken the strength of Qingxuan Fortress so that they could take advantage of the situation and take over Qingxuan Fortress in the future. To say nothing else, the vacancy of the fortress lord alone was enough to arouse the covetousness of many people. The fortress lords of the 10 fortresses were unique, and each month they enjoyed a large amount of battle merits bestowed by the will of heaven. You should know that in some fortresses, there was also another demon suppression general. How could they not want to become the fortress lord? However, when the reinforcements from Heavenly River Fortress and Coiling Dragon Fortress arrived, they were stunned to find that the battle had already ended. The incinerator on the ice surface spewed out fire dragons, igniting towering flames. The air was filled with the joy of victory after a great battle. Although the demon suppression guards of Qingxuan Fortress were exhausted, everyone's face was filled with smiles. Not far away, a grand banquet was being held. Many demon suppression guards gathered here, raising their glasses and drinking to their heart's content. It was completely different from the scene they had expected.
Oh, the reinforcements have arrived.
Zhang Beisheng saw the reinforcements from Heavenly River and Coiling Dragon fortresses and sneered. Zhang Longxiang also smiled.
Let's go, let's meet them.
He casually patted Shen Mo's shoulder, who was sitting next to him.
Shen Mo, you should go take a look too. This is the first time demon suppression guards from other fortresses have come to our fortress.
Shen Mo put down his chopsticks and nodded. He was indeed a little curious about the other fortresses. Soon, the demon suppression guards from those two fortresses walked over quickly. The leaders of both sides were a strong crocodile monster and an azure flood dragon. The blood energy in their bodies was surging, and their strength was obviously not weak. Shen Mo glanced at them and could roughly guess their realm. They should be peak venerable realm, serving as commanders in their respective fortresses. Sending a commander to lead 20 or 30 demon suppression guards to help. And deliberately arriving several hours late. This was obviously not to help. Those dozens of demon suppression guards were completely insignificant and had no bearing on the overall situation. The crocodile monster commander of Heavenly River Fortress said in a deep voice,
I am Ayu Bing, commander of Heavenly River Fortress.
The flood dragon commander of Coiling Dragon Fortress nodded.
Ao Wu Feng, commander of Coiling Dragon Fortress.
Although the monster and the flood dragon were arrogant, they still lowered their heads to Zhang Longxiang. Respecting the strong is an unchanging law. After saluting Zhang Longxiang, Ao Wu Feng asked,
We came to help on the orders of our respective generals, but the battle seems to have ended. May I ask what happened?
Ayu Bing was also puzzled.
Could you tell us?
Zhang Beisheng looked at Zhang Longxiang, and Zhang Longxiang smiled and shook his head. Only then did Zhang Beisheng say indifferently,
I can't tell you, please go back.
Ao Wufeng frowned.
We came all this way to rescue you, wasting so much time, and you won't even say a word.
Zhang Beisheng sneered.
All this way, rescue. By the time you arrived, our Qingxuan fortress would have been wiped out. Please go back, you too. How can we easily show our Qingxuan fortress's trump cards to outsiders?
Anger flashed across the faces of Ao Wufeng and Ayu Bing. Monsters were prone to rage in the first place, and Ayu Bing couldn't help but stir up his blood energy. Zhang Longxiang looked at him, without even making a move. The blood energy that was burning like flames around Ayu Bing suddenly extinguished. It was as if a large basin of ice water had been poured on him from head to toe. Seeing this, Ao Wufeng quickly restrained his blood energy, not daring to act rashly. Demon suppression heavenly general's pressure forced Ao Wufeng and Ayu Bing to restrain their arrogance. Zhang Longxiang was usually very approachable, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. In that instant, they could both feel it. If they took another step forward, Zhang Longxiang would have beheaded them. There was no doubt about it because Zhang Longxiang had done this before. Back then, a tiger monster commander from Blood God Fortress had offended Zhang Longxiang. Zhang Longxiang had killed him in front of Blood God Fortress's demon suppression heavenly general, Shi Kuang. In that confrontation, Shi Kuang had clashed with Zhang Longxiang and been forced back by Zhang Longxiang's dragon elephant Dharma avatar.
Get out!
Zhang Longxiang uttered a single word. Ao Wufeng and Ayu Bing were sent flying dozens of zhang away, as if struck by a giant wave. The flood dragon and crocodile didn't dare to speak their anger and could only leave in a sorry state. Zhang Beisheng couldn't help but ask,
General Zhang, didn't you say you were going to sell the weakened version of the Flame Flood Dragon cloud ship? How are you going to sell it now?
Zhang Longxiang chuckled.
Don't other fortresses have spies here? Besides, by driving them away like this, they'll only be more eager to know what exactly changed the course of the battle.
After he finished speaking, the commanders like Zhang Beisheng nodded repeatedly, feeling that he made sense. Shen Mo clicked his tongue. Isn't this just hunger marketing? Zhang Longxiang is good at this. In a corner of the celebration banquet, Zhou Minji, Shi Dingyu, Wu Zhanian, Li Haitan, and others gathered at a table, their mouths greasy from food and their faces flushed from drinking.
Ha ha ha, you guys don't know, but Shen Mo was awesome in the armory. With a few swishes, he repaired the Thunder Falcon cloud ship. I was completely dumbfounded.
Li Haitan chuckled. Wu Zhanian exclaimed.
Back then, Haitan and I were Shen Mo's helpers. I really didn't expect that I would get to see the flame flood dragon cloud ship wreak havoc and even kill a grand heavenly demon.
Shi Dingyu took a sip of wine and said with a strange smile.
I was the one who brought Shen Mo to the fortress. He was able to build so many giant weapons, so I deserve some credit.
Sun Kong and Zhao Xin laughed loudly.
Boss, you're so shameless.
Zhou Minji also smiled knowingly as he listened to their laughter. His life in the fortress was stable and uneventful, not as magnificent as Shen Mo's, but it was still much better than that of ordinary demon suppression guards. As one of the cultivators who came to Qingxuan Fortress in the same batch as Shen Mo, he felt even more proud of Shen Mo. In another corner of the celebration banquet, Lin Dongshan was also surrounded by several demon suppression guards, toasting, drinking, and eating happily. However,
Opportunity, I need an opportunity.
Lin Dongshan was in a depressed mood. He drank a few cups of wine and ate a few mouthfuls of food before leaving the celebration banquet. Shen Mo caught a glimpse of his departing figure. At first, he didn't pay much attention. But then he casually glanced at his life panel and immediately became interested.
Demonic armor. To think that the remaining parts of the demonic armor are actually in this Qingxuan fortress. I've never discovered this before.
Chapter 435, The War Ends, Battle Merits Soar. Chapter 435, The War Ends, Battle Merits Soar. The victory banquet lasted all the way until midnight. Many of the demon-suppressing guards were so overjoyed they got completely drunk. But after such a great battle, the demons didn't dare launch another assault for the time being, and with guards still on duty at the walls, there was no real danger, even if some were inebriated. After all, during the battle, everyone's body and nerves had been under immense tension. Now that it was over, fine wine and good food were the best way to unwind. Shen Mo bid farewell to the others and returned to the armory with Wang Xing'an and a few others. On the way, Shen Mo asked,
Commander Wang, I should be allowed to enter the Grade A warehouse now, right?
Wang Xing'an laughed heartily.
Of course you can. Forget the Grade A warehouse, I'd even be your assistant if you asked.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded. The remaining components of the demon armor were stored in the Grade A warehouse. This was reasonable. The 4 warehouses of the armory contained piles of weapons, some intact, some damaged, and others completely destroyed. Naturally, the demon armor would be among them. The armory was usually quite deserted. The Grade A warehouse, in particular, could only be accessed by Wang Xing'an. No one else was permitted entry. That was why the demon armor had remained undiscovered for so long. According to how fate was supposed to unfold, Wang Xing'an would have stumbled upon it 10 days later while cleaning the Grade A warehouse. But by then, the armor's light would have faded, and its power mostly lost. Wang Xing'an would have mistaken it for a scrapped spiritual artifact and discarded it. It was through that chance that Lin Dongshan eventually acquired the demon armor. Now, hearing Wang Xing'an's affirmative reply, Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Good.
They soon returned to the armory. Everyone else headed back to their own quarters. Some were too excited to sleep. Others passed out snoring, drunk beyond reason. Shen Mo sat cross-legged on his bed, his face beaming with joy. He hadn't had a chance to check his battle merit records during the chaos. And since the constant notifications were annoying, he had muted them entirely. Now, with the night quiet and peaceful, it was the perfect time to see just how much merit he had racked up. Shen Mo sent his spiritual sense into the demon-suppressing bracelet. A flood of notifications popped up like app alerts on a phone. Blood Energy Cannon killed 60 lesser demon generals, 5 Class D merits earned. Spirit Energy Cannon killed 5 true demon emperors, 5 Class D merits earned. Solo kill on 1 gold tier true demon lord, 20 Class C merits earned. Spirit Energy Cannon helped kill 1 descendant of a great demon, 3 Class B merits earned. Shen Mo kept scrolling down. His gaze finally froze on one particular entry. Flame Flood Dragon Ram killed a great demon, 60 Class A merits earned. Shen Mo.
What?
60 Class A merits. He immediately focused his spiritual sense on that record. A more detailed breakdown appeared at once. Killing one great demon yields 100 Class A merits total. Zhang Longxiang acted as bait to lure the fifth great demon. An Feng awarded 25 Class A merits. Wang Xing'an and others piloted 8 flame flood dragon rams to strike and kill An Feng, awarded 15 Class A merits. Shen Mo forged all 8 flame flood dragon cloud ships, contributed the most, awarded 60 Class A merits. After the entire battle, Shen Mo's total tally came out to 60 Class A merits, 35 Class B merits, 129 Class C merits, 2,850 Class D merits. His smile widened. A bright, cheerful grin spread across his face. As expected, just like he had planned, crafting military equipment was the fastest path to accumulating merits. All he had to do was work in the armory crafting weapons. Once those weapons were used in battle, merit would flow in endlessly.
The key was those 8 flame flood dragon cloud ships. Without them, Zhang Longxiang couldn't have acted as bait and Wang Xing'an's crew couldn't have attacked. That means my contribution to killing An Feng was the greatest.
Shen Mo understood clearly. The Heavenly Dao Treasury appears once every 10 days. There are 5 days left until the next arrival.
The 5th layer of Divine Elephant suppresses prison force, almost within reach.
Anticipation lit up Shen Mo's face. Demon suppressing C, 6th layer. And Genshin once again arrived at this demonic palace. Previously, the entrance to the palace had been guarded by 2 vicious demonized flood dragons. Now, the outside of this demonic palace was surrounded by a large number of demon troops. Among them were even peak true demon lords. The 2 demonized flood dragons had been squeezed into a corner, trembling like frightened snakes. And Genshin knew the reason. Because the 6th great demon, Anshin, was currently residing in this demonic palace. These demons were stationed here to guard Anshin. And Genshin kept a respectful posture and approached the entrance. A peak true demon lord stepped forward to block him.
State your business.
And Genshin respectfully replied,
I'm here to see Lord Anfin. Token!
And Genshin quickly offered his token. Only then did the peak true demon lord nod and allow him to pass. And Genshin entered the demonic palace, walking down long corridors and through multiple courtyards. He could hear waves of seductive sounds drifting through the air. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of breeding and lust. The stronger the demon, the more frequently they bred, to propagate their bloodline. Take the 6th great demon Anshin, for example. He had fathered over 10,000 offspring. More than half of them possessed great demon bloodlines. The rest, even if merely true demons, were far stronger than ordinary ones. And Genshin dared not look around, nor listen too closely. Even though he, too, coveted those beautiful female demons, he understood such desires were not for someone of his status. Eventually, he arrived before a remote courtyard.
Lord Anfin, it's in Genshin. Enter!
And Genshin pushed the door open and respectfully closed it behind him. Anfin was the same as before, calmly reading a book.
How's the battle situation? Why have my father's forces suddenly grown in number?
Anfin asked, puzzled. And Genshin immediately reported everything he had gathered, without missing a detail. Anfin's eyes widened.
What? Qingxuan Fortress deployed 8 massive cloud ships. The 5th great demon An Feng fell in battle.
And Genshin nodded respectfully.
After the 5th great demon was slain, more than half of his subordinates merged into your father's army.
Anfin asked again.
And what about that Shen Mo I told you to watch? Is he dead?
And Genshin shook his head.
Reporting to Lord Anfin, in the early days of the battle, I did not spot Shen Mo at all.
It wasn't until the end, when the 8 massive cloud ships appeared, that I noticed he was aboard one of them. Lord, I dare to speculate Shen Mo is likely stationed in the armory.
Anfin frowned. No wonder Shen Mo hadn't died, he had gone to the armory.
I heard that the armory of every fortress is always desolate, filled with useless demon-suppressing guards just waiting out their days.
Shen Mo doesn't seem like the type to loaf around. Why would he go there?
Anfin couldn't help but question inwardly. He spoke in a low voice.
Continue keeping an eye on Shen Mo
And Genshin bowed.
Yes, my lord.
After a moment's thought, he added,
In 5 days, the heavenly Tao golden roll will descend. I will return then to report on the latest situation.
I'll also compile a list of promising young talents who emerged from the demon-suppressing guard during this battle.
Amphin nodded in satisfaction.
Good, you've done well. You're still just a silver tier true demon lord, right? Take this strive to break through to the gold tier soon.
As he spoke, he tossed over a piece of dark purple crystal. Within it, 3 drops of blood shimmered. And Genshin was stunned, then instantly overjoyed.
Thank you, Lord Anfin, for bestowing your blood essence.
Anfin had personally received the blood of the 6th great demon Anshin. His status surpassed that of great demon descendants and was second only to the children of the great demons. His blood had already been fully merged with great demon blood. To a regular true demon like Genshin, this blood was an unparalleled treasure. Naturally, he was filled with gratitude and devotion.
Go and don't disappoint me.
Anfin said with a nod.
Yes.
Chapter 436, The First Great Demon and Kang Heavenly Tao Treasury Shopping Spree. Chapter 436, The First Great Demon and Kang Heavenly Tao Treasury Shopping Spree. Demon Suppressing Sea, 8th Layer. At this depth, the sea was utterly dark. One could barely see a hand in front of their face. But the demons, having lived in such an environment for generations, had long since adapted. Unlike deep-sea creatures who evolve grotesquely in the absence of light, demons retained form and instinct. This darkness was their home. In fact, the darker the environment, the more comfortable the demons felt. Forcing them to attack the fortresses near the surface, where the light was more intense, often left them uneasy and irritable. This was precisely why, before every major invasion, a flood of demonic energy would first blot out the skies, so they could move under the cover of darkness. Deeper into the 8th layer, there stood an ancient, time-worn demonic palace. There were no guards posted. At its peak, a single word was carved. 1. This was the palace of the first great demon in Kang. Within a radius of 3,000 li around the palace, not a single demon dared set foot. Even the children of the first great demon would not approach lightly. Even if there was urgent news, they would only communicate via long-distance jade transmission. This palace was rugged and simple, unlike the grand, ornate fortresses of the other great demons. It had a kind of primal, raw beauty. At the very moment the 9 nether ice flame flew from Shen Mo's body and devoured the magic heart of a peak true demon lord. This silent palace suddenly stirred. The long-sealed stone gate began to turn. Creak.
How strange.
And Kang spoke aloud. At first his voice was hoarse and jarring, but it quickly stabilized into proper demonic speech.
Why?
I clearly remember it was extinguished long ago.
And Kang's expression grew increasingly wary. After thinking for a moment, he gently tapped a dark purple-black jade token at his waist. Before long, a large figure rode demonic energy and flew toward him. This figure was burly and imposing, standing over 3 zhang tall. But before Kang, he bowed deeply in humility.
Subordinate and Tianying, awaiting your command, Lord and Kang.
In demon naming traditions, the surname
And
was shared by all. The second character carried deep meaning. If it was Zhen, true, it signified a bloodline of true demons. If it was Tian, heaven, it signified a great demon bloodline. And if it was a unique 2-character name like in Kang, and Feng, or in Chen, then it likely belonged to one of the 10 great demons. Of course, beings like Anfin, who were once humans or hybrids and later rebranded as demons, did not count. As for lesser demons, they had no names at all. And Kang calmly said,
I sense the presence of the 9 nether ice flame. Go and investigate immediately. No matter the means, find out which demon-suppressing guard has tamed it.
And Tianying's expression changed slightly, then he immediately nodded with utmost seriousness.
Understood, I will see to it at once.
With a flicker he vanished. And Kang sighed softly, his figure blurred with demonic energy as he returned to the palace. Boom! The stone gate shut once again. The 3,000 li around the first demon palace returned to a deathly silence. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. It was once again the day of the heavenly Tao treasury's 10-day descent. After the great battle last time, many demon-suppressing guards across the 10 fortresses had earned a large number of battle merits. Naturally, they eagerly anticipated this round of the heavenly Tao treasury's arrival. However, just like on a previous occasion, they noticed that the heavenly Tao golden roll had not appeared immediately. What appeared first was the massive gate representing the heavenly Tao treasury. The demon-suppressing guards found it a little strange, but didn't dwell on it. One by one, they sent their consciousness into the heavenly Tao treasury and began spending their merits. At the Qingxuan Fortress Armory, Wang Xing'an laughed heartily.
I earned a ton of battle merits this time. I'm going on a full-blown shopping spree.
Wu Zhanian said enviously.
Commander Wang is probably planning to exchange them for rare techniques, right?
Li Haitan looked jealous.
What a pity that techniques from the heavenly Tao treasury are directly transferred into the mind and don't come with physical manuals. Otherwise, we could at least get a peek.
Wang Xing'an waved his hand.
Forget rare techniques, I want monkey brew, I want fiery nectar, I want golden elixir wine.
Wu Zhanian and Li Haitan.
The one you should really be envious of is Shen Mo, not me.
Wang Xing'an chuckled. Wu Zhanian, Li Haitan, and the others nodded in agreement. Over the past 5 days, word had spread throughout Qingxuan Fortress. Everyone now knew that a divine blacksmith had emerged from the armory. All 8 flame-flood dragon cloud ships were forged by him alone. The chief contributor to the last battle was Shen Mo. Naturally, many demon-suppressing guards speculated how many battle merits Shen Mo had received. But no one could guess the true figure. Sensing their stares, Shen Mo smiled and waved.
No point guessing. Guessing won't earn you any merits. Better to think about how to grow stronger.
With that, he looked up at the great gate in the sky and immersed his consciousness into the heavenly Tao treasury. The moment he entered, Shen Mo silently chanted.
Divine elephant suppresses prison force.
The massive golden list began rapidly searching. Finally, a line of golden characters appeared before him. Divine elephant suppresses prison force. Fragment, heaven grade, upper tier blood chi technique 80 class B merits. Shen Mo had looked this up before. The version of divine elephant suppresses prison force in the heavenly Tao treasury had 8 layers, just enough to awaken 840 million giant elephant microparticles. The 9th layer should be the one where dragon elephant particles begin awakening.
To exchange for the next 4 layers, I'll need.
Shen Mo smacked his lips. Then with a bold wave he said,
Add to cart.
No more pretending, cards on the table, I'm rich now. That said, even if he had wealth, he wouldn't squander it. He had already cultivated the first 4 layers of divine elephant suppresses prison force. There was no need to waste merits on them again. He only needed layers 5 through 8. Buzz! Golden light flashed. A glowing orb appeared beside Shen Mo. Golden text shimmered within it. Shen Mo reached out to touch it but discovered the orb was intangible. He couldn't make contact.
Time to pick a few more things.
Shen Mo paused to consider. His martial arts techniques did still have room for improvement. For example, the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique, just from its name, it clearly had 9 layers. Previously, with the help of Phoenix Perch Wudong, Shen Mo had sensed the Phoenix aura and comprehended the 5th layer.
Divine Phoenix destroys the world.
But the remaining 4 layers were still completely absent. He could absolutely search for them in the heavenly Tao treasury. As for spiritual energy defense techniques, he was currently using the Earth Grade Supreme technique.
Immovable Dragon King Cauldron.
Now that he had enough battle merits, he could consider upgrading to a Heaven Grade technique. As for movement techniques, his current one.
Heaven Treading Phantom Step.
Chapter 437, A Small Change on the Earth Ranking. Chapter 437, A Small Change on the Earth Ranking. After searching for a while, Shen Mo finally found the remaining 4 layers of the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique. But to his slight surprise, although the final 4 layers were indeed available, they only allowed cultivation up to the 8th layer. As for the 9th and most powerful layer, it required the assistance of Phoenix blood essence to cultivate. If he could master the 9th layer, the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique would directly evolve into a low-grade saint-level art, with its power increasing more than tenfold. The only problem was,
The 6th, 7th, and 8th layers of the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique cost 36 Class B merits in total. Add to cart.
Shen Mo gave a grand wave of his hand. Another glowing orb appeared beside him.
My Divine Thunder suppresses demons. Scripture needs a lot of rare materials. That Divine Thunder water essence is starting to lose its punch. It's too slow. Let's replace it with Azure Thunder Lotus, which holds far more Divine Thunder power.
After a round of selection, Shen Mo tossed 10 Azure Thunder Lotuses into the cart. Azure Thunder Lotus was a lower heaven-grade treasure, shaped like a glowing azure lotus with flickering lightning on its surface. Each time Divine Thunder descended to slay demons, it had a chance of producing 1 or 2 Azure Thunder Lotuses. Ordinary demon-suppressing guards couldn't refine Azure Thunder Lotus. Only those with a Thunder Spirit root or who cultivated Thunder-type martial arts could barely manage. Even then, they'd need supportive healing herbs to assist the refinement process. After all, the Divine Thunder power contained within was not something just anyone could endure. Demons especially despised the Azure Thunder Lotus. Every time such a treasure emerged, demons would try to destroy it as quickly as possible. Thus, the Azure Thunder Lotus was exceedingly rare. But by exchanging for it in the Heavenly Tao Treasury, one could skip all the hassle and danger of diving into the demon-suppressing sea to search for it. The only downside was,
I have the merits, so I might as well use them. Better I get them than someone else. Oh, right.
Shen Mo began a grand shopping spree. Scripture of Mystical Talismans and Spirit Treasures, the Orthodox Legacy of the Spirit Treasure Orthodoxy, full set except the 1st layer. Platform Forging Scripture records various methods for forging battle platforms. Heavenly Shift of the Zhou Cycle Scroll, a heaven-grade mid-tier defensive martial art capable of rebounding incoming attacks. Great Void Saint Nurturing Pill boosts and refines saint-grade physiques. At last and most importantly, Shen Mo exchanged for the first 3 volumes of the Void Demon-Slaying Sword Immortal Scripture. This was a peak saint-grade cultivation art. Across the entire realm, this scripture was among the absolute pinnacle with no equal. Just by its name, one could tell it had an extraordinary suppressive effect against demons. It clearly surpassed the Divine Thunder Suppresses Demons scripture. Right now, Shen Mo was already cultivating several techniques. There was the Heaven-grade Supreme Technique, Divine Thunder Suppresses Demons scripture. The Earth-grade Supreme Technique, Great Wilderness Flame Commanding Art. And the ungraded yet clearly Heaven-tier Divine Elephant Suppresses Prison Force. As someone who possessed a saint-grade physique, Shen Mo had the capacity, and more importantly, the comprehension, to cultivate multiple high-level techniques. Moreover, since both the Void Demon-Slaying Sword Immortal Scripture and the Divine Thunder Suppresses Demons Scripture were specialized in suppressing demons, there would be little to no conflict between them. Shen Mo was confident that he could harmonize the two perfectly or even integrate them through his own insight. At that moment, he glanced behind him and was stunned to see dozens of glowing orbs floating around him. Some of them were shining so brightly, they looked like miniature suns.
My remaining battle merits.
Shen Mo gave a small nod and exited the Heavenly Tao Treasury. Buzz! The voices of Wang Xing'an, Wu Zhanian, and Li Haitan echoed nearby. They were excitedly chatting. Clearly, each of them had just exchanged for something valuable from the treasury. Shen Mo glanced at his demon-suppressing bracelet and smiled lightly. This heavy sense of fulfillment, that was what brought him true joy. Suddenly, a demon-suppressing guard pointed at the sky and shouted joyfully.
Hey, the Heavenly Tao Golden Roll is about to appear.
Li Haitan grinned.
I really want to see what rank Brother Shen lands at. I bet he's gonna pass Tang Shenting and take first place on the human ranking.
Wu Zhanian chuckled.
Come on, think it through. Shen Mo was the biggest contributor in this entire battle. It wouldn't be strange if he skipped the human ranking and landed directly in the Earth ranking, maybe even the top 5.
The surrounding guards all widened their eyes.
No way! You think he could really jump from the human ranking straight to the Earth ranking? Damn!
Everyone in the armory was buzzing with excitement. To be considered Shen Mo's comrades, what a story to tell someday. They had worked with Shen Mo, shared the same armory. Even Wang Xingen looked hopeful. Anyone who made the Earth ranking was a point of pride for their entire fortress. If Shen Mo could get on it, Wang Xingen would be thrilled. At that moment, golden light flashed and formed the heavenly ranking. There had been a slight shift in positions. Zhang Longxiang, originally ranked 3rd, had moved up to 2nd, knocking Ao Guang, the demon-suppressing general of Panlong Fortress, down a spot.
Ha 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 ha! Must be because General Zhang risked his life as bait and earned a ton of battle merits.
Chapter 438. He's not first on the human list anymore, he's first on the Earth list. Chapter 438. He's not first on the human list anymore, he's first on the Earth list. Wang Xingen, Wu Zhanian, Li Haiten, and the others suddenly discovered. The top rank on the Earth list had become a name they were all familiar with.
Holy crap, he really is Earth list number 1, my god. I can't believe I'm a comrade of the Earth list's number 1, I'm so lucky.
The demon suppression guards all cried out in astonishment. Their gazes toward Shen Mo were filled with admiration and awe. Wang Xingen's grin nearly reached the back of his ears.
Good, damn good. You lads get serious with your cultivation, I'm off to cultivate too.
Wang Xingen laughed heartily and vanished like a puff of smoke, not bothering to look at the human list again. Of course, he wasn't actually going off to cultivate. He found a quiet place to indulge in fiery nectar and golden branch jade liquid. The reason he bolted so fast was simply to avoid others trying to mooch his wine. Before long, the armory was filled with an intoxicating fragrance of wine. Like a young maiden's gentle hand, it stirred the heart and made one itch. Seeing this, Wu Zhanian and Li Haiten returned to their own quarters to refine the treasures they had exchanged from the heavenly Dao treasury. Shen Mo smiled and also returned to his residence. As usual, he activated multiple arrays to ensure no one could barge in uninvited, and only then did he begin refining the spiritual treasures. The Azure Lightning Lotus, Earth Mother Crimson Pulp, and Void Saint Nurturing Pill were all laid out in order. Shen Mo began operating the grand furnace of heaven and earth technique. All kinds of spiritual herbs and treasures rapidly transformed into spiritual energy and life essence, merging into his body and raising his cultivation. Within his divine palace, the 9 nether ice flame continued to refine the demon heart of the peak true demon lord. A strand of pure energy continuously merged into his body every moment. With the infusion of so many energies, Shen Mo's aura was changing by the second. At Azure Dragon Fortress, Tang Shenting, after exchanging the spiritual treasures he needed, exited the heavenly Dao treasury and continued cultivating his technique. The cultivation method he practiced was a mid-tier heaven-grade technique, simply named Tang Family Technique. Yes, that plain. His grandfather, Tang Jinglong, was the lord of Azure Dragon Fortress. Tang Jinglong had originally exchanged the technique wind-seeking thunder-stepping art from the heavenly Dao treasury. After exchanging it, the technique and martial arts were directly imprinted into the user's mind for comprehension. There was no such thing as a physical manual. The heavenly Dao will forbade any exchanger from transcribing or verbally transmitting the wind-seeking thunder-stepping art. Violators would have their battle merits deducted. But every rule has its loophole. After mastering the wind-seeking thunder-stepping art, Tang Jinglong compiled his insights into what became known as the Tang Family Technique, which he passed on to his son, Tang Zhanmo. Tang Zhanmo in turn passed it down to his son, Tang Shenting. Because the Tang Family Technique was not the original wind-seeking thunder-stepping art, it didn't violate the heavenly Dao's restrictions. This was one of the key reasons Tang Shenting, at such a young age, had already become a profound rank demon suppression guard. His starting point was exceptionally high. So high that he began cultivating a heaven-grade technique not long after being born. Of course, no matter how insightful Tang Jinglong was, the Tang family technique, being just a derived compilation, was still inferior to the original wind-seeking thunder-stepping art. At best, it could be considered a low-tier heaven-grade technique.
The golden ranking has descended again. Is that Shen Mo still second on the human list? If he is, then Shimai's strength is just pathetic.
Tang Shenting swung his fists, wreathed in wind and thunder, and said casually. A nearby demon suppression guard looked up from the human list and froze.
Boss, I don't see Shen Mo's name.
Tang Shenting smiled faintly.
He probably spent a lot of his battle merits and gave up his rank. Very few can resist that kind of temptation.
He was different from others. He held the top position on the human list solely for the sake of the visualization diagram. For that, he could save up battle merits indefinitely without using them. As for the spiritual treasures he needed, his father naturally exchanged them for him.
Huh, I've already scrolled down to the bottom of the human list, and I still don't see Shen Mo's name.
The demon suppression guard said, puzzled.
Wait a second.
He suddenly exclaimed in shock. Tang Shenting's expression froze.
What, you're joking?
The demon suppression guard gulped.
Boss, see for yourself. I'm not joking, Earth list number 1 really is.
Tang Shenting couldn't even finish exhaling before looking at the Earth list, his breath still unsteady. Sure enough, the name at the top was exactly that one. A yellow-rank demon suppression guard from the Black Tortoise Fortress, standing above all the heaven-rank guards. Tang Shenting's eyes widened. His sharp and handsome features twisted in disbelief. The human list number 1 came with a visualization diagram each year. Naturally, Earth list number 1 did too. And not only that, it was far superior to the one granted to human list number 1. The only issue was that claiming the top of the Earth list required an immense amount of battle merit. His father, Tang Jianmo, was a regular among the Earth list's top 10. According to his father, to steadily maintain the first rank on the Earth list, one needed an A-grade battle merit. But earning an A-grade battle merit purely through one's own efforts was unimaginably difficult. Tang Shenting didn't believe he had that kind of capability. So instead, he simply secured human list number 1 and hoped to obtain a high-quality visualization diagram to condense his Dharma aspect. Whether cultivating spiritual energy techniques or blood energy techniques, whether in the Divine Palace realm or the Venerable realm, the next step was always the Dharma aspect realm where one had to condense a Dharma aspect. The only difference lay in how it was done. Divine Palace cultivators used spiritual energy, Venerables used blood energy. The quality of the Dharma aspect high or low directly determined the strength of one in the Dharma aspect realm.
Damn it, just what is with this Shen Mo?
Tang Shenting was stunned and even a little shaken. He had always believed that among the young generation of the 10 demon suppression fortresses, he was the most dazzling talent. But Shen Mo's sudden rise completely shook his confidence. He began to question whether he was still the strongest genius of the demon suppression C's younger generation.
Go!
Tang Shenting took a deep breath and growled. The demon suppression guard nodded repeatedly. Blood God Fortress. At the highest point of the fortress, within the martial arena, there were 2 massive golden lions and a colossal black bear. The black bear had exited the heavenly Dao treasury early and was waiting nearby. The 2 golden lions were heaven-rank demon suppression guard Shi Wu and his son, profound-rank demon suppression guard Shi Mai. The black bear was Qingde. Within Blood God Fortress, the bear clan had always been a strong ally to the lion clan. At that moment, one of the golden lions gradually regained full consciousness. Qingde chuckled.
Commander Shi Wu, I bet you redeemed quite a haul this time.
Shi Wu shook his head.
I got everything else, but the Earth Mother Crimson Pulp I needed most there wasn't a drop left. When I tried to exchange for it, I was already too late.
Qingde blinked.
Really, someone got to it before you.
Shi Wu sighed.
Their hands were too fast, a pity.
Just then, Shimai also exited the heavenly Tao treasury, his face lit up with joy.
Father, I've exchanged enough treasures. Give me a few years, and I should be able to break through to the Golden Summit Venerable Realm.
Shi Wu nodded with a smile.
Good, I look forward to that day.
At that moment, Qingde saw the golden rankings and exclaimed with joy.
All 3 rankings have appeared. Brother Shimai is back at human list number 2. I told you us beast clans are the strongest.
Shimai glanced at the human list and, seeing himself at second place, smiled proudly. But Shi Wu noticed the changes on the Earth list and his gaze froze.
Earth list number 1.
Chapter 439. Minor Completion Divine Palace Realm, Silver-Crested Venerable Realm, Mid-Grade Saint Physique. Chapter 439. Minor Completion Divine Palace Realm, Silver-Crested Venerable Realm, Mid-Grade Saint Physique. Across the 10 fortresses, from south to north, east to west, any demon suppression guard of sound mind who saw even a slight change on the Earth list was instantly numb. Especially those who were already ranked on the Earth list, their hearts were more numb than numb itself. It was like eating hot pot, singing songs.
Demon Suppression General.
For a time, Shen Mo became the hottest name among the 10 fortresses, discussed by hundreds of thousands of demon suppression guards. Orders for the Flame Flood Dragon warship flew toward Qingxuan Fortress like snowflakes in a blizzard. Even Zhang Longxiang couldn't stop grinning day and night. 1 month later, Qingxuan Fortress Armory. All the noise had nothing to do with Shen Mo. He sat with his eyes closed, struggling to suppress the volcanic energy erupting inside his body. His entire body had become like a blazing furnace, constantly refining spiritual treasures. His divine palace, once an empty hall, now brimmed with intricate detail. Carved beams and painted rafters, curved eaves, jewel-studded windows and mesh-paneled doors.
What kind of phenomenon is this? I can feel actual power pouring out from Shen Mo's room.
Wu Zhanian said gravely.
Feels like a physique breakthrough.
Li Haitan spoke with envy.
Brother Shen is just too damn impressive.
Whoosh! Moments later, more figures flew over. It was Commander Zhang Beisheng and several other leaders. Zhang Beisheng asked, confused.
Old Wang, what's going on?
Wang Xingyan pointed at Shen Mo's room.
Looks like he's breaking through. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but it's causing a massive stir.
Zhang Beisheng's face turned serious.
Shen Mo, this is huge. I'll go inform General Zhang immediately.
Just as he turned to leave, a familiar voice rang out.
I'm already here.
Zhang Longxiang descended gently. Zhang Beisheng, Wang Xingyan, Wu Zhanian, and the others all bowed respectfully. The wounds on Zhang Longxiang's body had mostly healed. However, there were now faint wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. A few strands of silver hair had appeared at his temples. He looked more like a middle-aged man who toiled in the fields every day. Not the man who once deterred millions of demonkind as the lord of Qingxuan Fortress. Zhang Longxiang gazed at the rainbow pillar piercing the sky and smiled from the heart. Wang Xingyan cautiously asked,
General Zhang, what exactly is going on? A breakthrough in cultivation, a physique evolution, or some great treasure emerging?
Zhang Longxiang waved his hand.
Everyone disperse. It's nothing major, just a breakthrough.
Shen Mo's spiritual energy technique and blood energy technique advanced simultaneously. That's what caused this overwhelming phenomenon. Only then did Zhang Beisheng and the others leave, though still half in doubt. Zhang Longxiang, however, remained behind. Once the others were gone, Wang Xingyan crept up to Zhang Longxiang and chuckled.
General Zhang, with your experience, you've definitely figured out the truth, right?
Zhang Longxiang smiled faintly and replied in a whisper only the two could hear.
It's a Saint Physique breakthrough. If nothing goes wrong, he's advancing from low-grade Saint Physique to mid-grade Saint Physique. Also, both his spiritual and blood cultivation realms are ascending. The fusion of all 3, that's what triggered this phenomenon. And even this is being suppressed by the demonic energy around the demon suppression sea.
If this had happened on the mainland, that pillar of light would have reached 50,000 zhang. Wang Xingyan's eyes widened. It took him a long moment to choke out one word.
Damn!
He hasn't even been in Qingxuan Fortress that long, and yet both his realms improved and even his physique advanced. Wang Xingyan smacked his lips. Zhang Longxiang sighed softly.
A saint physique.
You'd best protect him well. Right now, I'm afraid Shen Mo is already high on the demonkind's kill list.
Chapter 440. If we had soaring dragon warships, even a vast demon nest would be left in ruins. Chapter 440. If we had soaring dragon warships, even a vast demon nest would be left in ruins. The demon suppression sea was different from the mainland. Beneath the 10 fortresses of the demon suppression sea lay immense spiritual gathering formations that drew in spiritual energy from hundreds of thousands of li in all directions. Because of this, cultivators in this region didn't necessarily need a saint-grade physique to enter the divine palace realm. If one was lucky, even a low-grade heaven-grade physique could suffice. But on the mainland, where spiritual energy was far more scarce than in the demon suppression sea, a saint-grade physique was almost a requirement for stepping into the divine palace realm. Zhang Longxiang and Wang Xingyan were both born and raised in the demon suppression sea. Wang Xingyan had a low-grade heaven-grade physique and had now cultivated to the peak venerable realm. Without an enormous opportunity, further progress was unlikely. Zhang Longxiang, being of low-grade saint physique, had been able to condense a Dharma aspect and step into the Dharma aspect realm. Shen Mo had been recruited as a demon suppression guard, his talent already far beyond the majority. Now, with his physique having advanced further, his future was limitless.
By the way, our allied fortresses are starting to urge us about the orders. Ahem.
Zhang Longxiang cleared his throat awkwardly, clearly a little embarrassed. Wang Xingyan burst out laughing.
All right, I'll tell him when he's done.
Zhang Longxiang leaned in and whispered.
Have him hold back a little, don't make the warships too powerful.
Wang Xingyan winked mischievously.
Got it, don't worry, Shen Mo will definitely get the hint.
Only then did Zhang Longxiang nod in satisfaction. With a gentle step, he vanished. Inside the room, Shen Mo exhaled a long breath of turbid air and gradually withdrew from his cultivation state. His body was still surging with spiritual and blood energy, and it took quite a while before things finally settled down.
Minor completion of the divine palace realm, silver-crested venerable realm.
A look of joy appeared on Shen Mo's face. He took a moment to sense the power coursing through him, carefully absorbing its meaning. He had the distinct feeling that if he were to face that peak true demon lord again, even without the 9 nether ice flame he could kill it outright. Rather than merely injure it and watch it flee. Shen Mo continued his introspection and noticed that his mind had grown much clearer. Whether it was comprehending cultivation techniques and martial skills, or reading ancient texts and scrolls, his speed had drastically increased. Moreover, his ability to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth had improved by more than 50%. Such were the benefits of a physique breakthrough.
Crap!
Only now did Shen Mo realize there might be trouble. He quickly got up to inspect the array. And then he discovered almost all the formation flags had been shattered.
This!
He clicked his tongue. It seemed that the phenomenon triggered by the convergence of 3 breakthroughs was far too extreme. Even the formations he personally laid couldn't handle the force. Cautiously, Shen Mo pushed open the door and stepped outside. Only to find Wang Xingyan already waiting there with a wide grin. Shen Mo let out an awkward chuckle.
Commander Wang, you're here, not out drinking today.
Wang Xingyan roared with laughter.
Shen Mo, congratulations! A double breakthrough in spiritual and blood energy cultivation. With your current realm, you can be promoted to profound rank demon suppression guard anytime now.
You've only been at Qingxuan Fortress a short while, and you've already become a profound rank guard Tusk.
When I got promoted to profound rank back in the day, it took me a whole 10 years.
Wang Xingyan couldn't help the envy in his voice. Truly, comparing oneself to others only led to frustration. What qualifications did he even have when standing next to Shen Mo? None, absolutely none.
Oh right, the reputation of the Flame Flood Dragon worship has spread far and wide. Qingxuan Fortress, Beihu Fortress, and Vermilion Bird Fortress have all placed orders hoping to purchase them.
Wang Xingyan lowered his voice.
Qingxuan Fortress wants 10. Beihu and Vermilion Bird each want 7. That's 24 in total.
Shen Mo let out a wry laugh.
No way, that's too many.
Commander Wang, I don't take long to forge each one, but the spiritual materials required for every Flame Flood Dragon warship are extremely complex. Each one costs at least 5 A-grade battle merits. If not for General Zhang's willingness to spend freely, I couldn't have crafted something this fully equipped.
Wang Xingyan paused in surprise.
Seriously, one warship costs 5 A-grade merits. Damn.
The resources for Shen Mo's warship crafting came from 2 sources. First, from Zhang Longxiang's personal battle merits. Second, from the fortress-wide pool of Xuanwu, fortress essentially public funds. However, as the fortress lord, Zhang Longxiang could legally access those shared merits. But according to the will of the heavenly Tao, even a fortress lord who used public battle merits must do so for the benefit of the fortress. If one used shared resources selfishly, punishment would follow. Battle merits would be deducted instead. Wang Xingyan didn't know exactly how many A-grade merits Zhang Longxiang had, nor how much remained in Xuanwu Fortress's collective fund. But he did know one thing: crafting those 8 Flame Flood Dragon warships had cost Zhang Longxiang a fortune. If not for the battle merit windfall from slaying the 5th Great True Demon, Zhang Longxiang's heaven list rank might have already dropped to the bottom. On the heaven list, every rank brought its own reward. So maintaining one's position was crucial. Drop 1 rank, and the loss could be over a dozen A-grade battle merits. Wang Xingyan thought for a moment and said seriously,
All right, let's go find General Zhang and have a proper discussion. We'll figure out how many orders we can realistically fulfill.
Shen Mo nodded.
That works.
He was no longer content with just building Flame Flood Dragon warships. His true goal lay beyond. In the future, he aimed to craft even greater vessels like the Giant Q warship and the Soaring Dragon warship. So, whether or not other fortresses wanted to buy the Flame Flood Dragon model didn't matter much to him. If they wanted them, they could pay with enough merits. Before long, Shen Mo arrived at the high tower and met with Zhang Longxiang. The 3 of them entered a lengthy and intense discussion. They debated from day into night before finally settling on concrete figures. Each Flame Flood Dragon warship would cost 4 A-grade battle merits for human fortresses, and for other fortresses, 4 A-grade merits plus 50 B-grade merits. As for the orders from Qingxuan, Beihu, and Vermilion Bird fortresses, they were all cut down to 3 warships each. After all, many of the spiritual materials required to craft these warships were limited first come, first served. Moreover, as a transmigrator, Shen Mo naturally understood.
Hunger marketing.
Chapter 441, The Great Demon Council, Authority of the Great Demons. Chapter 441, The Great Demon Council, Authority of the Great Demons. Demon Suppression C, 8th Layer, 1st Demon Palace. The lords of the demon palaces had gathered within this oldest of halls. Inside the dimly lit main hall stood a massive round stone table. Surrounding the table were 10 colossal stone chairs. But not all were occupied, only a few figures were present.
And Kang summoned us here. Where is he himself?
A cold voice rang out. The palace's dark purple crystal dome projected the figure who spoke. He stood over 5 zhang tall. His upper body resembled a human, but his lower half was like the tentacles of an octopus. Each tentacle was thick and powerful, capable of unleashing immense force with a mere flick, flattening mountains, halting rivers. He was the 3rd great demon and Mai, whose authority was brutal force. The 6th great demon and Chen gave a light chuckle.
No need to be so impatient. And Kang is always late. His head consumes a great deal of demonic energy, so it takes him quite some time to awaken.
And Mai snorted, his massive tentacles swaying.
And Chen, I heard you recently suffered a humiliating defeat, and even lost an Feng in the process.
And Chen still smiled calmly.
Bad intelligence. I didn't expect the Qingxuan fortress to have developed such powerful weaponry.
Suddenly, a figure who had been sitting silently with eyes closed spoke.
Oh, weaponry? I thought the war machines of the 10 demon suppression fortresses were already long out of repair. How did they come up with stronger weapons?
His form resembled a massive shark, but he had 8 pairs of limbs growing from his abdomen. He was the 4th great demon, and Zhou, whose authority was.
Curses!
Long ago, the 10 demon suppression fortresses had housed many skilled artisans. But Zhou had long realized the strategic value of weaponry and infiltrated the fortresses multiple times, assassinating many craftsmen through remote curses. This caused a generational gap in craftsmanship, leaving the fortresses unable to repair more complex or large-scale weaponry. As time passed with no maintenance, the war machines inevitably fell into disuse. And Chen then described the situation with the flame floodcloud warship. And Zhou's eye twitched.
That's a threat. Whoever created it should be eliminated as soon as possible. And Chen, if you give me those 2 flesh mines on the 7th layer, I'll have my subordinates avenge you.
Flesh mines. These strange mineral veins were only found below the 5th layer of the demon suppression sea. The deeper one went, the richer and more potent the veins. No one knew where they came from, they simply appeared without any warning. Over time, the demon race grew accustomed to it. They never bothered to search for them deliberately. The red flesh and purple flesh extracted from the veins were potent tonics for the demon race. Of the two, purple flesh was far superior. Thus, the number of flesh mines a great demon controlled became one of the standards by which their strength was judged. Hearing this, Chen smiled.
And Zhou, you sure dream big. Those 2 newly discovered mines of mine are vast, and there's a large quantity of purple flesh. How could I possibly hand them over so easily?
And Zhou wasn't angered.
No rush. Let's discuss after this meeting. I'm sure I can offer something satisfactory.
And Chen smiled faintly and nodded without answering. In a corner, another voice spoke up.
Where are 9th and 10th? Why haven't they shown up?
And Chen looked toward a particular stone chair. Though it appeared empty, atop it rested a tiny grain of purple-black rice. That grain was actually the 7th great demon, and Wei, though his body was minuscule, it was unimaginably dense and indestructible. His authority was stealth. His offspring and descendants also possessed extremely small bodies. They could easily pass through the tiniest of gaps and infiltrate the bodies of the demon suppression guards' natural-born assassination machines. And Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The 9th and 10th great demons had been missing for a long time. Many of their subordinates had chosen to defect, pledging allegiance to other great demons instead. Even Chen didn't know what those 2 were up to. The 3rd great demon in Mai spoke casually.
The plan is already 70 to 80% complete. No harm in telling you now.
9th and 10th are preparing to resurrect the right arm of the great demon emperor.
And Chen and Zhou and Wei all showed subtle changes in expression, their faces revealing joy.
It can be resurrected.
Where is the great demon emperor's right arm? If we can harness the power of the right arm, we might be able to break through the demon suppression fortresses and escape the demon suppression sea.
And Mai grinned.
I don't know the exact location. The plan is being led by Nkang. Only played a partial role.
And Wei spoke with displeasure.
Why didn't Nkang inform us? The great demon emperor is the source of our power, like a father to us all. We deserve to know.
And Mai chuckled.
Once the right arm of the great demon emperor is revived, even a single drop of its flowing blood can dramatically enhance a great demon's cultivation. You think there'll be enough blood to share? Would it be better to have 1 more mouth at the table, or 1 less?
And Wei fell silent. But a killing intent began to stir in the air. And Chen's mind turned. The
great demon emperor
they spoke of was the very one the demon suppression guards referred to as the undying demon emperor. All 10 great demons were at the demon emperor realm, equivalent to the Dharma aspect realm of the demon suppression guards. The undying demon emperor was a title, as their collective.
Father.
His cultivation was at the Great Demon Emperor realm, far above the Dharma aspect realm. However, since the dawn of the demon race, the undying demon emperor had always remained in a state of death. His blood was stagnant and devoid of life. And Kang, the oldest and wisest of the 10 great demons, had tried countless ways to resurrect the undying demon emperor, but none had succeeded.
I thought he'd given up. Didn't expect he'd change his method choosing, instead to resurrect just a part of the undying demon emperor's body.
And Chen sighed in admiration. Just then, a ghostly voice echoed through the air.
And you're spouting nonsense again.
Once the right arm of the great demon emperor is resurrected, I will ensure the blood is distributed equally among all.
We, the 10 great demons, share one father. We are brothers and sisters.
And Chen and Mai and Wei and Zhou all turned their gazes. They saw Kang slowly appear, floating in with his oversized head and long trailing tail. Hearing Kang's words, both Wei and Zhou calmed down slightly.
And Kang, you finally show up. I was starting to get impatient.
And Mai said casually. And Kang ignored him.
The reason I've gathered you all is to discuss several important matters. First, Old Five has fallen, but his position must not remain vacant, and the authority of filth mist he controlled cannot be left unattended. Old Seven, your territory is closest to his. Make arrangements for a competition among Old Five's offspring. Whoever wins will inherit the title of 5th Great Demon. When the time comes, we'll bring him to the 9th layer, where he shall officially ascend as the 5th Great Demon under the watchful gaze of our father's corpse.
All the demons nodded. Whenever a great demon fell in the past, this was the method used to determine the successor. The authority held by the 10 great demons had never gone unclaimed for a single day.
Second, we must now move to resurrect the father demon's left and right legs.
And Kang continued.
The left leg, I've already handed that to 2nd and 8th. As for the right leg, who among you is willing to take it on?
Chapter 442, The New 5th Great Demon Giant Floodcloud Warship. Chapter 442, The New 5th Great Demon Giant Floodcloud Warship. And Kang looked around, but no one responded. After a long pause, Chen finally spoke calmly.
And Kang, what does resurrecting the great demon emperor's right leg require?
And Kang pondered briefly.
A large quantity of flesh and blood. Human, monster, and flood dragon are best.
And Chen's eyes flickered slightly. So even demon flesh would work. And Kang continued.
Whoever is willing to take on this task will receive an extra portion of the blood essence once the father demon's right leg is revived.
The great demons exchanged glances. Eventually, Zhou was the one to speak.
I'll take the task.
And Kang nodded with satisfaction.
Good, you won't regret this decision.
He scanned the room again and said.
Now for the third matter. In the past 50 years, many geniuses have emerged among the 3 races. It's time for a purge. The creator of the Flame Floodcloud Warship is the direct cause of Old Five's death. He must die, and soon. Otherwise, our demon race's morale will collapse.
And Kang looked to Chen.
Old 6, you invited Old 5 to attack Qingxuan Fortress. You'll handle this.
And Chen frowned and wanted to decline. But the ancient and immense aura radiating from Kang filled him with unease. And Kang wielded the authority of madness of mind acknowledged as the most intelligent of the 10 great demons. He had lived for an extremely long time, cultivating countless powerful demonic arts and combat techniques. Moreover, Kang had researched the corpse of the great demon emperor more than anyone. He may have even gained mastery of mysterious secret techniques from the body itself. And Chen knew that, as he was now, he was still far from being Kang's equal. After a moment, he smiled and nodded.
Of course, that defeat was a shame for me. I'll have my subordinates take that craftsman's life.
And Kang nodded slightly. 1 month later. Among the offspring of the fallen 5th Great Demon, Feng, a victor was finally decided. Countless contenders died in the process. In the end, only one demon ascended to the position. Demon Suppression C, 9th Layer. Here, the world was dark and oppressive. It felt like an entirely different realm. There was almost no sign of plants or animals. Even the seawater was so turbid it resembled sludge. The ninth layer was the burial site of the undying demon emperor. Only the 10 great demons had the right to enter this place. At the very center of the ninth layer stood a massive hall. The hall was supported by 8 sturdy stone pillars. The pillars were riddled with cracks, within which squirmed dark purple-black organisms, continually reinforcing the pillars to keep them from collapsing. At the center of the hall stood a towering figure, 20 zhang tall. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads and 6 arms each corresponded to the human race, monster race, and flood dragons. His entire body bore traits of all 3 races. However, one of his right arms was missing. All 6 of his eyes were tightly shut. His body radiated a thick aura of death. This was the legendary undying demon emperor, the being all 3 races, humans, monsters, and flood dragons, had been searching for. The one in Kang called Father Demon, and the rest referred to as the Great Demon Emperor. At this moment, Kang and Mai and Chen and Wei and the others had once again gathered. At the center stood a strange-looking demon. His body was massive, yet seemed shrouded in an ethereal mist, vague and indistinct. His true form was always concealed within the fog.
And Tianwu, kneel before the Father Demon.
And Kang spoke solemnly.
Yes.
And Tianwu knelt before the corpse of the undying demon emperor. And Kang extended his left hand. With a flip of his palm, it condensed into a sharp blade. With one slash, a gash appeared on one of the undying demon emperor's hands. But no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it began to heal rapidly, visible to the naked eye. And Kang surged demonic energy, forcing the wound open again. He chanted under his breath, activating some unknown secret technique. From the wound, a cloud of purple mist began to pour out. The mist was filthy and corrupting, as though it could turn all of heaven and earth into tainted demon soil. And Kang spoke in a deep voice.
Cut open your chest and reveal your demon heart.
And Tianwu hesitated, but eventually chose to comply. Though the demon heart was the core of a demon's power, surrounded by several great demons, he figured they wouldn't bother with his. And Tianwu slit open his chest, exposing a heart that beat powerfully. And Kang pointed a finger. That defiled mist immediately surged into Tianwu's chest, flooding into his demon heart.
Hola!
And Tianwu arched backward like a shrimp tossed into boiling water. He fell to the ground, convulsing violently. And Mai and the other great demons simply watched, saying nothing. And Chen looked at Tianwu with a trace of emotion. He had once undergone this very ritual before gaining the authority of chaotic ruin. It didn't take long for Tianwu's spasms to subside. In the blink of an eye, his aura soared wildly. Instantly, he rose from the Demon Lord realm to the same level as the other great demons. The Demon Emperor realm. And Tianwu slowly stood up. His heart thundered, pumping strong, vigorous demon blood throughout his body. After obtaining the authority of Filth Mist, his strength was overwhelming. Joy filled Tianwu's face, along with a hint of disbelief. And Kang said calmly,
From this day forward, you are Wu, the 5th great demon, bearer of the authority of Filth Mist.
And Wu bowed respectfully.
Yes.
Qingxuan Fortress Armory.
Phew, it's done.
Shen Mo looked at the massive arc stretching hundreds of zhang in length, a satisfied smile on his face. Wu Zhanian, Li Haitan, and Wang Xingen were dumbfounded.
You spent so much battle merit, we thought you'd failed, but you actually did it.
Wang Xingen was thrilled. At first, he had been baffled by Shen Mo's decision to abandon construction of the Flame Floodcloud warship in favor of developing a new model. But the moment the new warship was revealed, he instantly changed his mind. The ship stretched 250 zhang in length and 80 zhang in width. Imposing and majestic, its cargo capacity was incredible. It was in a completely different league from the outdated snow sculpture cloud ships. Each demon suppression fortress had its own specialties, and there was frequent trade between them. But the snow sculpture cloud ships had such low capacity that they required entire fleets to move supplies. Once the demons figured out the shipping patterns, they began launching ambushes. Eventually, some fortresses had to resort to using the smaller Thunder Falcon cloud ships just to deliver goods. Now, with this new ship, transportation between Qingxuan Fortress and the others would become lightning fast. Rare spiritual herbs grown in the cities and alchemical pills crafted at other fortresses could all be delivered to Qingxuan Fortress immediately, eliminating the need to waste expensive battle merit exchanging through the heavenly Dao treasury.
What's it called?
Wang Xingyan asked excitedly.
Giant Floodcloud Warship.
Shen Mo replied with a smile.
Giant Floodcloud Warship.
Wang Xingyan laughed.
I'm heading straight to General Zhang with this.
Just as he was about to sprint out of the armory, he suddenly called out.
Oh right, a message came a few days ago. Do you remember Shen Mo from Qingxuan Fortress?
Shen Mo nodded.
Vaguely.
Shen Mo was a heaven-rank suppression guard of Qingxuan Fortress. His father was the fortress lord Tang Jinglong. Wang Xingyan said casually.
He sent a message through someone. He's offering a huge price to buy that Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle visualization diagram you obtained.
Chapter 443, Void Demon Slaying Sword Immortal Scripture, the Ancient Void Sword. Chapter 443, Void Demon Slaying Sword Immortal Scripture, the Ancient Void Sword. Shen Mo let out a helpless laugh.
Oh, what's his offer?
Wang Xingyan shrugged.
He said, considering that Qingxuan Fortress and Qingxuan Fortress are both human strongholds, he hoped you'd give him a discount. He wants to buy it for 9 grade A merits.
Wang Xingyan chuckled.
The merit will come from his father.
Shen Mo immediately shook his head. That Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle visualization diagram was a reward for taking first place on the Earth rankings. It was a mid-tier heaven rank visualization diagram. Depicted upon it was a lifelike Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle. As though it could leap from the image at any moment, soaring into the skies, commanding the lightning. If suppression guards at the Divine Palace or Venerable Realm levels meditated upon it long-term, they could gradually condense a Dharma form from their spiritual power and blood essence. Once they successfully outlined the shape of their Dharma form, they would have stepped into the Dharma aspect realm. From there, the goal was to refine and perfect it, making it increasingly lifelike and condensed. Only when the Dharma form resembled the image in the diagram would one reach the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. However, these diagrams were exceedingly expensive. They could be exchanged in the heavenly Dao treasury. A low-tier heaven rank diagram cost an average of 5 grade A merits. Those with elemental attributes like lightning or light were even more expensive. As for mid-tier heaven rank diagrams, their price more than doubled. They typically cost 12 grade A merits. And this Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle diagram was lightning aligned. Lightning, among all elemental spiritual forces, was one of the rare few that could counter demons. As such, lightning attribute diagrams were always priced at a premium. Shen Mo estimated that this Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle diagram could sell for at least 15 grade A merits. But Shen Mo wanted it for just 9. That was far too generous a view of their so-called friendship. Wang Xingyan seemed to read Shen Mo's mind and let out a strange laugh.
Even blood brothers settle debts clearly. Their Qingxuan Fortress charges us full price for everything, but now they want a discount? What a joke. Don't worry, I'll send the rejection. Let them know not to bother you again.
He grinned.
That Thunder Spirit Purple Eagle diagram is excellent, you could just keep it. Why sell it off?
Shen Mo nodded with a smile. A mid-tier heaven rank visualization diagram, and lightning aligned at that definitely valuable. But Shen Mo had the ability to obtain even better. Naturally, he didn't care much for something of this level.
If I can earn battle merit, then I should aim higher. I won't settle for anything less than a top-tier heaven rank visualization diagram.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. He suddenly thought of his divine palace. He had asked around before. Most people's divine palaces only had one Dharma wall, allowing them to form a single Dharma form. This type was called a single-aspect divine palace. It was the most common. Above that were double aspect, triple aspect, and the extremely rare four aspect divine palaces. Most people lack the insight and lifespan to fully use even the best heaven rank cultivation methods. Even if they managed to forge such a divine palace, they would need 4 times the time and effort to condense 4 Dharma forms. But cultivation was endless and life was finite. In the end, it would all be in vain. Shen Mo, however, was different. His comprehension was exceptional, and he had ample cultivation resources. He could simultaneously meditate on 4 different diagrams and condense 4 Dharma forms.
Wait a minute.
After Wang Xing'an left, a sudden realization struck Shen Mo. He quickly looked inward. Above his divine palace hovered a silver, metallic-looking platform. That was the blood crown. More precisely, the silver crown corresponding to the silver crown venerable realm. Shen Mo carefully sensed inward and finally let out a breath of relief.
The divine elephant prison suppressing force also requires 4 Dharma forms, but it emphasizes forming 4 of the same Dharma form 4-in-1, fourfold power. That's good. I'll need a total of 5 top-tier heaven rank visualization diagrams. Thankfully, it's not 8.
He smacked his lips. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, summer arrived. Frost melted and rain poured endlessly. Some demon suppression fortresses, built in lower terrain, were frequently flooded by the sea. Since the seawater carried demonic energy, prolonged exposure would slowly erode the fortress foundations. These fortresses had to devote immense effort and resources to prevent seawater from flooding in, often at the cost of rare spiritual materials. Qingxuan Fortress was in relatively better condition. But whenever the demon suppression sea surged, even its walls were battered. At one corner of the armory, a figure danced like a storm. 3 sword shadows circled around him, riding wind and thunder, releasing countless shimmering slashes. Moments later, the sword shadows transformed. Though still only 3, they weaved together into a tightly woven screen of sword light. A falling leaf drifted from a treetop and passed into the sword screen, only to be shredded in an instant. Even wind and lightning, if caught in it, would likely be torn apart and extinguished. Not far away, Wu Zhanian, Li Haitan, and other suppression guards looked on in awe.
Holy crap, what kind of technique is Brother Shen training? That's insane. Can't tell for sure, but I'd bet it's a top-tier heaven rank martial art. Tusk, I'm jealous of Brother Shen. He's got the battle merit to trade for powerful techniques, and the insight to actually cultivate them.
After a while, Shen Mo exhaled and ended his cultivation. The 3 sword shadows vanished. He smiled slightly. After an entire winter, he had already cultivated the void demon-slaying sword immortal scripture to the 3rd level. This technique was a top-tier saint rank art, with a total of 7 levels. Its requirements were extremely high. The 1st level required the nascent soul realm. The 2nd, soul transformation. The 3rd, divine palace realm. The 4th, Dharma aspect realm. The 5th, nirvana realm above Dharma aspect. The 6th, sovereign realm above nirvana. The 7th level pointed directly to the saint realm. This scripture was a path straight to sainthood. From that alone, it was far more valuable than the divine thunder demon-suppressing sutra. Now that Shen Mo had reached the 3rd level, he could manifest 3 shadows of the ancient void sword within his body. He had already experienced the power of these swords. Lately, the monsters had continued to launch assaults on the fortress, and Shen Mo, using the 1,000 Faces and Forms manual, had changed his appearance and secretly joined the defense on the city walls. He discovered that below the level of great demons, no monster could withstand even 3 slashes of the Void Sword. The power within the ancient Void Sword was far superior to both the Divine Thunder Force and the Blood Origin Force. It truly lived up to its name as the Void Demon-Slaying Sword Immortal Scripture.
Despicable, absolutely despicable.
Wang Xing'an stormed through the armory doors, cursing loudly. Shen Mo, Wu Zhanian, and the others all looked puzzled. Wang Xing'an was rarely this angry. What had happened? Li Haitan asked.
Commander Wang, what's going on?
Wang Xing'an's face was filled with fury.
A trader slipped behind the fortress and entered one of the outer cities where cultivators and civilians live. Of the 10 cities under Qingxuan, the one furthest out barely anyone their stronger-than-foundation establishment.
Last night, a surge of demonic energy erupted, and countless ordinary citizens were contaminated and turned into demon spawn. Wang Xingyan clenched his fists.
Those damned monsters, they know they can't breach the fortress, so now they're bypassing it and targeting the cities.
Chapter 444, what's this CI, let me touch it. Chapter 444, what's this CI, let me touch it. Not long after arriving at Qingxuan Fortress, Shen Mo had familiarized himself with the layout of the 10 demon suppression fortresses. The 10 fortresses were arranged roughly in a circular formation, sealing off the demon suppression sea entirely. Behind each fortress were the cities under its protection. Take Qingxuan Fortress, for example. From nearest to farthest, the cities were named Qingxuan City, Qingxuan Second City, Qingxuan Third City.
I heard from General Zhang that the cities protected by other fortresses have also been attacked by monsters.
Wang Xingyan said through clenched teeth.
Why did the monsters suddenly change tactics and start targeting civilians?
Wu Zhanian, Li Haitan, and the other suppression guards fell silent. Monsters were insidious, masters of infiltration, making it all too easy for them to slip behind the lines. If this continued, even the people might lose faith in the fortresses themselves. Wang Xingyan sighed.
Keep training. It's summer now, monster activity will be lower. Make sure to strengthen yourselves before winter comes.
Everyone nodded and threw themselves into cultivation with greater effort. Although those stationed at the armory didn't fight on the front lines, pursuing higher realms was still essential. More cultivation meant longer life and a higher rank. The benefits were numerous. Shen Mo turned and returned to the Grade A warehouse. Summer was the season when the fortress launched deeper missions into the demon suppression sea, making it the perfect time to deploy battle platforms. Battle platforms weren't limited to surface use, they could dive beneath the waves. The colossal machine classics detailed both their construction and operation. Since the rare materials needed to complete the soaring dragon warship were currently unavailable, Shen Mo decided to change plans and focus on building a battle platform instead. In the demon suppression fortresses, there were two main types of battle platforms: the wave-splitting platform and the wave-cleaving platform. Wave-splitting platforms were the most common, but only seated 5. Wave-cleaving platforms were rarer, with room for 10. They also required more precious materials and were far sturdier. In the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, wave-splitting platforms were typically operated by ordinary sea beasts, while wave-cleaving platforms could only be piloted by flood dragons, clearly reflecting a difference in status. However, the colossal machine classics also recorded a third type of platform: the Raging Tide platform. It was even larger, capable of carrying more personnel, and could support the installation of large-scale blood energy cannons and spiritual cannons. Unfortunately, the master artificer Yi passed away before he could realize the design. Shen Mo believed he might just be able to accomplish what Yi could not. Boundless ocean. A lone figure continued eastward through the vast sea. When thirsty, he gathered water element spiritual energy from the world. When hungry, he fished. That man was Yi Yan. He had long lost track of how many days or how far he'd traveled across the ocean. However, with the Azure Sea Bowl in hand, he encountered a minor opportunity every 3 days and a major one every 5. His cultivation realm advanced at an astonishing pace. He had now reached the peak of the divine transformation realm. As for his blood energy cultivation, it too had begun to recover, nourished by a steady stream of rare treasures. He now stood roughly at the Gold Crown King level.
This Azure Sea Bowl is truly a treasure.
Yi Yan revealed a satisfied smile. Yi Yan extended his hand, and a vivid blue flame suddenly flickered into life in his palm. This was the Sea Blue Flame. Ranked 49th among the eternal flames, it was a rare and extraordinary flame born only in the deep ocean. Without the Azure Sea Bowl, Yi Yan would never have discovered it, let alone subdued it. But now, he had fully mastered this eternal flame. Across the world, those who wielded eternal flames were few and far between. And nearly all of them became towering figures of influence. Now Yi Yan had joined their ranks.
I remember Shen Mo also possesses an eternal flame, maybe more than one. I wonder where he is now.
Yi Yan smiled to himself.
But I have the Azure Sea Bowl, my opportunities come one after another, I've probably already surpassed him. And if I haven't yet, another year or two will be enough.
He continued sailing eastward. Yi Yan suddenly sensed something unusual. The Azure Sea Bowl functioned much like a divine map of the sea. He had encountered every type of symbol on it. Sunken ships, buried treasure, spiritual herbs, powerful sea beasts. Even eternal flames. But a vortex like this, he was seeing it for the first time. Moments later, he arrived at the location. The water surrounding the vortex was eerily still. Not a single creature dared approach, not even a minnow. Yi Yan scanned the map. Within 10,000 miles there wasn't a single sea beast present. That meant even the most formidable creatures instinctively stayed away, sensing the danger. Yi Yan, however, was thrilled. Crisis and opportunity always came hand in hand. The greater the danger, the greater the treasure. He slowly approached the swirling current. Immediately, he felt a powerful suction pulling at him. The closer he got, the stronger it became. At first, he could counter it with his own power. But eventually, it overwhelmed him. His body was dragged forward, drawn inexorably into the heart of the vortex. Then a thought struck him.
I've heard of sea eyes in the ocean natural teleportation arrays. This vortex must be one of them. I wonder where it will take me.
The world spun wildly. His surroundings twisted in a kaleidoscope of color. He saw fish and shrimp swimming alongside him. Saw a giant sea beast open its jaws and lunge toward him. But his body was like a phantom, slipping effortlessly through the creature's form. He didn't know how long he drifted inside the vortex, or how much time passed. When the spinning stopped and his vision cleared, he found himself floating in pitch-black seawater. Yi Yan reoriented himself and began swimming upward. Splash! He broke through the surface, rising into the sky. Looking around, his eyes widened in shock. There was land behind him. Smoke curled gently into the sky, and the scent of cooked food hung in the air.
Land!
Yi Yan's eyes widened as he flew at full speed toward it. His sudden appearance startled several nearby fishermen. They gawked in disbelief.
What the? That guy just flew out of the ocean. Someone actually crossed the sea and reached the Demon Suppression Sea.
Yi Yan froze. The Demon Suppression Sea. He'd arrived at the Demon Suppression Sea. He was overjoyed and quickly descended to the ground. Sweeping his gaze over the stunned fishermen, he asked casually.
Do you know what place this is?
They exchanged nervous glances before answering.
Qingxuan Ninth City.
Yi Yan frowned slightly.
Where are the other cultivators?
One of them pointed toward a distant fortress towering on the horizon.
They're all in Qingxuan Fortress.
Chapter 445. In this vast demon suppression sea, I shall be the only peerless talent. Chapter 445. In this vast demon suppression sea, I shall be the only peerless talent. Qingxuan Fortress. Standing beneath the towering stronghold, Yi Yan truly felt its majestic and imposing presence. He had now completely restrained all of his demon clan characteristics. But if needed, he could release them to unleash greater power.
I've long heard that the Demon Suppression Sea is a joint defense effort of the three clans against the Demon Clan. If that's the case, this Qingxuan Fortress must be one of the fortresses guarding it, right?
With this thought, Yi Yan strode toward the military camp beneath the fortress. Before he could even enter, he was stopped. A Shen Mo guard on the left frowned and asked.
Who goes there?
Yi Yan replied calmly.
I come from the Eastern Sea.
The Shen Mo guard on the right froze.
The Eastern Sea.
His expression shifted dramatically.
Watch him, I'll go get the commander.
Moments later, A towering, mountain-like man strode out with blazing eyes fixed on Yi Yan.
You said you came from the Eastern Sea.
Yi Yan felt slightly uneasy under his intense gaze, but he still nodded.
No one has crossed the ocean alone and reached Shen Mo Fortress in over 1,000 years. Young man, you're impressive.
The brawny commander gave Yi Yan an approving look.
Would you be willing to join our Qingxuan Fortress as a Shen Mo guard and fight against the demon clan?
Yi Yan furrowed his brow slightly. He had never encountered the demon clan, let alone bore any grudge against them. To fight and risk his life against them without reason, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Still, the man's aura was undeniably powerful. If he refused, things might not end well. Yi Yan was proud, but he understood the situation.
I'm willing,
He said immediately.
but I hope to receive certain additional benefits.
The commander burst into hearty laughter.
Easily arranged. To cross the ocean alone and reach Qingxuan Fortress, you clearly possess great strength. What we need most at Qingxuan Fortress.
He then sighed.
How wonderful! Qingxuan Fortress has a rising talent, and now Qingxuan Fortress shall have one too. Among the three clans, it's we humans who thrive the most.
Yi Yan smiled faintly. Talent. He looked down on the so-called talents of the world. Only Shen Mo was worthy of his recognition. Right now, Shen Mo was likely still struggling to break into the divine palace realm. In this vast demon suppression sea, Yi Yan would be the only true peerless genius. Qingxuan Fortress Armory. Shen Mo sat cross-legged on his bed. Blood energy surged from within him, merging into the purple-black armor in front of him. This set of armor was the demon armor. Its remaining parts were stored in the top-tier warehouse. It was originally meant to be Lin Dongshan's fated opportunity. But Shen Mo had already seen Lin Dongshan's character clearly through his life panel. Such a treasure, if left to Lin Dongshan, would bring disaster to many. So Shen Mo had taken it early on. He had been refining and merging it piece by piece ever since. After all, the armor had been scattered into many components. It required a long period of nurturing before it could return to its original state. Each night, Shen Mo used his blood energy to nourish the armor. At this pace, the armor's components gradually fused together. At one moment, the armor emitted layers of purple-black mist, as if countless demon gods and evil spirits were wailing and howling within, enough to shatter an ordinary person's sanity. However, none of these sounds escaped Shen Mo's room. After his last consecutive breakthrough shattered the old formation, Shen Mo spent a large amount of military merit to acquire a powerful new formation and re-establish the setup. Now, unless a Dharma phase realm expert like Zhang Longxiang intervened personally, nothing would disturb the formation. Naturally, the purple-black aura from the armor wouldn't leak out either. In Shen Mo's mind, a sudden flash of insight appeared. He instantly became aware of the armor's name and origins.
It is called
A top-grade heaven-tier spirit artifact.
It once belonged to the founding human emperor of Jing, who wore it during his campaigns across the land. It even housed a spirit artifact within.
However, during a battle against the demon clan, it was stained and corrupted by vast amounts of demon blood. The original spirit perished, and a new one was born within the tame demon armor one that gradually grew uncontrollable.
The human emperor handed it over to the Qingxuan Sect, hoping they could suppress the new spirit within. But not long after, the Qingxuan Sect was ambushed by the demon clan. The sect was destroyed and its legacy ended. The tame demon armor was also scattered during that battle.
Shen Mo let out a long breath. He hadn't expected this armor to carry such a history. Its former owner.
What about the spirit? Could it have perished with time?
Shen Mo reached out to touch the tame demon armor. Immediately, demonic energy surged from within, condensing into a vicious, grinning skull. The skull opened its maw wide and lunged toward Shen Mo's palm. A mocking laugh echoed at the same time.
Ha ha ha, fool! You really thought I was dead.
I've been waiting for you to touch me.
You're just like my previous master human scum, deserving death.
Clang! The jaws closed around Shen Mo's hand. A metallic clang rang out. Shen Mo was completely unharmed. But the skull's teeth cracked and shattered, falling like shards to the ground, dissolving into demonic mist. The skull stared at Shen Mo in disbelief, as if he were facing a monster. Shen Mo remained expressionless. This was already the second spirit he had encountered. The spirit of Heavenbreaker
Xiling!
never spoke again after their initial conversation. It hid in the depths of the weapon and only helped convert 100 strands of blood energy into blood essence every day. Since it was still obedient, Shen Mo didn't bother to engage with it anymore, even if it chanted about the Martial Ancestor daily. But this Tei demon armor's spirit, this one was something else, rebellious to the core. The moment it appeared, it tried to bite him. And it dared to claim that both he and the former master deserved death. These spirits were growing more defiant by the day. If he didn't discipline them now, when would he?
You!
The skull asked in confusion. After a pause, it grinned again.
Then I'll just take over the armor and trap you inside.
In the next instant, the Tei demon armor flew into the air, descending toward Shen Mo. It resembled an execution device, attempting to bind Shen Mo's limbs. Shen Mo shook his head.
You're not too bad. It'd be a waste to kill you. I'll give you one chance. Get back into the Tei demon armor and behave.
The skull burst out laughing like it had just heard the greatest joke.
You want me to return to the Tei demon armor? You want me to behave? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. My previous master couldn't tame me. The sect master of Lingbao Zhengfa spent 500 years of his life and still failed to make me submit. And you, a petty little cultivator, weaker than a chicken, why should I obey you?
The skull laughed wildly, growing larger by the second. Shen Mo shook his head again, then raised a finger.
One demon heart from a peak true demon lord.
He looked down at his abdomen, no reaction. Shen Mo muttered.
Greedy little thing.
Buzz. A pale flame suddenly surged from his palm. In an instant, it engulfed the Tei demon armor. The skull in midair froze. Its laughter was abruptly cut off.
Dad!
Chapter 446, Of Course Whatever Grandpa Says Goes. Chapter 446, Of Course Whatever Grandpa Says Goes. Shen Mo looked at the formerly arrogant but now groveling skull, wearing a faint, amused smile. The reason for the spirit's drastic change in attitude was simple. He had revealed the 9 Nether Ice Flame. The 9 Nether Ice Flame was incredibly effective at restraining demons. And since this spirit had formed from demonic corruption within the Tei demon armor, it could be considered a part of the demon clan. Naturally, it was also suppressed by the 9 Nether Ice Flame. Shen Mo casually waved a hand.
Change your appearance. This skull form is too ugly.
The spirit nodded repeatedly, quickly transforming into an old man with white hair and beard. Shen Mo shook his head.
Too old.
The spirit thought for a moment and changed again, this time into a fierce and burly man, muscular and imposing. Shen Mo shook his head again.
Too intimidating.
The spirit pulled a long face and transformed once more, this time into a curvy, flirtatious woman who threw Shen Mo a sultry glance. Her facial features were delicate but,
You clearly haven't seen enough human women. Forget it.
looking utterly wronged, the spirit finally turned into a little child with a high ponytail.
How about this?
Shen Mo nodded reluctantly.
Barely acceptable. Now tell me, what's your name? Tei.
The child drooped his eyes.
Reporting to Grandpa, I don't have a name. The previous spirit, the one that died, was named Tei.
Shen Mo nodded.
A name, huh? That's my specialty. Since the last one was called Tei, you'll be Tair, Tai too.
The child beamed.
Thank you for bestowing the name, Grandpa.
Shen Mo asked again.
Tair, what functions do you have? Introduce yourself.
Tair straightened up solemnly.
Reporting to Grandpa, I've got tons of functions.
But just as he was about to demonstrate, he hesitated and said timidly.
Grandpa!
Shen Mo chuckled and casually waved his hand, drawing the 9 Nether Ice Flame back into his divine palace. Only then did Tair let out a sigh of relief. He did something unknown, and the armor suddenly burst forth with a powerful shield of blood energy. Teir grinned.
This is the true blood barrier. The Tei demon armor usually absorbs Grandpa's residual blood energy and stores it inside. When you're in danger, the armor will activate this true blood barrier to block enemy attacks.
He thumped his chest proudly.
Rest assured, Grandpa, this barrier can withstand a full-strength blow from an ordinary demon emperor.
Shen Mo's smile deepened.
This true blood barrier.
If I'm facing a deadly threat, will it still activate?
Teir's smile turned a little stiff. He said awkwardly.
Of course it follows your will.
Don't worry, Grandpa. You and I are bound together. How could I not obey?
Shen Mo still smiled faintly. Even though Teir had been suppressed by the 9 nether ice flame, he was clearly rebellious by nature. There was no way Shen Mo would entrust his life to him. Shen Mo tapped his knee.
That's just one feature, a single true blood barrier. That's awfully poor for a heaven-tier spirit artifact.
Teir quickly said.
Of course there's more.
He held out his little hand.
Grandpa, do you have any blood from powerful beings? Human, demon, flood, dragon, even demon clan is fine.
Shen Mo thought for a moment and took out a drop of demon beast blood from his storage ring. The demon suppression sea was teeming with sea beasts. Most of these had been corrupted by demonic energy, turning into demonic sea beasts. However, after killing and purifying them, their blood could still be used. In fact, their blood was especially potent, and demon beast blood was a main ingredient in essence blood pills. Naturally, Shen Mo had some stored for emergencies. This drop came from a 7th-ranked demon beast, the bloodbane shark. Teir caught the blood, enveloped it in demonic energy, and injected it into the armor. Buzz! The purple-black demon armor instantly changed form, becoming sea blue in color. It looked as if it were made from shark skin. Once equipped, it would allow the wearer to swim freely in the ocean, just like a fish.
That's it.
Shen Mo shook his head. This didn't seem much different from the old demon armor. Teir quickly said.
No, Grandpa, don't rush.
He raised a hand. A strange power erupted from the demon armor. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a massive, demonized blood shark dozens of meters long. Fierce and savage, ready to devour all. It was the bloodbane shark. Shen Mo instantly felt a trace of threat from this demonized creature. What surprised him even more was that he actually saw it use the bloodbane shark's innate ability. Teir said obsequiously,
Grandpa, the true blood barrier was an original ability. But this is something the Tei demon armor gained after being demonized. With just one drop of blood, it can replicate the blood's owner and even use their abilities.
Only then did Shen Mo nod slightly. Now that was impressive, far more powerful than before. With just one drop of blood, it could reproduce all the original owner's abilities from when they were alive. Even though the replication only lasted for a few seconds, that was more than enough.
What if I replicated someone like Zhang Longxiang? Or stole a drop of blood from a great demon and replicated one of them? Or even used my own blood?
Shen Mo pondered, a pleased expression on his face. Used wisely, this would be a devastating trump card. Imagine the enemy finally exhausting all his spiritual energy and blood force. Only for Shen Mo to produce another version of himself with just a drop of blood. Another round of spiritual and blood force techniques would rain down. How hopeless would that feel? Teir grinned.
Grandpa, this move doesn't have a name yet. Please name it.
Shen Mo thought for a moment.
Let's call it blood condensation, spirit incarnate.
Teir raised a thumb and flattered him shamelessly.
Yes, Grandpa's naming is just unmatched, concise, and powerful.
Then he added.
Grandpa, the Tei demon armor has a third function.
Shen Mo was intrigued.
A third one?
Teir replied solemnly.
As long as you wear the Tei demon armor, you can completely alter your appearance and disguise yourself as a demon. But it can only fool low-tier demons and regular true demons. If a great demon is nearby, they'll see through the disguise easily.
Shen Mo's thoughts stirred. Now that was an interesting feature. Someday, this could be used to launch a surprise infiltration. He, a Shen Mo guard, could walk right into demon territory and easily gather information. It would also help him gain the demon's trust. However, infiltrating the demon clan carried enormous risk. Just as heir said, great demons could easily see through the disguise. Unless absolutely necessary, Shen Mo wouldn't recklessly take such a risk.
From now on, stay quietly within the tame demon armor. Without my command, you are not to appear.
Shen Mo ordered casually. Heir bowed humbly.
Yes, yes, of course. Whatever Grandpa says goes.
With that, he turned into a black wind and vanished into the tame demon armor. Shen Mo raised his hand. The tame demon armor automatically equipped itself, wrapping around his entire body. With just a thought, the armor would vanish completely, leaving no trace of its presence. It wouldn't affect his movements at all. It felt as light and unobtrusive as a layer of silk.
Good, back to cultivation.
Chapter 447. I was once the daughter of the Ghost King, once a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, and now I am. Chapter 447. I was once the daughter of the Ghost King, once a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, and now I am.
Where am I?
Zhao Yelu struggled to sit up, shaking her head. She felt as if her skull were about to split open. It was like being trampled by countless giant elephants. She looked around. All she could see was a dark, gloomy scene. It felt as though she were deep within an abyss. Only then did her memories slowly begin to surface. Zhao Yelu finally remembered what she had done before.
I think I.
She tried to recall carefully. Over the past few years, ever since leaving the Qingxuan Sect, she had ventured deep into the 10,000 Monsters Nation, searching for the nearly extinct inheritance of the Heavenly Ghost clan. During that time, she had heard news that Shen Mo had personally slain the monster Emperor Gu Ming, which had delighted her for quite a while. At first, she had almost given up hope and planned to return to the Qingxuan Sect. On her way back, she had accidentally encountered a group of monster clan remnants pursuing two severely injured human cultivators. She had saved the two human cultivators in passing, intending to escort them back to the Qingxuan Sect. The two men were extremely grateful, claiming they had once been generals of the Jing Kingdom. Now, they no longer wished to return to Jing Kingdom and instead wanted to remain in the 10,000 Monsters Nation to continue fighting the monster clan remnants. After all, Shen Mo had only killed Gu Ming. Although most of the monster clan in the 10,000 Monsters Nation had been wiped out, some still hid in deep corners. They remained fixated on the 10,000 Monsters Nation, often sending small groups to harass villages and towns protected by the various sects. Zhao Yelu had left them some pills before preparing to leave. The two were very grateful and revealed to her information about a great treasure they had discovered by chance. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yelu had instantly felt a surge of excitement. The situation the two described matched her memories of the Heavenly Ghost clan's inherited treasure perfectly. After bidding them farewell, she had gone straight to the location of the treasure.
I remember their names were.
Zhao Yelu murmured a few words and took out a jet-black broken horn from her chest. The broken horn was about as long as an adult's arm. Its surface was covered in scales. In the deepest part of a canyon, Zhao Yelu had found the altar of the Heavenly Ghost clan. Placed atop the altar was this broken horn. Next to it was a teleportation array. Beside the teleportation array were two words carved into the stone: ancestral land. Without hesitation, she had used the last of her top-grade spirit stones to activate the teleportation array and arrived here.
The aura here.
Zhao Yelu took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a jolt of energy. This aura was neither the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor any other type of force she was familiar with. Rather, it resembled the power her father had unleashed in his dying moments. Her father, the Ghost King, had relied on this very power to fight to the death against four powerful monsters of the same realm. At this moment, Zhao Yelu suddenly noticed figures moving ahead. And they were getting closer. She frowned, quickly hiding the broken horn in her chest. She wanted to get up and hide, but her whole body was racked with pain, making it impossible to move. Meanwhile, those figures had already reached her. Zhao Yaelu focused her gaze and saw that the newcomers were neither humans, nor monsters, nor flood dragons. Instead, they were three strange, ferocious-looking creatures. The moment they spotted Zhao Yaelu, they immediately began chattering wildly, their faces fierce and violent, as if they were about to pounce on her. Zhao Yaelu had never seen monsters like these before. Instinctively, she shifted into a defensive form. Roar! Her skin turned black, horns sprouted from her head, and sharp fangs grew in her mouth. In an instant, she transformed from her human form into the form of the Heavenly Ghost clan. Just as she was about to strike, the three monsters froze. Then, with expressions of terror, they fell to their knees in worship. They slammed their heads against the ground with such force that dark purple blood spurted out. Dark purple skin, dark purple blood.
So, this must be the demon suppression sea. So,
Zhao Yaelu furrowed her brows deeply. No wonder the monster clans had always rejected the Heavenly Ghost clan. They even said that the Heavenly Ghost clan was a cursed star, destined to bring disaster upon the monster race. Everything was starting to connect. The reason the Heavenly Ghost clan suppressed their demonic aura was likely because their ancestors had used some kind of secret technique to strip away the traits of demons, thus weakening themselves into a new race, the Heavenly Ghost clan. But there was one thing she still could not understand. Her ancestors had clearly not wanted to remain entangled with the demons, and had decisively broken away. Why? She wanted to find the answer. Zhao Yaelu looked at the three demons, still kowtowing at her feet, and said,
from now on, you are my followers. Come with me.
She walked forward. The three lesser demons exchanged glances and hurried after her.
Long ago, I was the daughter of the Ghost King. I was once a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. Now I am.
Zhao Yaelu left behind a calm voice as she stepped resolutely into the darkness. Qingxuan Fortress. The Heavenly Dao Treasury descended as scheduled. However, this time, everyone who entered the Heavenly Dao Treasury heard a voice. An ancient, desolate, cold, and merciless voice.
Within 30 years, 10 demon suppression fortresses must establish at least 5 outposts on the 4th layer of the demon suppression sea. During this period, all item exchange prices in the Heavenly Dao Treasury will be reduced by 30%. All demon suppression guards who exchange items from the Heavenly Dao Treasury during this period must go to the demon suppression sea and remain stationed there for at least 5 years.
Those who disobey will be eradicated. The announcement shocked all the demon suppression guards, especially the newly recruited ones. They had never expected the Heavenly Dao will to issue such a mission. As for the older, more experienced demon suppression guards, they were not overly surprised. The Heavenly Dao will issuing missions had happened before. The current outposts on the first 3 layers of the demon suppression sea had been established under similar conditions. Shen Mo, upon hearing the message inside the Heavenly Dao Treasury, was also somewhat astonished. This mission from the Heavenly Dao will basically meant that every demon suppression guard would have to make a trip to the demon suppression sea. After all, with a full 30 years where the treasury's prices would be reduced by 30%, who could go 30 years without exchanging treasures? The mission from the Heavenly Dao will was practically semi-mandatory. Not just the demon suppression guards, even the demon suppression generals would have to personally go and spend 5 years in the demon suppression sea. Shen Mo himself could not avoid this task. However, he did not particularly mind. A full 30 years of discounted prices, there was no reason not to take advantage of it. Moreover, compared to other demon suppression guards, his strength was noticeably greater. As long as he didn't run into a greater demon, he could crush everything else. Even if he did encounter a greater demon with the cards he had up his sleeve, at the very least, he could escape safely.
I heard the 10 greater demons all possess authority powers, but they can't always activate them at will. As long as I'm careful, staying at an outpost for 5 years won't be too dangerous. Besides, since all 10 demon suppression fortresses are mobilizing, I should also meet demon suppression guards from other fortresses.
Shen Mo mused to himself.
Ao Yan should have gone to the Flood Dragon Fortress, right? I wonder how he's doing now.
Chapter 448, Commander Shen and the Thunderlight Lamp. Chapter 448, Commander Shen and the Thunderlight Lamp. Several days later, Shen Mo was working on constructing the Raging Wave battle platform. Zhang Longxiang personally came to the armory to find him. Zhang Longxiang examined the battle platform that was still under construction and clicked his tongue in amazement.
Didn't expect you to already start building battle platforms, Commander Shen.
Shen Mo was stunned.
What me, Commander?
Zhang Longxiang smiled and nodded.
That's right, old Wang has already applied for a position change. He is now the vice commander and you are the official commander.
The position of commander in charge of the armory doesn't have overly high requirements for cultivation or military rank. With your profound knowledge of weaponry and the merits you've earned, you're more than qualified to serve as commander. No one dared raise any objections either. Shen Mo let out a helpless laugh and nodded. Becoming a commander so unexpectedly could be considered a good thing. After all, holding an official position allowed one to earn additional military merits each month. Even if it wasn't as much as the merit rewards for ranking at the top of the 3 golden rankings, it was still something. Even mosquito meat is still meat, no matter how little. Zhang Longxiang continued.
Another thing, the Heavenly Tao Will has issued a mission, ordering the 10 demon suppression fortresses to head to the 4th layer of the demon suppression sea to establish outposts. This will be a difficult mission. The demon suppression sea isn't our territory, it's the domain of the demons. Once we go there, we'll be at a natural disadvantage. But everyone must go, myself included. You understand this, right?
Shen Mo nodded. He too had to go. This had long been within his expectations. Zhang Longxiang nodded as well. He had actually worried that Shen Mo might be reluctant to go, thinking the demon suppression sea was too dangerous.
You don't need to worry. You are one of Qingxuan Fortress's most important talents and are already ranked high on the demon clan's kill list. If you die, it would be an enormous loss to any demon suppression fortress. Therefore, you won't be involved in the initial phase of building the outposts. Once our human forces manage to establish at least one outpost, I will assign 2 or more commanders specifically to protect you while you are stationed inside the outpost.
Zhang Longxiang said seriously.
This way, your safety can be guaranteed. I estimate that it will take at least 5 years for the 4 human demon suppression fortresses to establish a stable outpost.
During that time, we will be constantly fighting and struggling against the demons, with danger lurking at every step.
Before the outposts are truly stabilized, just stay here at the armory and focus on forging weapons. The contributions you make by building armaments are far greater than what you would achieve by heading to the front lines. No one will say anything behind your back.
Shen Mo's expression grew serious. Clearly, the initial phase of establishing outposts was the most dangerous and the most difficult. It was practically a situation of 9 deaths and 1 survival. The first batch of demon suppression guards entering the demon suppression sea would need tremendous courage and perseverance to carve out a foothold and build outposts amidst the demonic land. Without thinking much, Shen Mo already knew that the mortality rate for those guards would be extremely high. Even with his exceptional strength, able to crush any demon below the level of a greater demon, he wouldn't willingly throw himself into such a mess. Danger was inevitable. Who could guarantee it wouldn't fall upon his head? Even with his cheat-like life panel, he would still have to make the choice and physically enter that place before he could see what lay ahead. Shen Mo was no saint.
When poor, one should guard one's own integrity. When successful, one should help the world.
First, he had to ensure his own survival before he could lend a hand to others. However, perhaps he could still offer some help to those first batches of demon suppression guards heading into the demon suppression sea.
General Zhang, have you selected the first batch of demon suppression guards?
Shen Mo asked. Zhang Longxiang nodded.
Yes, the selection is complete. Many volunteered, most of them older cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan. I've chosen a group with rich experience and strong abilities. Soon, they'll be fully equipped and sent into the fourth layer of the demon suppression sea.
Shen Mo said seriously.
I can craft some special spiritual artifacts that might aid them.
Zhang Longxiang chuckled.
It's good that you have this heart, but it might not necessarily be of help. Better to leave it.
Shen Mo searched around the cluttered crafting table and took out a lamp. At first glance, the lamp appeared ordinary. It emitted only a faint, weak light. It looked as if a strong breeze could snuff it out. Zhang Longxiang initially paid it little mind, but after a few more glances, he sensed something unusual.
This light.
He said, puzzled. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
General Zhang, did you bring any demon blood?
Zhang Longxiang nodded, retrieving a drop of demon blood from his storage ring. Each of the 3 human races had demon suppression guards specializing in studying demon clan techniques, hoping to find ways to counter them. Since demon clan techniques were tied to bloodlines, fortresses naturally kept stores of demon blood. Demon blood, demon meat, demon bones, anything related to demons, did not exist in the Heavenly Tao treasury. Such materials had to be obtained by the demon suppression guards themselves. Shen Mo took the drop of demon blood and brought it close to the lamp. Amazingly, the demonic aura emitted from the blood was blocked by the lamp's light. Only then did Zhang Longxiang realize that his earlier feeling had been correct. Around the lamp was a circle about 3 zhang in diameter. Within the circle, demonic aura could not penetrate.
What is this?
His expression shifted from shock to delight. Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
General Zhang, you know I cultivate the Divine Thunder Demon Suppression Cannon, so I won't keep you guessing. The wick of this lamp was soaked in my Divine Thunder Force, and my Divine Thunder Force can fully resist demonic aura. As long as the wick remains, the area within a 3 zhang radius will not be contaminated by demonic aura.
Zhang Longxian exclaimed joyfully.
I see, that Divine Thunder Force must be the unique energy you gained through cultivating the Divine Thunder Demon Suppression Cannon, right?
No wonder, it's a technique painstakingly created by the true Flame Master. Truly extraordinary.
Shen Mo nodded with a smile. Zhang Longxiang eagerly asked,
How long can one wick burn? How many can you produce? Is it possible to mass-produce them?
Shen Mo thought for a moment.
A 1-inch wick can burn continuously for 10 days. My crafting speed is fairly quick. After crafting, I only need to infuse it with Divine Thunder Force, allowing it to linger in the wick for it to be effective. 5 or 6 days per batch would be enough.
However, the materials required for the wick are quite expensive. On average, each wick costs about 20 C-rank military merits.
Also, the Divine Thunder Force infused into the wick won't last forever. After about a month, it dissipates and the wick becomes useless.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Longxiang showed a trace of regret.
I see, what a pity. If it could be mass-produced, we wouldn't have to worry about demonic aura contamination every time we entered the Demon Suppression Sea.
Shen Mo also nodded seriously. This lamp's effect had been something he discovered by accident.
What name will you give it?
Zhang Longxiang smiled. Shen Mo thought for a moment.
Let's call it the Thunderlight Lamp.
Zhang Longxiang said seriously.
Good, the material cost is 20 C-rank merits, and considering the effort you've spent crafting it.
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Of course.
Chapter 449. Probably just a name. Coincidence. The name Shen Mo isn't unique. Chapter 449. Probably just a name. Coincidence. The name Shen Mo isn't unique. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. During these 2 years, the demon race's offensives had decreased significantly. Even in winter, when the surface of the demon suppression sea froze, they only sent large numbers of inferior demons as cannon fodder. Unlike before, when the 5th and 6th great demon lords led tens of millions of demons in massive sieges. Shen Mo did not know what this change signified. His life panel had not changed at all. He had long understood the rules of the life panel. It would not display every minor fluctuation. After all, with Shen Mo's current strength, he could, to a certain extent, control his own fate. Those slight disturbances could be easily corrected by Shen Mo's own power. Only when those minor changes accumulated to a considerable extent, enough to truly alter his future, would the life panel reflect the change.
Still need to keep waiting. But in the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed, and my spiritual power has improved again, reaching the great completion of the divine palace realm. The giant elephant particles awakened within me have also reached 80,000. Only 20,000 more to reach the 100,000 needed for the 5th level.
Inside the armory of the Black Tortoise Fortress, Shen Mo examined his own condition, exhaled a deep breath and smiled slightly. Now that he had reached the great completion of the divine palace realm, and his military achievements met the requirements, he could immediately be promoted to an Earth-grade demon suppression guard.
I wonder how the previous batches of demon suppression guards who entered the demon suppression sea are doing. The thunderlight lamps I made should have helped them quite a bit, right?
Shen Mo pondered. Demon Suppression C, 4th layer. The 4th layer was far vaster than the previous 3. The environment was much darker. The demons were also stronger. In 2 years, the demon suppression guards from the 10 fortresses had only managed to move from the 3rd layer's outposts to the 4th layer, establishing a few foundational outposts. Then they fell into a long stalemate. The foundations of these few outposts would be captured by demons one day, reclaimed the next, and taken again the day after. However, in the midst of this back and forth, one fortress's demon suppression guards managed to leverage the strange light lamps to unleash strength far surpassing others. They managed to hold onto the foundation of their outpost and even began formal construction. Outpost of the White Tiger Fortress. A dozen figures were struggling to slaughter the frenzied inferior demons charging at them. These fast-breeding cannon fodder, if encountered within the fortified demon suppression fortresses, could be crushed like baby chicks with the help of the armaments. But here, in the 4th layer of the demon suppression sea, surrounded by dense demonic energy, the demon suppression guards were greatly weakened. With the enemy growing stronger and themselves weaker, even killing a single inferior demon cleanly became very difficult. Because of this, establishing the outpost had been an arduous task. Among the dozen figures from the White Tiger Fortress, one graceful figure stood out particularly. She was like a reaper harvesting lives, roaming through the shadows. Every time she appeared, a spray of purple-black demon blood would burst forth, and a demon corpse would fall. Further away, several true demon emperors watched in fear and anger, not daring to approach, afraid they would be sniped by that figure. After a long while, the graceful figure finally felt fatigue and returned to the group.
Sister Z is amazing.
She killed over 50 inferior demon generals in a row, plus 4 true demon commanders and 2 true demon kings. Now the other true demons don't even dare come close. Luckily, Sister Z is here. Otherwise, we probably would have had to retreat back to the 3rd layer by now.
The demon suppression guards of the White Tiger Fortress all sincerely gave a thumbs up. The looks they cast toward that graceful figure were full of admiration and yearning. If one could become Tao companions with such a woman, what more could one ask for? Zhu Zi gently pressed her left abdomen. A bit of blood had already seeped out from there. She was injured. As a cultivator skilled in stealth and assassination, large-scale frontal battles were not her forte. But since she had been ordered to come to the 4th layer of the Demon Suppression Sea as part of the 2nd batch of Demon Suppression Guards, she had to shoulder her responsibilities. The White Tiger Fortress was filled with various factions. As an outsider, she had to attach herself to one faction in order not to be excluded. The price was serving as an enforcer for that faction. Work like delving deep into the 4th layer of the Demon Suppression Sea to establish outposts naturally fell to her. Zhu Zi took a deep breath, but choked a little as demonic energy rushed into her lungs. Her heart was filled with sorrow. Why did she have to suffer like this? At that moment, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a light not far away. There was an outpost there. One group of demon suppression guards was responsible for vigilance and repelling demons. Another group focused on construction. They cooperated seamlessly. The lanterns hanging at their waists were quite strange. They could temporarily create a 3-zhang-wide area that dispersed the demonic energy. Because of this, the demon suppression guards at that outpost suffered very few casualties, and their construction progressed rapidly. Even the Blood God Fortress, known as the strongest, couldn't match that pace. The White Tiger Fortress also had such strange lamps. They were crafted by the demon suppression general Bai Jiuli, who expended his own
White Tiger Force?
to create them. But forging even one lamp required Bai Jiuli to rest for a long time to replenish his drained spiritual power. As a result, only a few lamps were available, and not everyone could have one. The commander of the faction Zhu Zi belonged to had been allocated one, but he did not hand it to Zhu Zi. Instead, he gave it to one of his trusted demon suppression guards. A few days ago, Zhu Zi had watched that arrogant man take the lamp and chase after demons, never to return.
Which fortress do those people over there belong to?
Zhu Zi suddenly asked. A nearby demon suppression guard, after cleaving an inferior demon in half, glanced over and answered.
Those are the demon suppression guards from the Qingxuan Fortress.
He spoke with envy.
I really wonder where they got those lamps from. Everyone has one. I heard there's a young man at the Qingxuan Fortress who's really skilled at forging armaments. Maybe those lamps were made by him.
After he finished, another demon suppression guard chimed in.
I remember. That demon suppression guard's name is Shen Mo. He's amazing, charging from a mere yellow-grade demon suppression guard all the way to second place on the Earth ranking, truly bringing honor to our human race.
One of the demon suppression guards laughed and said,
Ha ha ha, exactly. It's a pity though. If only that Shen Mo were part of our White Tiger Fortress.
Zhu Zi's expression remained blank. Shen Mo.
Probably just a name coincidence. Shen Mo isn't a unique name.
Chapter 450, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, 5th Layer Netherworld Divine Spear. Chapter 450, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Force, 5th Layer Netherworld Divine Spear. Amid the raging waves, time flowed steadily and unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Demon Suppression Sea, 6th Layer. And Chen stood atop a demonic palace, gazing at the boundless, dim sea with a face as calm as water. Behind him, a demon knelt in submission.
You want to go deeper for training?
After a long while, Chen spoke casually.
My influence is scarce in the 7th and 8th layers. If you encounter danger there, no one will be able to help you. Moreover, many of the demonized sea beasts there are uncontrollable. Some of them even I would not easily provoke. Have you thought it through?
And Fan replied seriously.
Father Demon, I am willing to go to the 7th layer for training.
I believe in my own potential. When I return, I will surely have reached the Heaven Peak True Demon Sovereign Realm.
And Chen nodded slightly and turned around, approving.
Not bad. I like your spirit of taking on challenges.
He casually tossed out a drop of essence blood.
Take it. This is the last gift I give you before you depart.
Additionally, you may bring 2 true demon sovereigns as your escorts. And Fan bowed seriously.
Thank you, Father Demon.
With that, he rose and left. And Chen watched his back without saying much. And Fan was merely one of the many offspring of his subordinate great demon lords. His status was not even comparable to that of a great demon lord's direct son. However, Fan was different from most demons. He loved reading and had a brain. It was precisely because of this trait that Chen had favored him slightly and was willing to cultivate him a little. Still, he would not intervene in the open and hidden struggles among his descendants and offspring. And Fan was weak, had few subordinates, and naturally would be at a disadvantage in those power struggles. Now, seeing Fan daring to venture deep into the demon suppression sea to train against demonized sea beasts, Chen was rather pleased.
Consider it a casual move. Hopefully, he will bring me some surprises.
and Chen watched and fans departing figure silently. At this moment, two figures quickly approached from the distance. The figure on the left was tall and robust, muscles bulging all over his body, as if giant flesh worms were wriggling beneath his skin. The figure on the right looked like a shark that had grown 4 legs. The true demon sovereign on the left spoke.
Reporting to the Venerable, this demon is under the 4th Great Demon Lord, and has come by the 4th Lord's order.
And Chen nodded slightly.
You may withdraw. Yes.
Only then did the true demon sovereign on the right speak.
6th Lord, my name is Zhenmeng. I have brought what you asked for.
And Chen nodded. And Zhenmeng opened his mouth and retrieved a stone box from his belly. After washing the box clean with seawater, he opened it and presented it to Chen. Inside the box lay a transparent purple crystal. Within the crystal was a cluster of purple-black powder. And Chen nodded.
This is the curse powder, created by an curse under the authority of evil curse.
And Zhenmeng nodded.
One only needs to burn the object belonging to the target together with the curse powder to kill the target. It could be clothing, hair, or blood. Hair is most effective, followed by blood and lastly clothing. The closer the distance to the target when burning the curse powder, the stronger the effect.
The Lord also mentioned that the fortress's defensive arrays would weaken the powder slightly. It's best to use it inside a fortress. After hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a crystal key appeared in his palm. He casually tossed it over. And Zhenmeng hurriedly caught it. And Chen said,
This is the key to a flesh and blood mine. As agreed, it now belongs to an curse.
Yes.
Only then did the true demon sovereign on the right speak. 6th Lord, my name is Zhenmeng. I have brought what you asked for. And Chen nodded. And Zhenmeng opened his mouth and retrieved a stone box from his belly. After washing the box clean with seawater, he opened it and presented it to Chen. Inside the box lay a transparent purple crystal. Within the crystal was a cluster of purple-black powder. And Chen nodded. This is the curse powder, created by an curse under the authority of evil curse. And Zhenmeng nodded. One only needs to burn the object belonging to the target together with the curse powder to kill the target. It could be clothing, hair, or blood. Hair is most effective, followed by blood and lastly clothing. The closer the distance to the target when burning the curse powder, the stronger the effect. The Lord also mentioned that the fortress's defensive arrays would weaken the powder slightly. It's best to use it inside a fortress. After hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, a crystal key appeared in his palm. He casually tossed it over. And Zhenmeng hurriedly caught it. And Chen said, this is the key to a flesh and blood mine. As agreed, it now belongs to an curse. And Zhenmeng respectfully said, yes. And Chen thought for a moment and tapped the jade token at his waist. Moments later, a strong, burly figure appeared before him.
Father Demon, what are your orders?
And Chen said calmly,
And Genuine, I have a mission for you. If you complete it, I will reward you with a drop of Great Demon Lord Essence blood.
And Genuine was overjoyed.
Please instruct me, Father Demon.
And Chen tossed the box to him and explained in detail how to use the curse powder. Finally, he said,
Kill the one who created the flame flood dragon cloud vessel. Shen Mo, that is your mission.
And Genuine responded solemnly.
Yes, I will definitely complete it successfully. Please await good news.
And Genuine accepted the order and left. And Chen's expression remained calm. The curse powder was created by an curse using the authority of evil curse. It was impossible to defend against and extremely lethal. Even he did not wish to easily clash with an curse. Killing that Shen Mo was merely a trivial task. A mere Shen Mo was not even within the scope of his grand plans. At most, he was just a small variable.
My ambitions go far beyond this demon suppression sea, far beyond this little world.
He lifted his head to gaze at the dark dome above. His sight seemed to pierce through the sea, through the sky, reaching into the endless void. Qingxuan Fortress Armory. Shen Mo sat with his eyes tightly shut, steam rising all around him, his skin red and scorching hot. It was as if he were sitting inside a steamer. Inside his body, the roaring of giant elephants rang out without pause. It was as if thousands upon thousands of giant elephants were trampling through the void and crashing into his body. Within Shen Mo's flesh, one giant elephant particle after another was awakening. Now the final moment had come. The 100,000th giant elephant particle stubbornly resisted the flushing surge of blood energy.
Break for me!
Shen Mo let out a low roar. Blue veins bulged on his forehead. Boom! Even though the 100,000th giant elephant particle was as firm as a great 1,000-mile-long dam, it was still shattered by the overwhelming flood of blood energy. Buzz! In that instant, Shen Mo felt as heavy as a mountain, as majestic as a river and ocean, as deep as an abyss. Golden scriptures flashed through his mind. Like a flash of lightning, Shen Mo's heart stirred and his blood energy condensed. In the blink of an eye, it formed a soul-destroying blood spear. He then surged his blood energy once more, covering the soul-destroying blood spear. The blood spear immediately underwent a tremendous transformation. The spearhead emitted a profound, sinister aura. The rear radiated a dazzling holy light. It was like an ancient demonic spear fished up from the depths of the netherworld. And at the same time, like a divine spear enshrined in the celestial palace. Shen Mo gazed at the spear with shining eyes, murmuring softly,
Divine elephant suppressing prison force, 5th layer power of 100,000 giant elephants. Netherworld divine spear.
Staring at the spear tip, he could even feel faint strands of sharpness slicing into his eyes. He had a feeling. If he condensed this netherworld divine spear with his blood essence and faced that heaven-peak true demon sovereign he fought before, as long as he seized the opportunity, a single strike through the demon heart would be enough to slay him. The power of the netherworld divine spear was enough to instantly shatter the demon heart and completely annihilate the source of its strength. His heart surged with joy. Its power clearly far exceeded the soul-destroying blood spear. As expected, each breakthrough in the divine elephant-suppressing prison force granted him immense strength.
When the heavenly Tao treasury descends again, I must exchange for the cultivation method of the divine elephant-suppressing prison force's 6th layer. I wonder what kind of technique the 6th layer will bring.
Shen Mo's expression was filled with anticipation. The netherworld divine spear of the 5th layer was already this powerful. The technique of the 6th layer would surely be terrifying beyond imagination.
Who?
Shen Mo calmed his mind. As usual, he checked his life panel. He checked it every day, for he never knew when fate might shift.
Taking my clothing to secretly curse me.
He spotted a
recent turning point.